After the revival of spiritual energy, I was reborn, but found that the solar system we are familiar with is nothing more than a huge cage set up by the Starry Sky race to imprison humans. At this moment, the crisis of world destruction is approaching step by step, and the shadows of all races are quietly approaching. Faced with such a dangerous situation, I am determined to join forces with the country, bring the golden dragon of luck, awaken the dormant power, mobilize the resources of the entire country, fight against the threat, and fight to the death. When billions of insect and beast swarms came overwhelmingly, the Dragon Kingdom had already built an immortal great wall of steel, standing in the center of the storm, unshakable. When the endless army of all races in the Starry Sky arrived, the Dragon Kingdom had already trained millions of war gods, who swept everything with the force of thunder. Wherever they went, the warriors of all races were defeated, corpses were everywhere, and the Starry Sky was stained with blood. However, this is just the beginning. I joined hands with Dragon Country to break through the blockade of the solar system, set sail for the interstellar space, and quickly rise in the vast sea of stars. In countless life and death battles, the Dragon Kingdom became the overlord of the universe, swept across the starry sky, and established the forbidden land of gods and demons. But is all this really as you think? The real truth is that the so-called prison is just a place for us to awaken, grow, and evolve. Today, we are no longer prisoners, but conquerors of the starry sky. Gods and demons are forbidden to enter the Blue Star territory. Those who invade the Blue Star will be punished no matter how far away they are. No! I woke up suddenly from the nightmare with a hoarse scream, sweating profusely, looking around gasping for breath, my heart pounding like thunder. I am reborn. I let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from my forehead. My name is Lin Yen. In the dream just now, the blue planet was shattered into pieces under the siege of all the starry sky creatures, and my soul also died in the starry sky. But this time, I was reborn 1 month before the revival of spiritual energy. A month later, Reiki swept across the world like a landslide or tsunami, and millions of people became awakened. But behind the jubilation were tides of insects, beasts and seas, and humanity was losing ground. Before my rebirth, I had bound my own destiny to the blue star, condensing a golden dragon of destiny, which enabled me to grow from obscurity to become the god of war in the starry sky, leading the powerful human beings to defend the blue star at all costs. But the real disaster had just begun. The star races have arrived, revealing that the blue planet is nothing more than a giant prison where they imprison humanity. It turns out that blue star was once a passage to all worlds. It was glorious and glorious, but it was also coveted by all races. The strong men set up a large formation to block the passage, turning the blue star into an isolated island with depleted spiritual energy. But the myriad races did not give up. They waited for the spiritual energy to revive and send out rapidly evolving insects and beasts to curb the rise of mankind. I fought bloody battles with the strong men of Blue Star and gained the upper hand at first, but as all races increased their troops, Blue Star could no longer hold on. The nations were divided, some fled, some surrendered, but the Dragon Nation always held firm. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom decided to promote the Wandering Blue Star plan, build a starry sky teleportation array, and send the Blue Star to the fairyland where the immortals are. After the successful transmission, humans were excited. However, pursuers from all races arrived quickly, and even the gods joined the battle. I fought hard with the enemy domain lord for several months and killed him, buying time for Blue Star to teleport again. But the myriad races came with great force, and this time they sent 3 domain masters and a realm master. Blood rained down, the Blue Star was finally shattered, and I also perished in that tragic battle. Thinking back to that scene, I was furious and my eyes were cold. Xiao Jin, we will definitely win this time, right? I gently stroked the golden dragon of luck in my arms. It followed me to be reborn, but it has been sleeping ever since. A month later, when spiritual energy recovers, Dragon Country will face a fierce attack from insect and beast swarms. The battle for spiritual springs and ancient ruins will intensify, with countries secretly scheming against each other, and even traitors. The fact that Blue Star was tracked several times was most likely due to internal leaks, and the most suspicious one was the Sakura country. It had a feud with the Dragon Country, and after the spiritual energy was revived, it repeatedly occupied our coastal spiritual springs, causing repeated friction. Just as I was thinking about countermeasures, Xiao Jin in my arms suddenly made a clear dragon roar, breaking the silence. Xiao Jin, you're awake! I watched it open its golden dragon eyes, and renewed hope ignited in my heart. Xiao Jin in my arms rubbed me affectionately, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Originally, it was just the incarnation of luck, without intelligence, but after fighting alongside me all the way, Xiao Jin has acquired basic spirituality. You've become smaller. I smiled and stroked Xiao Jin gently. Although it was reborn with me, it was no longer as big as it used to be. In the past, Xiao Jin could circle the entire blue planet when he stretched out his body, but now he is just a cute little dragon. The size of the little gold depends on the prosperity of Blue Star, and my contribution to Blue Star both are indispensable. Just as I was lost in thought, Xiao Jin's body suddenly glowed, and invisible luck poured into its body like a torrent. Xiao Jin expanded at an alarming speed, quickly filling the entire room. I ran to the window and looked up at the sky. I saw that its huge shadow had already blocked out the sun and covered the entire block, and it was still growing rapidly. I was the only one who could see this amazing scene. Could it be that my achievements before my rebirth have also been recognized by Blue Star? I instantly understood what Xiao Jin's change meant. This means that my plan can be launched earlier, and the fate of Blue Star can be completely rewritten. Xiao Jin finally stopped growing. It hovered above the city, shining brightly with golden light. Compared with the giant dragon before my rebirth, Xiao Jin still seems small, but the current Blue Star has not yet recovered its former prosperity, so it can only be like this. Xiao Jin, come back! I called it. Xiao Jin shrank obediently, its body shining like gold, and finally got into my body. Every time Xiao Jin grows bigger, it can bestow me with a burst of good fortune, and this time is no exception. Crack! Along with the infusion of luck, the first spiritual energy shackles in my body broke. These shackles are a prison designed by the Starry Sky Myriad Races for humans, locking our perception of spiritual energy, and hindering awakening and cultivation. Without these shackles, humans should all be like dragons. A powerful force surged in, and my body underwent earth-shaking changes. After several awakenings, I gained a variety of talents such as strength, ice, wind and thunder, and even far exceeded the limits of ordinary awakeners. After 9 awakenings, I completely entered the apprentice level and instantly became a mid-level warrior. I know very well that this is far from enough. The spiritual shackles are heavy, and as I continue to break through, every shackle I break will multiply my strength. But when I reached the war god level shackles, I had to stop. The seal at this level was extremely powerful. Xiao Jin's power has been exhausted, and his spiritual energy has not yet fully recovered. I can't break through to the god of war level for the time being. But with my current strength, I am enough to face the coming disaster and fight for a glimmer of hope for Blue Star. My energy initiation affected everything around me. Objects in my neighbors' rooms floated, and even the cars downstairs were swept into the air. The passengers were so frightened that they all discussed in unison. Weird things happen every year, but this year there are more. A few days ago, someone lifted up a car that lost control. Today it was even more outrageous. The whole building was floating. Not only that, the cars passing by downstairs were flying into the sky. It was like a knife stabbing my butt. It really opened my eyes. People on the internet say that spiritual energy is going to revive. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that the world is really going to change. So, there's a person with superpowers in our building? The owner's group was chatting animatedly, all discussing the bizarre incident that I had just caused. I had just finished taking a shower, changed into clean clothes, and was about to go out when suddenly there was a knock on the door. I opened the door, and what came into view was a woman in a white dress, who looked like a fairy. It's her. I was a little surprised. The person who came was Ling Qingqiu, the genius who became a high-level general in just 3 months before his rebirth, but died young in the insect tide. Ling Qingqiu stood at the door and frowned slightly when she saw me staring at her. When her eyes swept across my tidy living room, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hello, I'm a staff member of the Special Bureau. If I'm not mistaken, the noise just now was caused by you, right? Ling Qingqiu's tone was straightforward and direct. The Special Bureau is an organization established by the Dragon Kingdom to manage awakened people. I nodded and admitted frankly. It's me. Ling Qingqiu was stunned, as if she didn't expect me to be so straightforward. She had seen many awakened people, most of whom were nervous, resisted, and even hid and didn't want to expose themselves. But it was the first time that someone was as calm and straightforward as me and admitted it directly. "You are Ling Qingqiu, right?" I asked. "Do you know me?" Ling Qingqiu looked puzzled. "I have the ability to predict the future, and have seen some terrible things. For example, you will die in a swarm of insects in 4 months," I said coldly. "Ah?" Ling Qingqiu was stunned, his eyes full of suspicion. "I also know that you have awakened an ice talent. You just broke through yesterday and your strength has reached a new level," I continued. "How do you know?" Ling Qingqiu's expression suddenly changed. No one knew about last night's breakthrough except herself. "I told you I have the ability to predict the future." I smiled. The secret of rebirth must not be revealed, as it would lead to unpredictable changes, so I had already thought of an excuse. Ling Qingqiu stared at me, as if to confirm whether what I said was true or not. "I can take you to see my father, but he is now at the Shillong base and will not come to the Magic City for half a month." "Half a month is too long. Let's go see him now." I walked straight out the door and headed towards the elevator. "It's far away. I'll arrange a helicopter." Ling Qingqiu was stunned for a moment, and then said, "No need. The helicopter is too slow. I have a faster way." The elevator door opened and we went in. The people inside were talking about the strange things that had just happened. When they saw Ling Qingqiu, they all quieted down. As the car sped northward, Ling Qingqiu suddenly asked, "Did you really see me die in battle?" "Yeah," I responded. "If we prepare in advance, will it not happen again?" Ling Qingqiu said with a hint of anticipation in his tone. "It won't happen," I said in a firm tone, which relieved Ling Qingqiu's worries a lot. "By the way, I don't know your name yet." Ling Qingqiu turned his head to look at me when we stopped at a red light, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Lin Yan," I said briefly. "Lin Yan, what a nice name," Ling Qingqiu said softly and continued driving. When the car drove out of the city and came to an open space, Ling Qingqiu asked curiously, "How do we get to the Shillong base?" I didn't answer, but turned around and called out, and Xiao Jin appeared immediately. A golden light shone, and a golden dragon several dozen meters long hovered in the air. "Is this really a dragon?" Ling Qingqiu's eyes widened, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. "Great, come on up." I climbed onto Xiao Jin's back and motioned Ling Qingqiu to follow. Ling Qingqiu walked cautiously to Xiao Jin, climbed onto the dragon's back, and came to my side. "Be careful and stand firm." I released my telekinesis to form a protective shield. "Xiao Jin, go!" Ayo, the little golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. Ling Qingqiu let out a small cry of surprise. "What is that?" Someone in the distance stared at Xiao Jin flying into the sky in amazement. "There are more and more strange things. I can't stay in the countryside anymore. I'd better go to the city." The passerby left muttering. Above the clouds, Ling Qingqiu finally recovered from the shock. Looking at the white clouds around him and the scenery passing by quickly, he couldn't help but sigh. "This speed is much faster than a passenger plane." "It's time to contact your father," I said lightly. Lin Yan stood on the back of the golden dragon, his face calm and his eyes sharp. Ling Qingqiu beside him made a phone call to inform his father Ling Feng that they were flying to the kamikaze base. Suddenly, several fighter jets approached from the flank in the sky, trying to keep parallel with the dragon. "Lin Yan, this is the escort sent by the kamikaze base, don't worry," Ling Qingqiu said calmly. The fighter pilots were amazed at the speed of the dragon, especially when the golden dragon easily surpassed them. They were stunned and could only sigh. "This speed is faster than a fighter!" Inside the kamikaze base, Ling Feng stared at the screen with a serious expression. On the screen, Lin Yan stood on the back of a golden dragon with his hands behind his back, and beside him was his daughter Ling Qingqiu. This was the first time Ling Feng saw this legendary young man in person, a hero who had fought alongside him in the Wandering Blue Star project. Ling Feng quickly checked Lin Yan's information and was full of admiration for this young man who stood out among more than 1 billion people. Let's go meet him." Ling Feng immediately decided to go there in person. There were only a few people who could allow him to meet him, and Lin Yan was one of them. The giant dragon flew through the clouds and quickly approached the kamikaze base. Lin Yan's eyes swept across the military base hidden in the mountains, and he recalled that before his rebirth, this was the key battlefield for resisting the insect tide and the cradle of the awakened. "Mr. Lin, please land in the open space ahead. Ling Ju is waiting for you," the oncoming helicopter pilot reminded via the radio. Lin Yan nodded, and Xiao Jin growled and landed steadily. The soldiers stared at the golden dragon intently. Although they were shocked, they still maintained their military character and showed no fear. The dragon instantly turned into golden light and disappeared into Lin Yan's body. Ling Feng and his men walked over quickly, and Ling Qingqiu introduced him to his father. "Dad, this is Lin Yan." Ling Feng stepped forward with a smile. "Little brother, welcome to the kamikaze base. My name is Ling Feng, you can call me Uncle Ling." Lin Yan smiled slightly. "Hello, Uncle Ling." After a brief greeting, Lin Feng took Lin Yan into the base. In a reception room at the Shillong base, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of tea in a fit of rage because of Lin Yan's prediction. "You said that in a month there will be a spiritual tide, an insect tide, and a beast tide that will destroy the world?" Lin Feng wiped the tea stains off his body and asked tentatively. He found it hard to believe Lin Yan's description, but Lin Yan's calmness and the certainty of his prediction made him dare not easily deny it. "Uncle Ling, if necessary, I can prove it." Lin Yan looked calm. A few minutes later, Lin Yan, Lin Feng and others arrived at the training room, which was a sturdy place designed specifically for awakeners. Lin Yan pointed to a machine that tested strength and asked, "Is that a strength testing device?" Lin Feng nodded. Lin Yan said nothing more, walked straight to the machine, waved his hand and struck out. Boom! The machine made a loud noise, and the numbers on the display jumped wildly, finally freezing at 100,000. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng exclaimed, 100,000 pounds? This number was beyond everyone's imagination, 5 times the power of the strongest awakener in Dragon Country. Ling Qingqiu and the soldiers present all gasped, and they all had questions in their minds. Is this a human, or a humanoid monster? After Lin Yan shocked everyone with a strength test, he asked calmly, Uncle Ling, is there spiritual liquid in the base? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, slightly hesitant. Spiritual fluid is the liquid essence extracted from the thin spiritual energy. Now that the spiritual energy of Blue Star is scarce, these spiritual fluids are hard to come by. The entire Shillong base has a reserve of only half a liter. But facing Lin Yan's request, Lin Feng thought for a moment and agreed. How much do you need? 10 milliliters will be enough, Lin Yan said lightly. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and signaled his adjutant to get the spiritual liquid. Soon, the adjutant brought a tube of spiritual fluid. Lin Yan took it and walked to the center of the training room. He took out a transparent bag from his pocket, which contained a few locusts. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, Is this a locust? Lin Yan nodded and released the locusts. Several locusts fluttered around the training room. Lin Yan opened the test tube of spiritual liquid and poured it on the ground. The volatile spiritual energy filled the air with a fresh scent. The locusts that smelled the spiritual energy quickly gathered around the spiritual liquid and scrambled to suck it up. Ling Qingqiu was surprised at the greed of the locusts. They sucked up 10 milliliters of spiritual liquid in one breath, while she could only withstand 1 milliliter at a time. After the locust finished feeding, it rested quietly on the ground, seemingly without any abnormality. Time passed slowly, and after more than 10 minutes the locusts were still as quiet as before. Ling Feng and others couldn't help but become suspicious. At this moment, the body of a locust suddenly swelled up, and then exploded with a puff. The scene was extremely sudden. Everyone was stunned, thinking it was the backlash of the spiritual fluid, but the changes that followed shocked them. The second locust began to grow rapidly, with its body, shell, wings and 6 limbs expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the third locust, the fourth locust, and all the locusts mutated one after another. Their bodies expanded rapidly, becoming the size of a fist within a few minutes, and then continued to grow until they were more than a meter long. The smallest one is half a meter long, with a shell as hard as iron and sharp teeth growing on its mouthparts, looking ferocious and terrifying. Ling Feng's face was solemn, and he vaguely confirmed in his heart that what Lin Yan said about the insect horde destroying the world was not nonsense. At this moment, the mutated locusts seemed to feel the threat. Their antennae moved slightly, and they leaped towards Lin Yan. Ling Feng reminded urgently, "Little brother, be careful!" Lin Yan dodged the attack with a flash. Several mutant locusts crashed into the strength tester. The numbers on the tester jumped wildly, and finally stopped at an astonishing 1,000 gene. Ling Feng and the others looked at the string of dazzling red numbers and were extremely shocked. The power of these locusts far exceeded that of ordinary awakened people. Lin Yan calmly took back the locusts, looked around at everyone, and said lightly, "This is just the beginning." His words were like a cold bell striking everyone's heart, foreshadowing that a catastrophe that would sweep across the blue star was about to come. At this time, several mutated locusts pounced on Lin Yan again. He just waved his hand lightly and fixed them firmly in midair. The collision and battle just now shocked everyone present. These originally insignificant insects now showed such terrible power, which was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Lin Yan looked at Ling Feng calmly. "Uncle Lung, is this proof enough?" Ling Feng's face was solemn. He hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Little brother, if the spiritual tide really breaks out, will all insects mutate like these?" Lin Yan nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. "After the spiritual tide occurs, many insects will undergo similar mutations. Especially species with strong reproductive abilities such as ants, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. They will evolve rapidly and may even regard humans as new prey." Ling Feng took a deep breath, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. These mutated locusts had already stunned him. If a large number of insects such as ants and cockroaches also had similar mutations, the consequences would be disastrous. Ling Feng recalled the countless locust plagues in history. Those locusts that covered the sky and the earth, devoured crops and ravaged the earth. Now, they even attack humans. Lin Yan continued to explain. "In addition, there are some zergs that have never been seen before. They are more powerful, have unified command, and act quickly. They are the backup left by the Starry Sky Myriad Races. When the spiritual tide comes, these zerg nests will be reactivated and produce war zerg continuously." Ling Feng felt a chill on his back. This unknown force made him uneasy. He realized that the future described by Lin Yan was not alarmist, but an approaching reality. "Uncle Ling, if you don't believe it, you can send someone to catch some insects and animals to do experiments to verify it," Lin Yan suggested calmly. Ling Feng nodded immediately and ordered decisively. "Shaoli, send someone to catch some insects and small animals immediately." Adjutant Shaoli took the order and left. Lin Yan took the opportunity to add, "If you want to see the combat effectiveness of these mutant locusts more intuitively, Uncle Ling can transfer some soldiers to test them." Ling Feng was fully aware of the seriousness of the matter, and immediately arranged for Commander Li to dispatch 10 fully armed soldiers. A few minutes later, the soldiers lined up to enter the training room. When they saw the huge locusts, they all showed incredible expressions. These insects, which were usually only the size of a palm, now became like small beasts, which was terrifying. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and 10 soldiers pulled the bolts of their guns and stood ready for battle. Afterwards, Lin Yan released his control over the locusts, and several locusts immediately swooped down towards the soldiers like arrows, their wings vibrating and making a sharp buzzing sound, at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers opened fire quickly, gunshots rang out, and bullet casings were scattered all over the ground. Despite being hit multiple times, these mutated locusts continued to attack and even rushed more violently. The first locust jumped up and almost hit the soldier's face. Several soldiers concentrated their fire and blew it up. But the next locust followed closely behind, leaping over with its claws almost brushing the warrior's chest. Seeing this, Lin Yan flicked his fingertips and knocked the locusts away, temporarily easing the situation. The entire training room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The soldiers were covered in sweat, their hands were shaking slightly, and their breathing was rapid. After a few minutes, the gunfire gradually subsided, and the soldiers barely managed to kill the last locust, but all their ammunition had been used up. "These are just 4 locusts," Commander Li said solemnly. "If their number increases to hundreds or even thousands, ordinary people will not be able to resist them at all." Lin Feng's expression became even more gloomy as he realized that what Lin Yan said about the insect horde destroying the world was not an exaggeration. Ling Feng turned to look at Lin Yan, his heart filled with mixed emotions. His daughter Ling Qingqiu was also standing beside him. Her heart was deeply shocked, and she vaguely understood Lin Yan's warning. Just then, Adjutant Shaoli returned with newly captured insects and small animals. Lin Feng immediately ordered people to take out the spiritual liquid and test it again. In the laboratory, ants, cockroaches, mice, etc. absorbed the spiritual liquid and quickly mutated. The ants continued to expand in size, cockroaches became as big as puppies, and the rats that sucked the spiritual fluid even gnawed at the iron fence. These mutated creatures seemed to have completely overturned the laws of nature, and taught Lin Feng and his companions a lesson. They witnessed with their own eyes the changes that spiritual energy had on creatures, and their worries deepened. Lin Yan stood aside with a calm expression. Although these insects mutated so rapidly because they absorbed the spiritual fluid, as the spiritual energy revived, this situation would soon become the norm. Lin Feng said to Lin Yan solemnly, "Little brother, I now completely believe you. The future you described is no longer a distant prophecy." At this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression immediately became serious, and he answered the call. After just a few seconds, he looked up and said to Lin Yan, "Little brother, the elders attach great importance to your matter. They want to talk to you in person." Hearing this, Lin Yan nodded slightly, feeling reassured. He knew that his prediction had made the top leaders aware of the approaching crisis, and he would become the key figure in leading Blue Star to face the spiritual tide. Lin Yan stood in front of the screen and saluted the elders solemnly. "Hello, elders." The screen showed a room full of classical charm, with several kind-looking old men sitting in it. They were the elders of the Dragon Kingdom. The great elder sat in the center, his tone gentle but dignified. "Young friend, please take a seat. We have been paying close attention to today's situation. Can you tell us in detail about your prophecy?" Lin Yan nodded, sat down and began to talk about his predictions for the future. He described in detail the situation after the first wave of spiritual tides broke out, including the insect and beast tides that destroyed the world, and also mentioned the appearance of spiritual springs and ancient ruins. The elders listened attentively, asking about some details from time to time, and Lin Yan answered them one by one. At the end of his story, Lin Yan said firmly, "My elders, although I see the disaster coming, I also see the opportunity for rebirth. As long as we are well prepared and withstand the attacks of the insect and beast tides, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to turn danger into opportunity and return to the peak. In my Dragon Kingdom, everyone will be like a dragon." The elder's eyes flashed with approval, and he clapped his hands and said, "What a great everyone is like a dragon! My friend, since you know so much about the future, what do you think we should do now?" Lin Feng reminded in a low voice, "Little brother, feel free to speak your mind. The elders are open-minded and are not bound by wild ideas." Lin Yan smiled slightly, with a determined light in his eyes. "Elders, I think we must take 3 measures immediately within this month." The great elder nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. "Which 3 items? Please tell me in detail, young friend." Lin Yan did not answer directly, but mentioned 3 numbers. 1 billion tons, 2 billion tons, 1.4 billion. As soon as these numbers came out, the elders fell into deep thought. Lin Feng, who was standing beside them, also frowned and silently muttered the meaning of the numbers. The great elder was the first to react and said slowly, "These 3 numbers are our country's steel production, cement production, and population, right?" Lin Yan nodded and continued, "That's right, great elder. These 3 numbers are related to the 3-point strategy one mentioned." The elder's eyes flashed with anticipation. "Go on, young friend." Lin Yan took a deep breath and gave his first suggestion. "First, we should mobilize the whole country to build 100 steel cities within a month and a half. Use high walls to keep the insect and beast tides out of the city, use the city as a fortress, and ensure the safety of the people." The idea of 100 steel cities made Lin Feng's eyes light up. Although the mutated insect beasts were powerful, once these solid cities were used as a line of defense, the difficulty of defense would be greatly reduced. Although some mutant creatures can fly, the high walls can still block most ground threats, buying precious time for air combat. Given China's steel and cement production, coupled with its strong infrastructure capabilities, this idea is not a fantasy. The great elder was pleased. "Young friend's idea is very good, and it coincides with our plan. Now the country has mobilized experts and scholars to gather in the imperial capital to discuss countermeasures and fully mobilize the national machinery to build these steel cities as soon as possible. The Great Elder's approval was beyond words. Lin Yan's words were highly consistent with their existing strategic thinking and further strengthened their decision-making direction. So, what about the second point? The elder continued to ask. Lin Yan looked serious and said in a deep voice. Great Elder, the second point is about the foundation of the country people. The 1.4 billion people of Dragon Country must go all out to prepare for the coming of the insect beast tide. We need to recruit soldiers on a large scale, comprehensively strengthen military construction, and at the same time ensure that there are sufficient weapons and ammunition to equip every soldier. The Great Elder nodded in approval and asked, Then how many soldiers do you think should be recruited? Lin Yan stretched out 5 fingers. 50 million! This number made Ling Feng and Commander Li gasp. 50 million troops, an unprecedentedly large scale, almost doubled their expectations. Although a huge army requires huge resource support, in Lin Yan's eyes, this is still the most basic preliminary deployment. The Great Elder made the decision without hesitation. 50 million troops is several times more than we expected, but considering the future situation, this is necessary. Dear Elders, we fully support your proposal. The Elders nodded in agreement. Lin Yan added, In addition, we should also make every effort to produce guns and ammunition. If the insect and beast tides are too fierce, guns and ammunition must be distributed to every corner so that all people have a chance to fight. Lin Yan's voice was sonorous and powerful. 1.4 billion people, 1.4 billion soldiers, thousands of miles of land and thousands of miles of camps. Is there any insect tide that can't be wiped out? 1.4 billion people and 1.4 billion soldiers. The Great Elder stood up excitedly and slammed the table. Well said! This is the power of the Dragon Nation's people. Lin Yan added, We still have a large amount of foreign exchange reserves, and now is the best time to use them. While the international situation remains unchanged, we should purchase a large amount of foreign arms to replenish our reserves. This is the last golden window to seize. The Great Elder and the Elders smiled at each other. This was exactly what they had in mind. With the financial resources and current foreign exchange reserves of Dragon Country, it would be the wisest choice to seize the opportunity to stockpile supplies. The Elder asked again, What about the third point? Please tell me, young friend. Lin Yan replied solemnly, The third point is that the most critical thing is the Awakener. The Awakener is the passport to the future world and the core force for us to resist foreign enemies and reverse the situation. The Great Elder nodded with deep feeling. Young friend, your performance today is incomparable to ordinary people. If everyone in my dragon country can be like a dragon, then the future will be glorious. Lin Yan's tone was firm, as if he was making a vow. Great Elder, this day will definitely come. Do you have any specific plan on how to do it? The Elder asked. Lin Yan took out a manuscript. This is the introduction to Awakening that I compiled. It is the essence summarized from countless awakened people and scientists in the past. I suggest that it be included in teaching and popularized from elementary schools so that every child can receive enlightenment from the awakened from an early age. This introductory guide to awakening incorporates the wisdom of the awakeners of the Dragon Nation. It can not only greatly increase the speed of awakening, but also has a certain anti-theft function to prevent other countries from stealing and learning it to no avail. Haha, young friend is really a blessing to our Dragon Country. The Great Elder laughed heartily and praised Lin Yan's foresight. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, as if there was more secret information that he had not revealed. The Great Elder noticed his hesitation and waved his hand to let Ling Feng and others leave the room temporarily. My friend, there are only a few of us elders here now, so you can speak without worry. Lin Yan took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Great Elder, I foresee a greater crisis in the future. The myriad races are about to descend. This will be an unprecedented challenge for mankind. Lin Yan's whispered narration made the elders look more and more solemn, and they looked at each other thoughtfully. This secret message made them realize that the revival of spiritual energy was just the beginning, and greater challenges were still to come. Half an hour later, Ling Feng, Commander Li and others were called back to the room. The Great Elder looked solemn as he announced Lin Yan's new appointment. Comrade Lin Yan, by the resolution of the state, you are now appointed as the Deputy Director of the Special Bureau and the Elder's Advisor. Your powers are the same as those of Comrade Ling Feng, and you can report directly to us. The decision made by the Great Elders is wise. Lin Feng stood up excitedly and saluted the Great Elders. Lin Yen accepted the appointment without hesitation, as he knew that the heavy responsibility had fallen on his shoulders. The imperial capital's Great Hall of the People was solemn and dignified. Officials and representatives from all over the country and elites from all walks of life filled the hall, and even the aisles were filled with people. Such a grand scene was the first in the history of the Great Hall. There were a large number of Chinese and foreign reporters gathered outside, eager to obtain first-hand information. All major media and live broadcast platforms have already been opened, and internet celebrities are rushing to report on it, which has attracted extremely high attention. In the conference hall, everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Feng on the high platform. He had a stern face, and without any opening remarks, he flipped open the red-headed document on the podium and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Now announce the first resolution of the cabinet." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent, and everyone held their breath. From today on, Longwu will suspend all national policies, enter a state of war, and use the whole country's strength to implement the Steel City Plan and build 100 steel cities across the country. Ling Feng's words were sonorous. Then, Lin Feng continued to read out the content of the resolution. All factories and companies related to machinery, manufacturing, construction, and mining will be conscripted, and the state will provide subsidies according to their actual value. All construction teams, construction workers, and engineers will report to the nearest provincial headquarters. All media and websites must cooperate in propaganda, and all accounts of hostile forces will be banned. After the announcement, the entire hall felt as if it had fallen into an icy cave. Everyone stared with wide eyes, shocked by this unprecedented huge decision. The Dragon Kingdom entered a state of war, suspended its national policy, and devoted all its efforts to building a steel city? This was simply unbelievable to many people. Officials and representatives from all over the country looked at each other and talked a lot, obviously unable to digest this sudden news. Ling Feng calmly and seriously scanned the room, and said in a stern voice, "This is a unanimous cabinet decision. Ladies and gentlemen, the next month will determine the fate of Dragon Country. Please do your best." After saying this, Ling Feng closed the document, turned around and left the podium. Immediately, the conference hall seemed to be boiling with heated discussions one after another. The reporters and influencers outside could no longer hold back, and kept craning their necks to watch, hoping to catch any movement. However, no one came out of the Great Hall. It was not until half an hour later that the first representative, Mr. Lei, came out and was immediately surrounded by reporters. Even with the guards clearing the way, he could hardly move. More representatives came out one after another, with different expressions, but no one answered the reporters' questions. Some people noticed that the representatives of the construction industry had happy expressions on their faces and speculated whether it was related to the revitalization of real estate. But the real estate developers who followed closely had serious expressions, which broke this speculation. Suddenly, a reporter shouted excitedly, "Look at your phone! Big news!" Everyone took out their phones and opened various news and social media platforms. A major news report released by the Special Bureau dominated the headlines. "All citizens, now is the moment of life and death for Dragon Country. The specific details cannot be disclosed for the time being, but please believe that we are fighting for the last chance of survival for Dragon Country. From now on, the country will do its utmost to build 100 steel cities, and call on all construction teams and construction workers to participate in the construction. Every additional person will increase our chances of success. At the same time, the country will recall the reserve forces, retired soldiers under the age of 40 and the militia, and conduct large-scale conscription, with an estimated scale of more than 50 million people. The Special Bureau has confirmed that the supernatural phenomena circulating on the internet are basically true. The Awakening Introductory Guide will be distributed to all schools and vocational colleges in 3 days. All Dragon Country citizens can register to learn through the Special Bureau website. The Special Bureau calls on all awakened people to report to the local branches. You will be the backbone of the country's defense. We call on all overseas Chinese to return home. Dragon Country will be the safest country in the future. We will provide you with protection. Dragon Country will be closed soon. If you fail to do so, you will no longer have the opportunity to return home. Once the news was released, it instantly exploded across the internet. The comment sections of major platforms were instantly flooded with comments. Whether it was Weibo, short video platforms, or news clients, the news from the Special Bureau quickly topped the hot list. Oh my god, recruiting 50 million soldiers? Has the spiritual energy really revived? People were talking about it, and the internet was in an uproar. In the university dormitory, after seeing the news, students started talking about it. Some were surprised, while others were panicked. The awakening phenomenon is no longer a rumor. Xiaobo's body suddenly caught fire. He laughed and called himself the god of fire, but finally rushed into the bathroom to put out the fire. The scene was funny and shocking. The reality of awakening could no longer be denied. At the same time, in the White House, far across the ocean, the top leaders of the lighthouse country were also kept awake all night by this sudden news. The lights in the president's office were brightly lit, and the political and military leaders of the lighthouse country gathered together, and the atmosphere was solemn. The Dragon Country wants to recruit 50 million soldiers and build 100 steel cities? What do they want to do? Start the Third World War? The members of the Lighthouse Country discussed anxiously, guessing the Dragon Country's intentions. The Lighthouse Nation had hoped to suppress the Dragon Nation through its own Superman plan, but faced with such a huge move by the Dragon Nation, they became wary, fearing that the Dragon Nation had already seen through their plan. The president of the Lighthouse Country, Xiao Zhenhua, walked into the conference room with a serious expression and immediately asked whether the top leaders of the Dragon Country had responded. Secretary of State Haas shook his head helplessly. Damn it, we called countless times, but Longhua didn't answer at all. Keep fighting! We must find out Longhua's intentions no matter what and mobilize all our forces. Xiao Zhenhua slammed the table and roared. The tense atmosphere in the White House had reached its peak. This day was destined to leave a strong mark in history. The Dragon Kingdom mobilized the whole country, shocked the world, and set off an uproar in an instant. There was a lot of discussion on the internet in various countries. Some were shocked, some questioned, some laughed, and some were secretly terrified. What is going on? Has Longhua gone crazy? Should I go back immediately while studying abroad? Is Dragon Country going to start the S3 season? The introductory guide to Awakening has been released. I really want to go to Dragon Country this time. Sakura Country is the most panicked. Dragon Country may want to seek revenge on them, ha ha ha. Residents of Dragon Country posted various comments online. Heads of state from around the world called the office of the Dragon Kingdom's Great Elder, and the phone rang one after another, eager to know why the Dragon Kingdom was making such a big fuss. However, only a few countries that have friendly relations with Dragon Country have been given the opportunity to speak to the Great Elder, and the other party's reply is obscure but meaningful. The world will face a change that has not been seen in 1,000 years. Be prepared early! Faced with the Dragon Kingdom's huge move, governments around the world rushed to appease the people. The Lighthouse Country issued a statement saying that the Dragon Country was just bluffing and trying to drag the world into an arms race. The Sakura Country used the Lighthouse Country's combined fleet to demonstrate, declaring that it would make the Dragon Country repeat its defeat in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895. The Kangaroo Country threatened to cut off the supply of iron ore. The White Elephant Kingdom boasted that it could mobilize an army of 100 million in 3 days. The Sun Never Sets condemns the Dragon Nation's actions of popularizing the awakened, which is pushing the world into unrest. While the world was in uproar, the atmosphere within Dragon Country was also extremely heated. In a quiet little village, a dozen construction workers gathered together. As construction site workers, for decades they decided to respond without hesitation after seeing the country's call. Brother Hua, are we really going to build a steel city? Of course. I haven't done anything great for the country in my life. Now that we have the chance, we have to go. Brother Hua waved the cigarette butt in his hand, his tone full of pride. They packed their simple bags and set out on the journey to build the steel city. At the same time, factories across the country are also undergoing emergency transformation. A large automobile factory quickly adjusted its production line, and 3 days later, it would no longer manufacture cars but tank parts. All kinds of machinery manufacturing plants, steel pipe factories, and firecracker factories are being renovated, and the former production equipment has been transformed into the core of wartime supplies. Military factories were in full operation, guns and ammunition were produced rapidly, and Longwar was like a high-speed war machine, running day and night. In various branches of the Special Bureau, the awakened ones lined up in long queues. Some people have awakened the talent for thunder and lightning and can absorb and release lightning. Some people have awakened their defensive talents, and their skin can turn into stone. Some people have awakened a powerful talent for strength and can kill a tiger with one punch. In the past, they were worried about being treated as outcasts, but now they can finally stand up openly and contribute to the country. The awakened ones chatted and communicated in groups of 3 or 4, sharing their abilities and experiences. Some people took this opportunity to show off on the live broadcast platform. A young man who had awakened his talent for strength broke a roadside tree with one punch, which drew cheers from the live broadcast room. However, he was immediately fined 2,000 yuan, and the scene became very embarrassing again. The major train stations were also bustling with groups of retired veterans ready to go. A female anchor was broadcasting live. She walked up to a middle-aged man and wanted to do an impromptu interview. "Brother, are you a retired veteran?" The man was in a hurry to get in line and didn't want to pay attention to her, but under her constant questioning, he nodded helplessly. "Retired 9 years ago." The female anchor continued to ask. "Then why do you want to come back and join the army?" The man looked determined and answered briefly. "If there is a war, I will return if called." After that, he followed the crowd to the ticket gate, his back looking particularly tall in the sunlight. The words, "If there is a war, I will return if called," instantly ignited the blood of countless people, and the live broadcast room was silent. Both the veterans being interviewed and the audience in front of the screen were deeply touched by this moment. The female anchor looked at the backs of those retired veterans, and suddenly felt that she should not be just a superficial anchor with good looks. She felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility, and seemed to have found a new direction in her life. In the spacious office of the Shillong base, Lin Feng and Lin Yan sat together with serious expressions. Lin Yan's identity is kept strictly secret from the outside world. The elders are worried that if other countries or the myriad races in the Starry Sky know that Lin Yan has the ability to predict, he will face fatal threats. At this moment, they are facing intelligence analysts and elite think tanks from all over the country, constantly reporting the latest progress of national mobilization. "What's the current situation?" Lin Feng asked first. An intelligence officer quickly stood up and reported in detail. "Leng Zhu, the current conscription work is progressing smoothly. The number of registered veterans has exceeded 8 million, but some of them are over the age limit. The recruitment of reserves and militia is also progressing smoothly. As for the awakened ones, more than 8,000 have completed registration and reported in. In terms of construction, in addition to the construction teams of state-owned enterprises, there are also millions of private construction teams joining the construction of the Steel City, and millions of excavators are being deployed to various construction sites. The factory transformation is progressing well, and all the companies that have been called up have responded positively and are willing to contribute to the country. In terms of public opinion, the vast majority of people support the government's decision and have full trust in the country, but there are also some discordant voices." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Once the state machinery was fully operational, the power it displayed was unmatched by other countries. The cohesion of the Dragon State far exceeded any expectations. "Brother Lin, what do you think?" Lin Feng turned and asked Lin Yan. Although Lin Yan was a deputy in position, Lin Feng always treated him as an equal. He even felt that the elders valued Lin Yan more than himself. Lin Yan thought for a moment and nodded. "Uncle Ling, the progress is pretty good. He prefers fighting to these tedious affairs." But Lin Yan knew that this month of preparation was crucial. Every step of Longwood determined its future fate. The more fully prepared it was, the less loss it would suffer in the future. "What's the international situation?" Lin Feng asked. The intelligence officer continued to report. "The president of the Lighthouse Nation tried to talk to the Great Elder several times, but the Great Elder refused to answer. The Lighthouse Nation seemed to be worried that the Dragon Nation would really provoke a world war, and had already withdrawn the surrounding aircraft carrier fleet to the deep Pacific Ocean. But the capitalist tycoons of the Lighthouse Nation threatened to short the Dragon Nation's economy. The Sakura country has stopped discharging nuclear wastewater and issued a conscription order, openly violating the terms of defeat. Other countries also began to recruit soldiers, with the Great Goose country recruiting the largest number of soldiers, reaching 5 million, and strengthening the defenses of the capital and other large cities. In terms of international public opinion, many voices are speaking ill of Dragon Country, and a lot of hostility is spreading. Lin Yen listened quietly and thought. The actions of the Dragon Country will inevitably cause a chain reaction. Although each country seems to be fighting on its own, they are all paying close attention to us. Lung Feng nodded. He understood the complexity of the game between major powers. Then he asked, "What about the situation of overseas Chinese?" The intelligence officer replied, "Many Chinese chose to return home, but there are also many who are unwilling to come back. Some of them believe that the Dragon Country's actions are hostile to the world, which makes their situation abroad more difficult." Lung Feng sighed. "Let our embassy do more work and try to appease them. After all, they are all descendants of Yan and Huang." Lin Yan interrupted him. "Uncle Ling, let them go. Our focus now should be on the more than 1 billion Chinese people. For those who don't want to come back, we don't need to force them, and we must respect their choices. Everyone has his own destiny." Lung Feng nodded deeply. Lin Yan's rationality and decisiveness touched his heart. The intelligence officer stood up angrily and added, "Now many Chinese on the foreign internet are sneering at our actions. Let me read you a few comments. We are still playing the game of closing the country to the outside world. It's the 21st century, and the Chinese people don't even protest. They are really a docile flock of sheep. Shouldn't Dragon Nation join hands with the rest of the world to enter a new era as spiritual energy revives? Why is it shutting itself up again? You want us to go back? Oh, you really think we are fools?" After hearing these sarcastic remarks, Ling Feng's face turned pale. "These guys!" Lin Yan seemed exceptionally calm. "Uncle Ling, the world is about to change, and we should fight for those who trust us." Ling Feng gradually calmed down. "Brother Lin, you are right." Then Lin Yan asked, "How is the purchase of guns and ammunition going?" Lin Feng replied, "Most of the purchases are made through our offshore companies. The Great Goose Country is willing to sell us a large number of AK-47s, and there has been some progress in the Lighthouse Country. As long as we offer a high price, the arms dealers in the Lighthouse Country will not refuse." Lin Yan nodded. He understood the greed and bottom line of the Lighthouse Country's arms dealers. Even if it was a hostile country, they would sell weapons as long as the price was right. This time, in order to survive and fight in the future, Dragon Country must reserve strength for itself without reservation. Chapter 11. What is the God of War? A plane slowly landed at the Shillong base. "Wow, is this the legendary Shillong base?" After the hatch opened, a college student in his 20s walked out first. There were quite a few people following behind him. These people looked at the Shillong base curiously. This military base has been rumored to be very mysterious on the internet. Soon, dozens of people got off the plane. A military bus drove over. "Everyone, please get in the car." Dozens of people got on the bus one after another. The military bus started and drove into the depths of the Shillong base, which is the underground part. "Director Lin, the first batch of 36 people has arrived." Ling Qingqiu's voice sounded beside Lin Yan. Yes, after the elder's appointment, Lin Yan asked Ling Qingqiu to come from Ling Feng to be his deputy. He wants to establish the God of War group. Before rebirth, the God of War group was the most powerful force in the entire blue planet. At that time, the God of War group was established by Ling Feng. After Lin Yan rose all the way and joined the God of War group, he eventually became the leader of the God of War group, leading this group of the strongest people on Blue Star to fight against all races. In the final battle, all 12 battalions and 144 squads of the God of War group were killed in battle, and no one retreated. This time, Lin Yan can personally establish the God of War group. Not only that, Lin Yan is confident enough to make the God of War team 100 times stronger than before their rebirth. The first batch of 36 people who joined the God of War team were directly transferred from all over the country according to the list provided by Lin Yan. They were all exceptionally brilliant geniuses before their rebirth. These 36 people have now awakened. The strongest one is already at the second level of apprenticeship. You know, they have not yet joined the Special Bureau and have not enjoyed the resources and training of the Special Bureau. The fact that he had reached the second level of apprenticeship, even though the spiritual energy had not yet officially revived, was enough to show how talented he was. There are also quite a few people here who, like Lin Qingqiu, had died in battle long before Lin Yan was reborn. There shouldn't be too many geniuses like them who died in battle before being reborn. But Lin Yan couldn't remember everyone's name. Lin Yan could only transfer the people whose names he remembered over here first. If they had joined the God of War group early and received training, their fate would have been different. Lin Yan's rebirth is itself a reversal of fate. What is changed is not only your own life, but also the life of the entire blue planet. If he had changed the fate of Blue Star, then changing the fate of some geniuses wouldn't be a big deal. Come on, Qingqiu, let's go meet them, Lin Yan said calmly. Lin Qingqiu followed behind Lin Yan. What do you think the Special Bureau wants us to do here? It should be special training. I heard that there are people in the Special Bureau who can exert tens of thousands of pounds of force. It's too scary. I don't know if it's true or not. I have awakened the talent of fire, so it should not be a big deal if the power is a little weak, right? In the spacious room, 36 awakened people were waiting and chatting there. Quiet! An adjutant came in. These awakened ones all shut their mouths. Then, an unusually young man walked in from the door. Behind him, there was a very beautiful woman. These awakened people glanced at Lin Yan and Lin Qingqiu, and were curious about their identities. This is Director Lin from the Special Bureau. He will personally lead the Ares team in the future, and you will be the first batch of members of the Ares team, the adjutant announced in a booming voice. What? Director Lin, why is he so young? Could it be some second-generation young master? The God of War group. How is this organized? The adjutant's words made the 30 or so awakened people even more curious, and many of them were guessing about Lin Yan's identity. The God of War group will be the strongest force in Dragon Country and even Blue Star in the future. Lin Yan spoke, his voice full of majesty. Many awakened ones looked at him. Lin Yan's eyes were cold and sharp, as if he could see into people's hearts. After these genius awakeners came into contact with Lin Yan's gaze, no matter their age, gender, or whether they were male or female, they did not dare to look Lin Yan in the eye. Do you know what the God of War is? Lin Yan spoke again. The awakened shook their heads. The level system of awakeners has not yet been made public, and has not yet been fully established. In fact, this system of levels and cultivation was only completely established after Dragon Country opened an ancient relic. Awakening is divided into physical awakening, mental awakening, and spiritual awakening. Body awakening is the simplest. After the body awakens, no matter whether it is strength talent, speed talent, or element control talent, our genetic energy will be activated, thereby strengthening our bodies, giving us great strength and some special abilities. And if the talent of strength is awakened, the physical strength will be several times or even 10 times greater than that of other awakeners. Strength isn't everything, but it's crucial in combat. It's like, if we can become a God of War, our bodies can at least exert 120 tons of basic strength. Lin Yan's voice echoed throughout the training room. Let all the awakened people's eyes light up. 120 tons of basic strength. This number is so adorable. Many people's eyes revealed longing and envy. Lin Yan took in the expressions of these people. These future geniuses don't know yet how great their potential is. Judging purely from talent and potential, these people are more terrifying than Lin Yan. Lin Yan's talent was average. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan relied on his luck, the Golden Dragon, to come from behind and win. The first stage goal of our God of War team is to make all of you become God of War within half a year. Then, Lin Yan stated a grand goal. Within half a year, everyone becomes a God of War. This goal startled all the awakened ones. Immediately, many awakened people became excited as if they were given a shot of chicken blood. God of War. According to Lin Yan's description, the basic strength of the body alone is 120 tons. One punch is equivalent to the impact force of a 2-ton car driving at 120 miles per hour. How terrible this is! Not to mention other means. For example, if a person awakens the wind talent, his strongest means of attack will be wind-related attacks, rather than basic physical strength. For a moment, some people's breathing became heavier. My heart can't stop surging. Who doesn't want to become strong? Who doesn't want to have great power, reach the peak of life, save the world, and enjoy the admiration of countless people? From now on, you will receive military training. You must get up at 7 o'clock every day to participate in morning exercises, and you must go to bed before 10 o'clock at night. Taking into account the expressions of these awakened ones, Lin Yan announced his training plan for them. These awakened ones really took off after the revival of spiritual energy. Before the spiritual energy is revived, you can also improve your strength with the help of limited spiritual liquid. But what is more important is to cultivate their discipline and tacit understanding of coordinated operations. Therefore, military training is necessary. Oh my God, hard times are coming. Lin Yan's words made some awakeners who were usually lazy feel bad. If any of you cannot persist, you can choose to quit now, but after you quit, you will no longer have the possibility of joining the God of War group. Now tell me, do any of you want to quit? After finishing the training plan, Lin Yan said loudly. No one said a word. Although some awakened ones are usually lazy, when they think of the power and glory of becoming a God of War, they straighten their backs and decide to persevere. Very good, now go to the playground and run 100 kilometers. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction and issued the first order. 100 kilometers. Many awakened people were dumbfounded. It's already 100 kilometers, isn't this appetizer a bit too rich? What are you standing there for? You've all awakened. I scared you guys just by running 100 kilometers. Do you still want to become a God of War? Among the crowd, a 30-year-old man was the first to move. The awakened ones were stimulated by his words. Immediately, an awakened person followed. Seeing this, the other awakened ones also put away the bitter expressions on their faces and followed silently. Becoming a God of War within half a year, team leader, is it really possible? At the edge of the playground, Ling Qingqiu couldn't help but ask. Team leader is the title that Lin Yan asked Ling Qingqiu to give him. Compared to the deputy director of the special bureau, Lin Yan prefers the identity of the leader of the God of War team. Of course you can. Lin Yan had no doubt. Yes, you can too. After saying this, he added another sentence. Ling Qingqiu was stunned. Of course, it only took you 3 months to become a high-level warrior and half a year to become a God of War. Isn't that easy? Lin Yan said calmly. If Ling Qingqiu had not died in battle before her rebirth, with her talent, she might have become a God of War in half a year. Should I go for a run then? Ling Qingqiu looked at the awakened ones who were running and sweating profusely and asked. No, but you can go if you want. The main purpose of letting this group of people run is to train their will, discipline, and obedience. As for Ling Qingqiu, there is no need for this. Come with me, let's go check out the progress of the Steel City. Lin Yan walked away from the playground. Oh well. Ling Qingqiu walked with her long legs and hurriedly followed. Now she has become Lin Yan's little follower. Chapter 12. They gave too much. Oh Yuri, great news! A large number of overseas companies are purchasing guns and ammunition. They want as many as they can get. According to statistics, the total amount of these orders is over 1 trillion. You don't know how high the prices are. Oh my God, here's our chance to make a fortune. Across the ocean, an exaggerated voice was heard in a seaside manor covering more than 10 acres. $1 trillion order. Yuri sat up from the beach chair with a thump, not even bothering to play with the hot girl in his arms. He is an arms dealer in the lighthouse country, and the number of guns that have flowed into the world through his hands is as high as 7 figures. Keith, have you checked the origins of these companies? Yuri is indeed a seasoned arms dealer. It is obvious that such a large-scale purchase is not normal. The lighthouse country sells weapons worth hundreds of billions of dollars every year, which is already a very large scale. But now, there are orders worth trillions of dollars. What's so hard about this? Most of these companies are offshore companies of Longhua. Longhua's large-scale purchase of weapons shows that it is really preparing to start a war. But what does this have to do with us? Yuri, let's do this deal together. We can definitely make a lot of money, the companion said disapprovingly. Yuri hesitated. The Lighthouse Country's arms sales targets are all over the world, except for the Dragon Country. Although this time Longwa used a large number of offshore companies for procurement, it was equivalent to covering up the problem. But once the Beacon Country starts investigating, the truth will be revealed. Yuri, they just want some light weapons. Even if the dragons have a gun, what can they do? Oh, where is the bold and ambitious Yuri? Think about your villa, think about these beauties, think about the money you lost in investment. If you don't open an order, all of these will be gone. My companion became a little anxious. However, even though his companions were almost stamping their feet in anxiety, Yuri was still hesitating. There are 660 million guns on the planet, which means there's one gun for every 12 people. Seeing that Yuri remained unmoved, his companion's tone suddenly became deep. After a pause, he continued, "The question is, how can we get the other 11 people to have guns?" His companion's words finally changed Yuri's expression. These are what he said when he decided to become an arms dealer. In the past few years, he made a fortune from arms sales and lived an extremely luxurious life. He also likes to invest everywhere, hoping to become the second Butterfield. But his investment vision was too sharp and he completely avoided all money-making projects. "I have lost almost all my money over the years." With more and more competitors, his business became difficult. But even so, facing the large order from Longwa, he still was not tempted at first. Until his companion's words awakened his original intention. Yes, he is a stinking arms dealer. Just sell arms and do your best to sell them. Why are you so patriotic? If you don't make money, you're a bastard. If he doesn't sell it, someone else will. What's more, what Longwa wants is just light weapons. Given the terrifying manufacturing industry of Longwa, even if it cannot be purchased, it will not take long for Longwa to produce it itself. So what if every dragon countryman has a gun? What he was selling were just some guns that had been eliminated by the military. What's more, there are nearly 400 million guns in the Beacon Country, which means every person has a gun. If a real war breaks out, who will be afraid of whom? This is no longer the era where the number of guns determines the outcome of a war. "Keith, give me the phone." After figuring this out, Yuri made a decisive decision to do it. "Oh, Yuri, you are awesome!" His companions were overjoyed and came forward to give Yuri a big hug. At the same time, it is still Lighthouse Junior High School. In a skyscraper in the city's CBD, a group of corporate executives were casting their votes. These are the top 5 arms dealers in the Lighthouse Country. They usually sell fighter jets, navigation systems, etc. It also has a great connection with the officials of the Lighthouse Country. There was some silence in the room. "George, the current vote is 5-5. Your vote is crucial." "Hey, I say that precisely because they are not buying high-end goods. We can do it with confidence. We can't sell them fighter jets, but ordinary guns are no problem at all." A senior executive who voted in favor persuaded a key figure. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rings. The old man named George picked up the phone. "Okay, I understand." 10 seconds later, he hung up the phone. Then, in front of other people's eyes, voted in favor. "You're so handsome, George." The senior executives who had just persuaded him were very happy. "Good. Harry, the board of directors has approved it. Now go contact those companies and tell them to prepare the money." When the voting results came out, the company's CEO was overjoyed. If the profit from this order is not too high, his bonus can be multiplied many times. As this arms dealer with an official background began to contact Longwa's offshore companies, other arms dealers who were originally hesitant made their choice one after another. The Lighthouse Country officials also secretly sold off a large number of obsolete guns through some arms companies. These companies' views are largely similar. Just guns. It's not some high-tech weapon. Longwa's asking price is so high, it would be a shame not to sell it. But at the official level of the Beacon Country, there is probably another idea. That is, using some backward guns to consume Longwa's foreign exchange reserves. For a big country like Longwa, foreign exchange reserves are very important. Once Dragon Country's foreign exchange reserves are insufficient, international giants will definitely launch an attack on Dragon Country, and it will be extremely easy for Lighthouse Country to short Dragon Country. The currency of Dragon Country will also depreciate, and there is a high possibility of inflation and a national credit crisis. Under such circumstances, Dragon Country's plan to purchase guns and ammunition from Lighthouse Country went unusually smoothly. The international airport of the Lighthouse Country has become extremely busy. That's right, in order to obtain these guns and ammunition, Longwood directly adopted air transport. After all, shipping by sea takes nearly a month, which is too tight in terms of time. Minister, it's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. In the Kangaroo Country, the Minister of Commerce shook hands with the Dragon Foreign Minister with a smile on his face. Just now, Dragon Country and Kangaroo Country signed a super large order of 2 billion tons of iron ore. The Kangaroo Country, which announced yesterday that it would never sell iron ore to the Dragon Country again, has quietly withdrawn their statement. The speed of changing face is extremely fast. The reason for this is that the price offered by Longwood was too high. It was so high that the Kangaroo Country did not even notify the Lighthouse Country and did business directly with the Dragon Country. Whether the Dragon Country will start the S3 season is none of the Kangaroo Country's business. Although the Kangaroo Country is the younger brother of the Lighthouse Country, it has its own interests, after all. They cannot just sit there and wait for so much money to be made. This time, the Kangaroo Country made a huge profit. No wonder their Minister of Commerce had such a big smile on his face. In addition to iron ore, Longwood also purchased a large amount of resources this time, such as coal, grain, etc. The Kangaroo Country can earn hundreds of billions of dollars from this wave of transactions. It would be more than enough to give each citizen tens of thousands of dollars in cash. On this day, when the news came out, the whole Kangaroo Country was jubilant. The entire Kangaroo Country has a population of only more than 20 million. Just by selling these minerals, it is enough for everyone to live an extremely comfortable life. Little do they know that how happy they are now, how depressed they will be in a few months. After the revival of spiritual energy, Mi Jin's hegemonic position was collapsed under the impact of the insect and beast tides. At that time, the most valuable things were various materials and resources. The foreign exchange reserves of various countries will basically become waste paper, as no one is willing to exchange their precious materials for other countries' currencies. Even Mi Jin. If any country uses rice and gold to purchase supplies from the Lighthouse Country, the Lighthouse Country itself will not be willing. These were all things Lin Yan had personally experienced before his rebirth. Otherwise, how could he convince the elders to spend all the foreign exchange reserves, risking the shorting of Dragon Country and the economic collapse? Ars, you bastard, why are you selling iron ore to Dragon Country? As soon as the news of the transaction between Kangaroo Country and Dragon Country came out, the Kangaroo president was questioned by the Lighthouse Country. I'm sorry, Joe, they gave too much. The Kangaroo president gritted his teeth and stammered. You are such a money-hungry guy. Ars, you'd better tear up the order. If Longwood uses your resources to start a war. Sleepy Joe was not polite at all and started to attack the president of Kangaroo Country. Hateful! After hanging up the phone, the president of Kangaroo Country was also unhappy. No matter how small a brother he is still the president of a country. It would be strange if he felt happy when being exported like this. You guys sell arms to Longwood, but you don't even allow us to sell some more. You want me to cancel the order? Impossible! The president of the Kangaroo Country was indignant. The officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Of course, it cannot be concealed that the Lighthouse Country has been selling guns and ammunition on a large scale to Dragon Country's offshore companies. You can sell arms, so can I sell some resources? Not to mention. As soon as the order with Dragon Country came out this time, the support rate of the president of Kangaroo Country in Kangaroo Country increased significantly. It's already sold, there's no way I can tear up the order. Chapter 13 When the Infrastructure Maniac Starts in Full Force. My family, I am now at the construction site of the Steel City, which is located south of the capital. Wow, there are so many excavators! In Longwa, south of the capital, a host climbed a hill and was shocked by the scene in front of him. To the north of the hill is a huge construction site that stretches for hundreds of kilometers and stretches as far as the eye can see. On this huge construction site, densely packed excavators are digging. Dump trucks lined up in a long queue and transported the rubble away in an orderly manner. Oh my God, how many excavators are there? Honestly, I've never seen so many excavators in my life. If Yugong had these excavators, wouldn't the mountain be so scared that it would run away overnight? Host, don't move. I'll take a screenshot and burn it for my grandfather to see. He loved watching excavators when he was alive. Let him see enough this time. In the live broadcast room, tens of thousands of people were shocked by the astonishing number of excavators. There are really too many excavators on the construction site. With these excavators working day and night, in less than 2 days, the deep foundation of the city wall had been dug out. The city wall being built this time is not an ordinary city wall, but a steel wall that is hundreds of meters high and more than 20 meters thick. The foundation must be deep enough and stable enough. There is more than one such wall. Every steel city has several walls of varying heights. Is this the infrastructure maniac? Haha, I like it. Come on, show it, let the world see the speed of the Dragon Nation. The number of people in this young anchor's live broadcast room quickly exceeded 100,000, and the number is still rising. This is enough to show how much people are paying attention to this matter. Uncle, can I interview you? The young anchor found the traffic password and came to the edge of the construction site at the risk of being driven away. The person she interviewed was a middle-aged man who was directing a dump truck. Girl, this place is dangerous, leave quickly. The uncle was very kind and reminded. Uncle, it's okay. Look, there are hundreds of thousands of people looking at you now. Can I ask you a few words? The little anchor said. Go ahead and ask, then leave quickly, there are too many cars here. Seeing that the young anchor was determined to achieve her goal, the uncle had to compromise in order to let her leave quickly. Uncle, where are you from? The young anchor started asking questions. I am from Yanao, the uncle said. That's pretty close. Why did you come here, uncle? The young anchor asked again. You kid, this is nonsense. If the country needs me, of course I have to come. After the uncle finished speaking, he waved the small red flag in his hand, signaling a dump truck to wait, as another one was coming. Look at this simple emotion. Inexplicably moved. Impressed +1. The uncle's simple and plain words moved many people in the live broadcast room. Uncle, do you think we can build the steel city within a month and a half? After the uncle finished directing the dump truck, the young anchor seized the opportunity to ask again. Yes, why not? Look at how many people we have here. Didn't you young people say that Longwei is crazy about infrastructure? How difficult is this? The uncle said confidently. Haha, that's true. I really like the uncle's self-righteousness. This is the confidence that the country has given us. It makes me want to help move bricks. Let's wait. The Awakening Getting Started guide will be released tomorrow. What if I awaken? There are more and more people in the live broadcast room. At this time, in the sky, Lin Yan and Ling Qingqiu were sitting in a helicopter, also inspecting the construction site. To the north of the construction site, a steady stream of steel bars were transported in and piled up like mountains. Cement and gravel are also piled up in mountains. These construction materials are still being shipped and continuously. They were piled up into small hills, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. A large number of construction workers are also busy. Although the foundation has not been completely dug, they have already started tying up steel bars. Once the foundation is dug, a lot of time can be saved. A large number of concrete mixers are also ready. The workload this time is too large, and the mixing stations in surrounding cities simply cannot meet the demand, so on-site mixing is necessary. This bustling scene shocked Ling Qingqiu. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a large construction site. At this moment, Ling Qingqiu also intuitively felt why Longwo was called the infrastructure maniac. It's not a big problem. Lin Yan was quite satisfied with the construction progress of the steel city. When the infrastructure construction maniac starts running at full speed, the energy released is extremely terrifying. The efficiency is also very high. It can be said that if it were the Dragon Country, any other country, even the Lighthouse Country, would not be able to complete these 100 steel cities within a month and a half. The reason why Lin Yan gave an extra half month was because the mutation of the insect beast also took time. The first wave of insects came half a month after the recovery of spiritual energy. Before his rebirth, by the time the Dragon Country had completed building its steel city, most of its 1.4 billion people had died. Something like that will definitely not happen again this time. In fact, these walls will have a greater purpose in the future. When the Wandering Blue Star plan is launched, a large formation will be built around these walls to protect the buildings in every city. Avoid the vibration caused by the teleportation of the blue star that may cause the city to be destroyed. It can also maintain the temperature inside the city after the blue star is teleported to a new galaxy. It's not like the wandering Earth before Lin Yen traveled through time, where people could only live underground and the ground was covered with ice and snow. In the future, these 100 steel cities will also be the footholds and bases of the Starry Sky teleportation array on the ground. The reason why there are 100 seats is because of this reason. This number is just right, neither too many nor too few, and is also conducive to defense. The population density in each city is not too high. Oh my god, the Dragon Kingdom is so fast! In the south of Dragon Country, another city, the City of Steel, is progressing faster than the capital. The capital city is located on an alluvial plain, and the foundation needs to be dug very deep to reach the hard rock layer. But some cities located in mountainous areas do not need to dig that deep. In these cities, several meter-high steel walls were built in just 2 days. The steel content in these city walls is extremely high. They are literally made of steel bars. They surround the entire city and have a total length of several hundred kilometers. It scared every foreign anchor who saw it. The foreign anchor quickly uploaded the video to the internet. Oh my god, it's only been 2 days and they've built so much? No way, is Long was serious? The people of Long Country can't even afford eggs. Why is there such a speed? No wonder the ancient dragon people were able to build the Great Wall. Their infrastructure genes must be ingrained in their bones, right? Oh god, is this the infrastructure maniac? If this is building pyramids, they would have to build dozens of them a day. Damn it, I've decided to go back home. With such a large-scale project, there will definitely be something earth-shattering happening. That's nothing. If we in the White Elephant Country are willing, we can build 1,000 steel cities in a matter of minutes, which is 10 times the number of Dragon Country. As expected, the foreign anchor's video caused a sensation on the internet. Foreigners are also very busy. Who would have the time to pay attention to things happening too far away? In the past, Chinese people thought that things that attracted widespread attention on the internet were actually mostly paid attention to by Chinese people. Then the dragon people were delighted by themselves, thinking they had shocked the whole world. But this time, Longgua's actions really attracted the attention of the whole world. Therefore, the video of this foreign anchor quickly became popular on the internet. It also allowed countless foreigners to witness the horror of Dragon Country, the infrastructure maniac. Chapter 14: When Jokes Become Reality. After personally inspecting the construction site, Lin Yen was completely relieved. He can now focus on improving his own strength and the strength of the God of War team. Before the revival of spiritual energy, it was still difficult for Lin Yen to reach the level of a God of War in terms of mental power. Body, spirit, and mind, these are 3 different paths of growth for the awakened. Although his mental power cannot reach the level of a God of War, Lin Yen can improve his physical combat power. Just as Lin Yen said to the members of the God of War team, as long as the body is awakened, no matter what talent is awakened, the genetic energy can be activated. Genetic energy is the foundation of the awakened person's power, which is equivalent to the magic power of a wizard and the internal force in martial arts novels. Due to the existence of psychic shackles, for the current people of Blue Star, the talent in the area where they are more talented will often be awakened first. Then, you can use this most outstanding talent to grow rapidly, constantly break through the shackles of psychic energy, make your genetic energy more and more abundant, and your innate abilities more and more powerful. Life expectancy will also become longer and longer. These awakened ones can reach the pinnacle in one talent. For these awakeners, multiple awakenings may not be a good thing, because it will distract their attention and slow down their growth. For you Lin Yen, the situation is different. None of his talents stand out. But Lin Yen has the golden dragon of luck, with which he can rely on to grow rapidly and break through more spiritual shackles. Therefore, Lin Yan's choice is to develop comprehensively and awaken as many different talents as possible. This will make him have no weaknesses and will also make Lin Yan's combat power extremely powerful. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan used his cosmic level strength to kill the Domain Lord, and this was the reason. After rebirth, Lin Yan was standing on his own shoulders before rebirth. His start was 100 times better. Lin Yan's choice remains the same as before his rebirth. But his growth rate will be much faster than before his rebirth. Oh, Realm Master! Thinking of the unrivaled strength displayed by the God Clan Lord in the last battle, Lin Yan's eyes turned cold. Last time, he lost. It doesn't matter if you lose, try again this time. Team leader, why did you drink so much spiritual fluid? In the Shillong base, Leng Qingqiu's voice was full of worry. Because, just now Lin Yan drank 10 milliliters of spiritual liquid at one time. Lin Yan used most of the several hundred milliliters of spiritual liquid stored in the Shillong base, some for the God of War group and some for himself. Lin Feng had accumulated these spiritual liquids for several months, and was heartbroken to see them being used so recklessly by Lin Yan. Although he felt distressed, Lin Feng said nothing. It's okay, Qingqiu, you should also practice and strive to become a high-level warrior before the spiritual energy revives, Lin Yan said with a calm expression. Okay. Although Ling Qingqiu was still a little worried, when she thought of Lin Yan's mystery and strength, she felt that she was worrying too much. She left this training room and entered another one, also preparing to improve her strength. After Ling Qingqiu left, Lin Yan closed his eyes. Golden light began to emanate from his body. This is Xiao Jin helping him to quickly absorb these spiritual fluids and use them to increase his genetic energy. Unlike mental power, physical cultivation requires an extremely large amount of resources. Time flies and it is the next day. Today is exactly 3 days since the Special Bureau issued the announcement. Many people from Long Country were waiting there early. All the schools opened very early today. Because today is the day when the Getting Started Guide to Awakening is released. From today on, the Getting Started Guide to Awakening will be introduced into all major schools and become a compulsory course in primary, secondary, and colleges. All schools must set aside one class period every day for study. Students are actually relatively easy to awaken. Because as you grow older, the psychic shackles will become more stable. It will greatly increase the difficulty of breaking through the shackles of psychic energy. However, students have too little experience and knowledge, and their subjective initiative, and will are not as good as those of adults, so they need more guidance. This is also the reason why most of the awakened people in Dragon Country are adults. This psychic shackle is somewhat unsolvable for the people of Blue Star. Of course, once the Blue Star escapes from the solar system, the newborns on the Blue Star will no longer be shackled by psychic energy. The growth of the new generation will be very smooth and the speed of growth will be beyond imagination. But that is the next generation's business. If Lin Yan's generation can handle it, there will be no next generation at all. In addition to entering the school, the Awakening Introductory Guide will also be published on the Special Bureau's website and app. Every Longwa citizen can learn after entering their ID number, and then undergoing facial recognition. There are still some differences between what students learn and what adults learn. Why did the school distribute the gifts at 8 o'clock, but we have to wait until 9 o'clock? This is really unbearable. Yeah, I really want to see what the Awakening Getting Started Guide is like. The Special Bureau app is really amazing. There are probably hundreds of millions of people online at the same time, but it didn't crash. As an official app, this surprises me. Yeah, that kind of budget of hundreds of millions, after layers of subcontracting, a few interns were paid tens of thousands of dollars to do something that finally didn't happen. The Special Bureau is full of awakened ones. If you dare to bluff them, aren't you afraid that a bunch of awakened ones will rush over and tear you into pieces? In a penguin group, many group members were chatting while waiting for the release of the Awakening Getting Started Guide. It's 8 o'clock now. The school has started to announce the Awakening Introductory Guide, right? Look, there's a live broadcast. Immediately, someone discovered that a school had started live streaming. A large number of group members rushed in and saw that in a classroom, 2 teachers were handing out booklets. Those booklets are the Introductory Guide to Awakening. It's true! I didn't expect that the joke would become a reality. Practice starts from childhood, ha ha. But I have some questions. Why not cultivate immortality? No matter what he repairs, as long as I can become stronger, I am willing to do it. The school's live broadcast room suddenly became lively. At this time, in the picture, the elementary school students have begun to read the Getting Started Guide to Awakening. When a person is born, his body is pure, his soul has a mark, and his heart has a spirit. The way of the body begins in the wild, is practiced in the morning, and is strengthened in the evening. The way of the soul lies in the thought, feeling its traces, and understanding its imprints. The catchy sound of reading filled the entire classroom and live broadcast room. Wow, I thought it was a difficult text, but it turned out to be in the form of the 3-character classic. Haha, this is so funny. It makes me envy these elementary school students. Although I am confused by this thing, I still want to say it loudly, NB. There are more and more people in the live broadcast room. Seeing that even primary school students have begun to learn the introductory guide to awakening, the joke that was once popular on the internet has become a reality. Many people find it interesting, but also realize it clearly. A brand new era is probably about to arrive. Chapter 15, A Good Start. All universities, colleges, primary and secondary schools, and vocational schools across the country have distributed the Awakening Introductory Guide at 8 a.m. and started learning simultaneously. So far, everything is going well. At the Shillong base, the intelligence officer reported the latest developments. In front of Lin Yan and Ling Feng, there was a large screen, on which was the school's live broadcast room. Today is the day when the Awakening Getting Started Guide is officially released. Lin Yan and Ling Feng both wanted to see the effect. Since spiritual energy has not yet revived, with the help of the Introductory Guide to Awakening, it should be possible to produce some awakeners. The greater advantage is that within this month, all dragon people will have memorized the Awakening Getting Started Guide. On the day when the spiritual tide arrives, the number of awakened people in Dragon Country will definitely surge. Before the rebirth, on the day of the spiritual tide, a total of 1 million awakeners were born around the world. The number of awakened people born in Dragon Country is more than 210,000, accounting for more than 1/5 of the world's total. This ratio is still very high. After all, dragon people do not even account for 1/5 of the world's population. This is enough to show the overall excellence of the dragon people. This time, with the Introductory Guide to Awakening, on the day of the spiritual tide, perhaps the country of Guanglong alone could produce more than 1 million awakeners. Lin Yan is very confident about this. Students, awakening is divided into physical awakening, mental awakening, and spiritual awakening. The awakening of the body can be divided into many aspects. For example, some people can control fire after awakening, some people have infinite strength, and some people can use the wind as their toy. If we want to awaken, we need to observe in our daily lives what we are close to and what we like more, and follow our hearts. In the live broadcast room, a teacher was explaining the Introductory Guide to Awakening to the students. This teacher is not an awakened one, but the accompanying handouts have been distributed. If these basic things are stolen by other countries, they can be of some inspiration and use to the people of those countries. But Lin Yan was not very worried. The handouts are not the point. The key is the Awakening Getting Started Guide itself. That is, 252 words arranged in the form of 3-character classic. Of course, there is also a systematic explanation of awakening included here. After learning from it, there will eventually be certain results. It's not entirely a bad thing that other countries are stronger than before their rebirth. Maybe when the myriad races come, there won't be so many people fleeing Blue Star and collaborating with the enemy to rebel. But Lin Yan still doesn't have too much hope for other countries. Long Country is his base and also Lin Yan's hope for a comeback. Okay, everyone, keep reading. We must read it at least 10 times every day. Even if you can recite it by heart, you must still read it. After the teacher finished speaking, he asked all the students to continue reading. When a person is born, his body is pure, his soul has a mark, and his heart has a spirit. The way of the body begins in the wild, is practiced in the morning, and is strengthened in the evening. In the classroom, the sound of reading aloud could be heard again. Come on, let's read along and see the effect. Many people who were watching the live broadcast also started reading along. Suddenly, a scream of pain was heard in the classroom. The reading in the classroom stopped, and the students looked in the direction where the screams came from. That was a student sitting in the back row. "Student Lu Hua, are you okay?" The teacher quickly walked towards the student who was screaming in pain. The student covered his head with his hands, looking painful. "What's going on? Isn't he about to awaken? How can it be so easy to wake up? He must be sick." Everyone in the live broadcast room was worried about this student. When the teacher walked in front of the student, the scene changed again. A strong wind suddenly blew in the originally quiet classroom. Suddenly, there was a strong wind, as if a storm had occurred, and the books on the desks were blown everywhere. No, it wasn't flying around randomly, but it was circling around the student named Lu Hua very quickly. Some students were terrified and held their heads and screamed, while others quickly squatted on the ground. The teacher was blown to the ground by the wind. Because the center of the storm is Lu Hua, who just screamed in pain. "Oh my God, he really awakened? It looks like it's awakening." 666. Is the Awakening Beginner's Guide so awesome? Someone has already awakened right after entering the school. This is simply too cool. This is the first time I've seen someone awaken, and he's still a little kid. Oh my God, I'm not even as good as a kid. How embarrassing. Kid, you're invincible. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement. That student has obviously awakened. There have been quite a few awakened people appearing on the internet in recent days. Some of the awakened people with strong utilitarianism have even started shooting live videos to sell goods. The people of Long Country have basically witnessed the power of the awakened ones on the internet. But this is still the first time for many people to see someone else awakening with their own eyes. The person who awakened this time was an elementary school student. Because this event was so eye-catching, we saw that the number of people in this live broadcast room increased rapidly as the platform promoted the flow. "Brother Lin, has this child awakened?" Ling Feng was also paying attention. "Yes, Uncle Ling," Lin Yan said. "Haha, this is a great start." Ling Feng laughed happily. A good start. The awakening of this elementary school student is indeed a good start. Getting started with awakening, this student had just entered the school for less than 10 minutes when he awakened. I woke up during the live broadcast at school. This scene was witnessed by millions of people. This number is still increasing. This is naturally a good thing for the Special Bureau. Just imagine how much excitement this incident brought to the people of Long Country after it spread. This is enough to prove that the Special Bureau is reliable. Although most people are willing to support the country these days, such a big move still has a significant impact on Longwa's economy. The income of many people has also been affected, and they are questioning the necessity of Longwa's actions. To cut off someone's source of wealth is like killing his parents. Ling Feng could understand these people's actions. As long as these people did not commit any illegal or criminal acts, he did not let the relevant departments intervene too much, but only strengthen positive publicity. Now, with the release of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, we have another good start. It is bound to plant a seed in the hearts of all dragon people, making them begin to yearn for awakening. How can making money be as important as awakening? The voices questioning the Special Bureau will naturally become smaller. The credibility and prestige of the Special Bureau will be greatly enhanced, and the people of Dragon Country will trust the Special Bureau more, and will be more supportive and cooperative with the Special Bureau's next series of actions. Engineering and recruiting work in the Steel City will also go more smoothly. People's hearts are also more united. And the human heart is actually the real city of steel. This brings about countless more. Brother Lin, it has to be you. Ling Feng couldn't help but give Lin Yan a thumbs up. Chapter 16. Awakeners appear, the whole country is excited. Look, an elementary school student has awakened. I've been reading for a long time, but I don't feel anything at all. Is it just too rubbish? Don't be depressed, you are not alone. During the double holidays at universities, after the bell rang, many college students paid attention to the awakening of primary school students. They also took a class on the introductory guide to awakening. However, none of these dozens of college students have awakened. Wow, Cheongjo actually awakened 5 students. Some students have seen the latest developments. Is it so awesome? Let me see it. Other students gathered around. That was a message released by Tianfu Watch. The first lesson of the Awakening Introductory Guide distributed to schools was a great success in Cheongjo, with 3 students awakened. This is Tianfu observation. If you don't observe Tianfu, you observe other places every day. There are probably hundreds of thousands of students in Cheongjo province combined. Only 3 of them have awakened. So I'm not too bad. Wow, 12 students in Hubei province have awakened. Another student saw the new message. Compared with Cheongjo province, Hubei province gained more this time, with 15 students awakened in the first lesson. Our Hubei province 9-headed bird is really awesome. TSK, Yuri province's population is 6 times that of Cheongjo province, but the number of awakened students is only 5 times. How dare you yell like that? Stop arguing, there's something even more amazing. Our Yu province has a population of just over 30 million, but 13 students have awakened. Shu province is not bad either, with more than 20 awakened people. This classroom became an information exchange room, and many college students continued to read battle reports from all over the country. These scenes are not only happening in this university classroom. This is happening in classrooms in a large number of schools in Longhua. Currently, in 34 provinces across the country, the number of students who have awakened in the first lesson of the Awakening Introductory Guide is 580. The province with the largest number of people is Guangdong, with a total of 32 students awakening. Among the awakened students, the majority are middle school students, followed by elementary school students, and relatively few are college students and high school students. The results of the first lesson of awakening in the Shillong Kingdom were reported. Good! Lin Feng's face was full of smiles. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. With the current concentration of spiritual energy, having such gains in the first lesson of awakening can be considered a victory in the first battle. In just one class, 580 students across the country awakened. Of course, Lin Yan also knew that this was the initial effect. After the Getting Started Guide to Awakening was introduced into the classroom, as soon as the students read it aloud, some students who already had the hope of awakening were stimulated and inspired. This awakened him at once. Even if these students don't wake up now, they will wake up sooner or later. The Getting Started Guide to Awakening only gave them a push and sped up the awakening process. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the effects of the subsequent courses were not so good. But it's still a happy event. Now on the internet, good news from various provinces is flying all over the place. Every piece of good news attracts a lot of attention, and the number of comments alone can reach millions in a short period of time. The reason why it's so popular is because it's almost 9 o'clock. A large number of Dragon Country people are waiting to enter the special bureau website or app to learn the introductory guide to awakening. During this waiting time, the Dragon people had nothing to do, so naturally they all came to pay attention to this matter. It has to be our great Guangdong province. Not only is the economy strong, but it also leads the way in the number of awakened people. Tisk, you're showing off with just these few people. Besides, there are only 35 awakened people in Guangdong province out of more than 100 million people. This ratio is not high. Stop arguing, it's 9 o'clock. In a live broadcast room dedicated to publishing data, people from different provinces are competing with each other. After the words, "It's 9 o'clock," no one spoke in the huge live broadcast room. Everyone opened the special bureau's website or app. A special section has appeared inside. A beginner's guide to awakening. Oh yeah, I can finally get in. I hope God will bless me and let Wang Tingyu awaken. In the rental house, a man named Wang Tingyu, who was originally lying on the bed, sat up straight and started looking at his mobile phone. His phone screen was broken in half, with only half being able to display, but it was still usable. Wang Tingyu stared at the other half of the screen and started watching. Why is it a poem? Upon seeing this, Wang Tingyu discovered that the Introductory Guide to Awakening for Adults is a poem. Not only the poem, the special bureau app also requires that you must read this poem more than 10 times every day. Even if you can recite it, you still have to read it. The path of cultivation is deep and long, and only when you fully comprehend the mysteries can you find the way. Tao follows nature and the mind is naturally calm. The spirit wanders in the vast universe and the mind soars. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth enters the body, and the essence of the sun and the moon is stored away. Wanting you began to read in a low voice. The poem is long, longer than the 3-character classic-style guide to awakening that students learn. A few minutes later, he finished reading it. But Wanting you was still a little confused. The guide does not explain the poem, but only provides some basic knowledge. Just like what students learn. Keep reading. Wanting you decided to work hard and read it over and over again. He read this book dozens of times. After reading it more than 100 times, Wanting you was suddenly stunned. A minute later, the phone screen went dark. Wanting you was in a daze. I spent a lot of time in a daze. Suddenly. Buzz! Wanting you only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Everything in the room began to float. After these things floated in the air, they remained motionless. It wasn't until Wanting you came to his senses and saw those floating objects. Ah! Wanting you was stunned and hadn't yet recovered from his shock. The next second, everything fell to the ground. Pa! The phone fell to the ground and the screen is completely unusable. My cell phone! Wanting you was heartbroken because this was his only cell phone. In recent years, my parents have been bedridden and I have a younger sister at home. He basically sent back home all the money he earned from working outside, leaving only 200 yuan for himself for living expenses every month. The phone was so broken that most people would have thrown it away long ago, but Wanting you was reluctant to replace it. He hasn't realized it yet, but he has awakened. What awakened was a rare spiritual power. Physical awakening is relatively easy, but mental and spiritual awakening is extremely difficult. Even without the shackles of all races, it would be very difficult to awaken spiritually. Wanting you was able to awaken his telekinesis and become a spiritual master, which made him much more valuable than other awakened people. But at this moment, Wanting you hadn't reacted at all, and the overwhelming wealth had already hit him. He was still crying because of a broken cell phone. Haha, I'm awakened. From now on I Li Yuehua stand up. Shit! In another rental house, a newly awakened person jumped for joy. Then, the awakened one then crashed through the ceiling. The head suddenly rushed to the ground upstairs. It scared the couple who were digging a well on the sofa upstairs. The awakened one blinked his eyes and saw the couple still in the fusion state staring at him in amazement. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, you guys continue." After saying that, he quickly put his hands on the ceiling and let himself fall down. Holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, from now on I am also a superior person. I'm not going to this class anymore. In a company, a newly awakened awakener broke through the door amid the envious gazes of his colleagues. Drink. In the park, the old men and women gathered together. With a loud shout, a gray-haired old man lifted a stone lion weighing several hundred kilograms above his head. After lifting such a heavy stone lion, the old man didn't even feel embarrassed or nervous, and he could even walk and jump around. She suddenly became the object of worship for many middle-aged women. Wow, you are awesome! Some young people passing by were stunned. The mind is clear and illuminates all things, and the thoughts are penetrating and penetrating. Sit quietly in the bamboo forest, listen to the wind and rain, cleanse away the dust and realize the truth. In the ward, the haggard husband sat by the bed, reading the Getting Started Guide to Awakening over and over again. On the hospital bed, there lay a motionless woman. This is his wife, a vegetative person who has been lying in bed for more than 10 years. For more than 10 years, the husband never gave up and continued to work while accompanying his wife. He took good care of his wife and read books and told stories to her every day. After the special bureau revealed the existence of the awakeners, he actually wanted to find an awakener to help his wife, but there were too few awakeners who could help him. Either you are awakened or you are omnipotent. Now, the introductory guide to awakening has been published, and the husband has been reading it over and over again, hoping to awaken himself, so that maybe this can help his wife recover. Husband. As he was reading, the husband suddenly heard a voice. Wife. The husband almost jumped up because the voice was clearly his wife's. He excitedly rushed to the ward and held his wife's hand. But soon, he was disappointed again. The wife remained motionless. There was no response. Hallucinations again? He has experienced this kind of disappointment many times over the years. The husband sighed and sat down. Honey, it's me, Fingji, can you hear me? At this time, his wife's voice sounded again. Wife? The husband looked at his wife, who was still motionless, and sighed again. His paranoia seemed to be getting worse. Honey, this is not hallucination, it's really me, I don't know why this happened. The wife's voice rang out again. Huh! The husband was stunned. Immediately he reacted. Wife, you won't wake up, right? Awakened? My husband said yes, so it is. I feel like I will be able to move soon. The wife said. Great, I'll go call the doctor right away. Doctor. The husband was so excited that his whole body was shaking and he shouted loudly for the doctor. Hubby, you've worked hard these years. The wife's next words made the 1.80-meter tall husband burst into tears and sob. On this day, with the release of the Beginner's Guide to Awakening, awakened people emerged one after another in the land of Dragon Country. Damn it, even a 70-year-old man has awakened? Haha, this guy burned down his own house after he woke up. Luckily there was a fire station nearby. Here's something even more outrageous. After a vegetative patient who had been bedridden for more than 10 years listened to the Introductory Guide to Awakening, he was able to communicate with others using his mind. Is this true or false? Where did you get it? Why didn't I get it? Look at Weibo and TikTok, there are news about awakened people everywhere. Many college students started eating melons. The teachers in the university were also not in the mood to teach, and many of them were reading the Beginner's Guide to Awakening. On this day, the Dragon Country's internet was flooded with news about various awakened people. After the Introductory Guide to Awakening was announced to the whole society, a large number of people awakened on the first day. According to statistics from some curious people, there are more than 500 people who can be seen on the internet alone. The report, the data is out. On the first day, there were 1,950 people awakening in society. Together with the people awakening in school, the total number is 2,800. The next morning, at the Shillong base, the intelligence officer excitedly reported the data to Lin Yen and Lin Feng. 2,800 people. Very good. Brother Lin, you are so awesome. Lin Feng was even more excited than the intelligence agent, and was full of praise for Lin Yen. Without the Introductory Guide to Awakening provided by Lin Yen, there would not be the current grand scene of awakeners appearing in large numbers. Among the 1.4 billion people in the entire Dragon Country, less than 10,000 people awakened in just a few months. But on the first day of the release of the Awakening Getting Started Guide, more than 2,000 awakeners were born. If this continues, before the spiritual energy officially revives, Dragon Country will have tens of thousands of awakened people. After the spiritual energy is revived, what will happen to the awakened people? This number was soon published online. Wow, more than 2,000 people awakened in one day. Awesome! We have to work harder too, let's go! Go! If a 70-year-old man can awaken, what do we young people have to be afraid of? As soon as this number was announced, it became a hot search on larger websites. All of a sudden, the whole country was excited, and countless people were inspired and began to read the Getting Started Guide to Awakening diligently. Chapter 17. They began to get scared. Wang Tingyu, have this pair of siblings also awakened? Qingqiu, transfer them to the God of War team. In the office, after Lin Yan finished reading the information of the awakener who awakened yesterday, he said to Ling Qingqiu. After all, Lin Yan knew and remembered only a few of the genius awakeners who died in battle in his previous life. However, seeing the name also evoked Lin Yan's memory. Just like Wang Tingyu and Wang Tingyu. Lin Yan had an impression of this brother and sister, but he just couldn't remember their names. Until now. Okay. Is this Fengji the one who is in a vegetative state? Lin Yan saw another name. Yes, Lin, she became a vegetable more than 10 years ago. It is because of her husband's persistence that she is still alive today. Lin Qingqiu knew Fengji quite well. Among all the awakened people in Dragon Country, Feng Ji is the most special one. Vegetative state awakening. It's so legendary. Now she and her husband, who has never left her, are also very popular on the internet. Their love story touched many people. Send her over here too, Lin Yan said. If he remembered correctly, this Feng Ji was an extremely rare psychic. That is, people who have awakened on the spiritual level. The psychic plays a significant role in combat. Their abilities can influence and infect the mind, eliminating fear, tension, and boosting morale on the battlefield. At the same time, the psychic teacher can also sense the mind and distinguish between good and evil. Another ability of a psychic is to communicate across distances. Don't underestimate this ability. Once the communication is cut off by all races, or when entering the starry sky to fight, this ability can be of great use. Unfortunately, psychics are the ones that all races target, and before his rebirth, Lan Xing realized the importance of psychics too late, which led to Feng Ji being assassinated early. Okay. Lin Qingqiu put a check mark on Feng Zi's name. This time, Lin Yan is going to transfer quite a few awakened people into the God of War group. The current War God group has expanded to more than 100 people. This number of people is naturally not enough. In the previous life's God of War group, there were a total of 12 battalions, each battalion had 12 squads, and each squad had 10 people. Altogether, that's 1,440 people. The scale of the God of War group this time will definitely be bigger, much bigger. However, there are not many awakened people in Dragon Country now, so it is not possible to expand on a large scale. The members of each team in the God of War group have complementary abilities. Just like in a team battle in the game, there are people in the front row who take damage, people in the back row who output damage, people with auxiliary talents, as well as substitutes, and those who charge forward and so on. In this way, each team is a complete combat entity and can exert maximum combat effectiveness. The various teams within a brigade can also fight together when necessary. In his previous life, the God of War formed a team of 10 people, and if they cooperated well, they could annihilate enemies of similar strength but several times their own. They are often used as spearheads and are also the key to turning the tide of battle in major battles. After making the arrangements, Lin Yan went to see the training of the God of War group, then entered the exclusive training room again to continue improving his strength with the help of Xiao Jin. In the current Shillong base, the number of training rooms is still increasing to meet the needs of more and more awakened people. Not all awakened people were concentrated in the Shillong base. Each province has also established a special awakener training base, so the awakeners in each province can be trained nearby. The Shillong base mainly trains the top students among the awakened ones. As for the Ares group, they are the best of the best. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Lighthouse Country. God, I hate working overtime. What's going on this time? I heard that Dragon Country released the Awakening Beginner's Guide yesterday. It should be for this matter. Damn Dragon Country, I haven't had a good night's sleep for several days. In the White House, many people were cursing. The reason is simple. They had all gotten off work, but were called back to work overtime by a phone call. At this time, it was a little after 9 in the morning in Dragon Country and a little after 9 in the evening in Lighthouse Country. Anyone who is called to work overtime at this time would feel unhappy. At this time, Haas, the second in command of the lighthouse, walked in. Hey Haas, is there an emergency? An official asked. Of course, Dragon Country just announced the number of awakeners they had yesterday. Guess how many? Haas asked. The official shook his head. Haas, unless you give me a deck of tarot cards, I can't guess. Oh! Oh my God! Someone suddenly shouted loudly. What's the matter, Richard? Others looked over. Over 2,000 awakeners were born in Dragon Country yesterday. Oh my God, that's over 2,000. There was a sense of disbelief in that man's voice. What? 2,000 awakened ones, Richard, did you see that correctly? Oh God, we only have over 2,000 awakened people so far. How could they have so many in one day? This is impossible. In the building, screams of surprise were heard one after another. Haas, could this be false data released by Dragon Country to deliberately scare us? An official asked. It's true. Sleepy Joe shows up. Once he showed up, Sleepy Joe confirmed the news. What, is it true? The president said it was true, so it must be true. More than 2,000. If this continues, the awakened ones of Dragon Country will probably far exceed us. When the number reaches a certain level, even if we train enough supermen, we may not be their opponents. After the news was confirmed, many officials were a little scared. They are starting to get scared. The population of Dragon Country is larger than theirs, so it is normal that there are more awakened people. They also had some expectations. But they don't think the number of awakened people is the key. The Lighthouse Country is ahead of the Dragon Country in many aspects, including research on the human body, biotechnology, genetic engineering, etc. Research in these areas can help the awakened people grow. So, their superhuman plan was going well. The Superman that has been trained has already possessed considerable combat capabilities, and ordinary thermal weapons can no longer threaten this Superman. I thought that with the Superman plan, I could suppress the Dragon Kingdom. But now, thanks to this stroke of genius from the Dragon Kingdom, more than 2,000 awakeners emerged in one day. The number of awakened people counted in the Lighthouse Country so far is only over 2,000. There may be some in secret, but not too much. If this continues, the number of awakened people in Dragon Country will far exceed that of Lighthouse Country. At that time, the difference in quantity was not just a few times. But the gap in quantity is dozens or even hundreds of times. When the quantity reaches a certain level, it will cause qualitative changes. For example, among so many awakened people, what if some particularly powerful ones appear among them and can compete with their Supermen? Don't worry too much. We have obtained all their introductory guides, and someone has translated them for us. Seeing that many officials were somewhat frightened, Haas announced good news. Oh, that's great! Longhua is contributing to the development of the world. I suggest that the Nobel Peace Prize be awarded to the great elder of Longhua, haha. This good news made many officials feel relieved. Everyone, get moving. We need to make all the preparations tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will deliver the Awakening Beginner's Guide to our 400 million citizens. Sleepy Joe exclaimed. The officials finally stopped complaining, and they all cheered up and got to work. Although swearing is not a gentleman's behavior, I still couldn't help it. I'm the same as you. Oh my God, look at what time it is. 2 o'clock, 2 in the morning. They wake us up to go to work. On the other side, in the British Empire, at number 10 Tanglin Street, there was also a large group of officials who were cursing. These officials are even more abusive than those in the Beacon Country. It's not even 12 o'clock in the Lighthouse Country yet. It was 2 a.m. in the Kingdom of the Sun, and the officials were all sleeping soundly when they were woken up by the phone call. This person is in a much worse mood than the officials of the Beacon Country. What? More than 2,000 awakened ones? God! But soon, these officials were scared out of their wits. The population of the Sun Never Sets country was originally small, and in the months before the revival of spiritual energy, they only had a few hundred awakened people. The number of awakened people born in Dragon Country on this day is several times the total number of their awakened people. This was a real shock to them. Even if the sky falls, they will not feel at ease with the motherland, the Lighthouse Country, to support them. Quick, prepare the rules. Tomorrow morning, we will distribute the Dragon Nation's Awakening Introductory Guide. If Longhua can do it, we can do it too. Not surprisingly, the Kingdom of the Sun Never Sets also followed the example of the Kingdom of the Lighthouse and copied the approach of the Kingdom of the Dragon, distributing the Dragon's Awakening Getting Started Guide to every citizen. As for the translation problem, some people help them. The one that is faster than them is the Sakura Country. The most frightened country on Blue Planet these days is undoubtedly the Sakura Country. On the day the Special Bureau's announcement came out, the top leaders of Sakura Country were somewhat frightened. Otherwise, why would they stop discharging nuclear wastewater overnight? Although there is a father, he is a little too far away. Longhua got a little too close again. Dragon Country's Dongfeng Express is no joke. Now, when the top leaders of Sakura Country heard that more than 2,000 awakeners were born in Dragon Country in one day, their hearts were pounding. The population of Sakura Country is over 100 million, and there are also hundreds of awakened people. The top leaders have witnessed how powerful the awakened people are. That represents supernatural power. Longwa produced more than 2,000 of them in one day. How scary! After being frightened, the top leaders of Sakura country made a decision immediately. Steal skills. Copy homework. This is what they do best. The Beginner's Guide to Secureone's Awakening has already been translated. In recent years, Longwurun has brought quite a few people to Sakura country, and their average educational level and skills are not bad. The translation is also quite good. So, that afternoon, Sakura country published the Sakura version of the Awakening Getting Started guide on all websites. At the same time, all media and television stations are working hard to promote it. Schools also began to organize students to study. The efficiency of copying homework should not be too high. Chapter 18 Global Copywriting. Brother Lin, there's news from Sakura. They are now widely disseminating the Awakening Introductory Guide, and all universities, middle schools, and elementary schools have already started teaching. As soon as Sakura country took action, Lin Feng hurried to find Lin Yan to discuss it. These little devils are so bold that they steal our things so openly. In my opinion, we should send the fleet over and let the Rocket Force and Dongfeng Express target Shangjing to see if they dare to steal things again. This news made Major General Li Jiangguo very angry. As an old-school soldier, Li Jiangguo has a deep hatred for the Sakura country. Commander Li, calm down. Now is not the time to start a war. We should focus on dealing with the insect beast tide. Lin Feng quickly advised. Li Jiangguo has a high prestige in the army. If he is not appeased, the Dragon Country's army is likely to have conflicts or even frictions with the Sakura country. Although Lin Feng also wanted to attack the Sakura country, the focus of the Dragon Country cannot be placed on it now. The key is to deal with the crises and opportunities brought by the spiritual tide. I know the severity of the situation, but I'm still a little angry. I've been holding this anger for decades, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to vent it. Li Jiangguo sighed and said, Don't worry, Commander Li, there will definitely be one. Lin Yan spoke. Okay, I believe what Brother Lin said. Although Li Jiangguo is older than Lin Yan, he also calls Lin Yan brother. Over the past few days, he has become quite convinced of Lin Yan. Especially when the results of the Awakening Getting Started guide came out, even this old-school soldier was shocked. There was no longer any doubt about Lin Yan's words. Brother Lin, I am now worried that the Lighthouse country, the British Empire and other Western countries that have always been hostile to us will also copy our homework. Lin Feng expressed another concern of his. Even the Sakura country has started copying the Dragon country's homework. It is very likely that Western countries such as the Lighthouse country and the British Empire will follow suit. Report, we just received news that a fleet of the Lighthouse country has arrived near the Sakura country, and its 5 fleets have also arrived near us again. Just as I was worried, an intelligence officer brought a piece of news. The fleet of the Lighthouse country has once again approached the Dragon country. Not only that, a fleet also went to Sakura country. These guys should be bombarded with Dongfeng Express. Li Jiangguo's face turned pale. From this perspective, the Lighthouse country is definitely going to copy our homework. Lin Feng, however, read another meaning into the Lighthouse country's actions. At the beginning, the national announcement of the Special Bureau frightened the Lighthouse Nation, and the Lighthouse Nation's fleet retreated on its own initiative because it did not want to provoke the Dragon Nation. A few days later, Longwa proved with his actions that this time he was not bluffing. But it has to be real. There was another bumper harvest of awakened ones yesterday. The Lighthouse country began to become stronger. They are the bosses of Blue Star and they are not really afraid of Dragon Kingdom. Now, the fleet is approaching the Dragon country again, and another fleet is heading to the Sakura country, which is enough to illustrate the Lighthouse country's plan. It is 100% true that the Lighthouse country copied the Dragon country's homework. It's okay, let them copy, Lin Yan said calmly. This guide to awakening is not so easy to copy. Seeing Lin Yan so calm, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that Lin Yan had some countermeasures that he didn't know about? Things have already been decided, and Lin Feng can only suppress his thoughts and prepare to see how well the homework of countries like Sakura country and Lighthouse country is copied. Brother Lin, the sun never sets kingdom has really begun. Lin Feng received the news in the afternoon. In the country where the sun never sets, early in the morning, they had already begun to announce and promote the Getting Started Guide to Awakening in the country. All primary and secondary schools have also begun teaching the first lesson of awakening. Brother Lin, look! Ling Feng opened an overseas live broadcast room. Lin Yen took a look and saw that it was a live broadcast from a school in the British Empire. Inside, a large number of students from the British Empire were reading the English version of the Beginner's Guide to Awakening. These guys are so shameless that they even learned our teaching methods. As he watched, Ling Feng began to get angry. The British Empire not only stole the Getting Started Guide to Awakening, but also learned the Dragon Empire's teaching method, which is to read aloud over and over again. In this respect, they do it even better than the Sakura country. When Sakura country copied the homework, it was already afternoon, and he was not very well prepared. It seems that the top leaders of the British Empire have not slept all night, and they have a few hours to prepare and make things look more presentable. Ha ha, Longwa must be dumbfounded now. Thank you for the gift from Dragon Country. Everything in Dragon Country belongs to us, including the cultural relics and the Awakening Beginner's Guide. I propose that we print a copy of the Dragon Nation's Awakening Beginner's Guide on gold paper and keep it in the British Museum. I wonder what the dragon people think when they see this scene. They must be furious. You Sunset people are such scum. That's right, we are scum, come and beat us. There were many Westerners in the live broadcast room. They were watching the live broadcast and making fun of Longhua. These bastards! These comments made Li Jiangwo's blood pressure rise. But this is just the beginning. Because, at around 9 o'clock in the evening, the Lighthouse Country also started copying homework. In Lighthouse Junior High School, early in the morning, paper rain began to fall over the entire city. Along with the roar of the plane, a large amount of paper fell from the sky. What's this? A guy grabbed a piece of paper and took a look. Written on it was an English version of the Getting Started Guide to Awakening. Oh my god, is this a secret book that can turn me into a Superman? This guy's eyes were immediately attracted by the first line of big words. Because what it says is that as long as you read it, you can become a real Superman. That's Superman. Nico immediately became interested. He, who had hardly read any books before, actually started to read the words on the pieces of paper. Thanks to the generosity of the Lighthouse Country, almost all the major cities in the Lighthouse Country were raining paper scraps this morning. The approach adopted by the Lighthouse Country is obviously more shocking. This is also related to the national conditions of the Beacon Country. This free country, which claims to be a beacon of human civilization and has 97 genders, has people who are not so obedient. Even if the official propaganda is strong, some people will still think that the official is talking nonsense. What's more, the Lighthouse Country is not like the Dragon Country, which has suspended all national policies to deal with the upcoming crisis. They have no idea what will happen in the future. It is not easy to get the Lighthouse citizens who are burdened with various loans to put down their work and learn the introductory guide to awakening. Therefore, after a night of discussion and preparation, the top leaders of the Lighthouse Nation adopted this multi-pronged approach. That night, all the printing presses in Lighthouse were smoking. After printing a large number of awakening introductory guides, the Lighthouse Nation dispatched planes and used the primitive method of airdropping. In each lighthouse city, there was a most shocking rain of paper. I have to say, this action really brings good results. It immediately attracted the interest of most of the Lighthouse people. Coupled with the overwhelming publicity on the internet of the Beacon Country, a large number of Lighthouse citizens learned the introductory guide to awakening early this morning. At the same time, teaching began in all schools in the Lighthouse Country. Like the Kingdom of the Sun never sets, the Kingdom of the Lighthouse also copied the teaching methods of the Kingdom of the Dragon. After some basic explanations, he asked the students to read the Awakening Beginner's Guide over and over again. Brother Lin, these guys are going too far. As expected, Lin Feng's mood became bad again after seeing the live broadcast from the Lighthouse Country. Although it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening in Longhua, Lin Feng was in no mood to sleep. Haha, even the Lighthouse Nation has started. Dragon Nation is really making a contribution to the world this time. I suggest that Dragon Country be awarded the Best Contribution Award of the Year. Isn't it always been like this for Dragon Country? They benefit the world with their inventions, and then are bullied by the whole world. Our white elephant country is about to start. Dragon country only produces 2,000 awakeners a day, but our white elephant country produces 10,000, no, 100,000. Ling Feng felt even worse when he saw the comments in the live broadcast room. Not surprisingly, he's going to have sleepless nights. Chapter 19: A Blow to the Head. Uncle Ling, didn't you sleep last night? The next day, Lin Yan was shocked when he saw Ling Feng. Ling Feng sat in the front of the conference room, with big dark circles under his eyes, but his eyes were red and full of blood. When Lin Yan saw him, he was typing away. Lin Yan took a look and saw Ling Feng arguing with someone under a very popular video on Shulian. This? How come I didn't realize that Ling Feng also has the potential to be a troll? Looking more closely, the video turned out to be a video of the awakening of students from the Lighthouse Country. At the bottom of the video, many Westerners were cheering. You don't need to look closely to know that after the Lighthouse Country copied the Dragon Country's homework, it must have had some effect. This video has such a huge popularity. In the comments below the video, a large number of Westerners were happy but also did not forget to mock Longhua. Some people also proposed that this year's Nobel Peace Prize should be awarded to the great elder of Longhua. It was this person's words that irritated Ling Feng into turning into a troll. Doesn't Ling Feng know what the Nobel Peace Prize is composed of? It has been almost monopolized by all the lighthouse presidents. Some beacon presidents who had launched wars, left some small countries littered with corpses, and their people living in misery could actually obtain it miraculously. That's fine. Under the current circumstances, deliberately saying this is obviously humiliating the Dragon Kingdom. It is equivalent to a shameless thief stealing your family's money, buying a luxury car and a mansion, and marrying a beautiful bride, and then giving you a banner with great fanfare to thank you for your gift. Who wouldn't explode? No wonder Ling Feng couldn't hold it anymore. Uncle Ling, ignore him. This guy is 100% a runner. He will be in trouble in the future. Seeing that Ling Feng was still arguing with the other party, Lin Yan advised. Run Rin? Brother Lin, how did you know that? Ling Feng asked. He wasn't easily irritable, but he had been focusing on this matter all night and hadn't slept all night, so he was a little dazed. In addition, I was irritated by the comments, and couldn't help but criticize the other party. From the way he speaks, he is undoubtedly Runrin, just a clown. Uncle Ling might as well take a rest. When he wakes up from a good sleep, there will be good news. Lin Yan said. Oh? Lin Yan's words made Ling Feng look at him. Seeing that Lin Yan was keeping the secret, Ling Feng felt itchy in his heart. Father, what's wrong with you? Ling Qingqiu is here too. Seeing Ling Feng like this, he couldn't help but feel worried. Your father didn't sleep all night, Lin Yan said. Dad, why don't you take care of your body? If you continue like this, I will call Mom. Ling Qingqiu was unhappy. Don't hit me, I'm going to sleep. As soon as Ling Feng heard Ling Qingqiu's words, he went to bed obediently. Lin Yan couldn't help but find it interesting that he was so obedient. This old guy respects, loves and fears his wife. Damn it, the Sakura country, the sun never sets country, the lighthouse country, they all copied our awakening beginner's guide. Test. They are still mocking us. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to spray them to death. I can be an agent here, brother, come with me. Let's go, blow them up. That morning, the news that other countries copied Longhua's homework also spread to Longhua. Comments from people in other countries also came in. This immediately stimulated many dragon people. Many people from Long Country climbed over the firewall and started to quarrel with others on the internet. Some dragon people also developed a sense of crisis. Such a good awakening guide has been taken by other countries. If we don't work harder, it will be ridiculous if they catch up. Yeah, let's not let it be like in history, where someone uses our things to surpass us and then comes to attack us. I've decided to read the Awakening Beginner's Guide 1,000 times a day. I'm going to read it 10,000 times. This sense of crisis quickly spread across the Dragon Country's internet. This has made a large number of dragon people decide to work harder. This also resulted in more awakened people. Other countries never imagined that their act of copying others' homework would actually stimulate the Chinese people. Why are there only so few people? Is there something wrong with the statistics? Report to the Prime Minister. This is something we have confirmed again and again. There is no mistake. On the first day, more than 2,000 people awakened in Dragon Country. Our population is 1/10 of Dragon Country's, so there should be at least 200 awakened. Why are there only 20 or so? Reporting to the Prime Minister, we don't know the reason, but there are indeed only these few people. The sound of conversation was heard in the Prime Minister's office of Sakura Country. The high-ranking officials of the Sakura Country here were all looking at an official with suspicion. This official is the director of the Statistics Bureau of Sakura Country. At this moment, he is Alexander. Cold sweat broke out. Because the top leaders of Sakura Country do not believe his statistics. Yesterday, the Sakura Country copied the Dragon Country's homework, although not as thoroughly as the British Nation and the Lighthouse Country. But he copied it in a very methodical manner. However, the result of their overnight statistics was that only about 20 people awakened in Sakura Country throughout the day. The specific number is 28 people. This number was far beyond the expectations of the top leaders of Sakura Country. It can be said that they were shocked. The top leaders of Sakura Country subconsciously didn't believe it. Recount, there must be some people who have awakened but have not reported it. Notify all media to step up publicity and let the awakened Sakura warriors stop hiding. Anyone who is willing to register will be rewarded 100. No, 10 million! The Prime Minister of Sakura Country said in a deep voice. He still didn't believe the statistics. The Sakura Statistics Bureau is busy again, and various media have begun to publicize the official Sakura rewards to awakeners. Trying to dig out more awakened people from Sakura. This is impossible! A few hours later, in the White House, many Lighthouse executives looked at the numbers in front of them and couldn't believe their eyes. After yesterday's big event, all the top leaders of the Lighthouse Nation are looking forward to the great harvest of the awakened ones. Early this morning, the Lighthouse Country Statistics Bureau released the data. Yesterday alone, with the help of the Dragon Country's Awakening Introductory Guide, a total of 115 awakeners were born in the Lighthouse Country. This number is naturally much higher than that of the Sakura Country. But compared with the expectations of the top leaders of the Lighthouse Country, it was far from it. The population of the Lighthouse Country is nearly 400 million, while that of the Dragon Country is 1.4 billion, a difference of more than 3 times. According to this ratio, the Lighthouse Country should have 800 to 900, or even thousands of awakened people. However, there were only about 100 awakeners actually born. The difference is several times. Unlike the self-deceiving Sakura executives, the Lighthouse executives trust their own statistics bureau more. Although they were reluctant to believe it, they knew that this number was not much different from the actual number. In the past few days, in order to respond to the Dragon Country's move to train awakened people on a large scale, the Lighthouse Country has made the awakened people public and constantly shaped the positive image of the awakened people and improved their treatment. It can be said that once a person awakens, his social status and economic conditions will undergo a qualitative change in an instant. In this case, unless the wealthy person who has no shortage of money wakes up and does not want to expose himself, the vast majority of awakened people will take the initiative to register. Everyone, you have to believe in our ability. The actual number will not be much more than this. Compared with the Sakura Statistics Bureau, officials from the Lighthouse Country Statistics Bureau are much tougher. Something must have gone wrong. I see. It's probably a translation problem. A Lighthouse executive felt he had found the key to the problem. We are currently using a translation by a foreign student from Longhua. This translation may have some problems. I will now personally visit a retired professor from Longhua. He is an authoritative translator. As long as he is willing to help us translate, the results will definitely be different. The Lighthouse's top management took action. Why are there so few people? A few hours later, the top leaders of the British Empire, who had gathered before dawn, also suffered a heavy blow. The population of the Kingdom of the Sun is not large, only more than 60 million, not even half of that of the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms. Due to better preparation, the number of awakened people born yesterday exceeded half of those in Sakura Country. There are more than a dozen. But it was far less than what they expected. Their expectation is more than 100. Such a small number made the top leaders of the British Empire look at each other in bewilderment and begin to doubt their lives. Chapter 20: Wrong Way to Open. The recruitment office is overcrowded. Haha, Brother Lin, you are right. After waking up from a good sleep, there is indeed good news. That afternoon, Lung Feng, who had just woken up, excitedly found Lin Yen with a smile on his face. Oh? Uncle Lung, what's the good news? Lin Yen actually already knew it, and seeing Lung Feng so happy, he gave him the opportunity to speak it out himself. Brother Lin, how many people do you think awakened in Sakura country yesterday? Lin Feng also kept the secret. Dad, Lin and I knew about this a long time ago. Ling Qingqiu couldn't bear it anymore. Ah? You already knew about this? Haha, it's a happy thing anyway. They put in so much effort, but the number of people who awakened in a day is not as much as ours, which takes more than an hour. Ha! Ling Feng's interest was not affected at all, and he was very happy. But Brother Lin, why are the effects of the same awakening guide so different between them? Immediately, Lung Feng became curious again. In his opinion, there was nothing special about this introductory guide to awakening. The one given to students is in the form of 3-character classic, and the one given to the public is in the form of ancient poetry. There are some differences in form. After translation, there shouldn't be that much difference. Ling Feng was not the only one who was curious about this question. Is it a translation problem? Whether it's the 3-character classic or ancient poetry, the meaning will be different after being translated into other languages. Seeing that Lin Yen did not answer, Li Jianguo guessed. Translation. That's possible. I'm just worried that they can find a better translator, especially someone who is proficient in Dragon Country culture, Sakura Country culture, and Lighthouse Country culture. Ling Feng was a little worried. The language of the Dragon Kingdom is profound and extensive, and it is actually quite difficult to translate it into a foreign language. In comparison, when translating from foreign languages, the foreign languages sometimes have the advantage. Some foreign languages that were not so good originally have occupied the most beautiful words and sentences of Dragon Country. It's like, the road is full of BMW luxury cars. The word BMW, in this poem, such a good word, is occupied by a foreign brand. Its full name is actually Bavarian Engine Manufacturing Plant, which doesn't sound fancy at all. In this case, translating the Awakening Getting Started guide into a foreign language and achieving accurate translation is a test of one's ability. Different people translate it, and the reading experience is completely different. Ling Feng was worried that Lighthouse Country and Sakura had not found a translator in such a hurry, but once they did, they might be able to steal his skills successfully. Uncle Ling, don't worry too much, let them translate it, they opened it the wrong way. Lin Yen remained calm. Wrong way of opening it? Lin Feng didn't understand this sentence for a moment. I understand, Brother Lin, do I have to read Long Wuan? Li Jianguo reacted quickly. He stopped again halfway through his speech. Although everyone present is absolutely trustworthy. But Li Jianguo was still afraid that the news would get out and let the people in Sakura Lighthouse Country know. Commander Li, this is it. Lin Yen confirmed Li Jianguo's guess. That would be great. Li Jianguo smiled with relief. So that's how it is? Lin Feng reacted. If that's the case, I'll be relieved. Lin Feng finally let go of his worries. Although there are still many things I don't understand, as long as Sakura Lighthouse is there is no way I can copy my homework. Or just copy the basics, then Lin Feng won't have to worry. Wrong way of opening? After Lin Feng left, Ling Qingqiu was still thinking about this problem. As smart as she is, she also understood what Li Jianguo meant. But she didn't understand why this happened. The only one who understood was Lin Yen. If you want to get the most out of the Getting Started Guide to Awakening, you have to read it aloud over and over again. And the original Dragon Kingdom language must be read aloud. Understanding the meaning is not of much use, reading aloud is the key. This is because, whether it is the 3-character classic or the ancient poetry, they were all created and arranged by the awakened ones in the previous life through the means of the immortals, spending a lot of energy and resources. To some extent, it has already involved the level of Tao. As long as you read it over and over again, you will have the opportunity to activate your body's potential, thereby breaking through the critical point, breaking through the shackles of psychic energy and awakening in one fell swoop. When people from other countries translate it, it doesn't sound right at all. No matter how good the translation is, it is useless. In fact, let alone translation, even if you replace one word or change the arrangement, the effect will be greatly reduced. The original text must be read aloud. Even if people from other countries discover this and choose to read the original text, the effect will not be as good as that of the Chinese. Because they have not been influenced by Dragon Kingdom culture since childhood, they cannot appreciate the essence of it. Whether it is the three-character classic or ancient poetry, there is a certain Oriental charm contained in them, and only Oriental people can appreciate its beauty. Only then can it resonate. Of course, if there are foreigners who have lived in China since childhood and are extremely familiar with and identify with Eastern culture, that is also fine. There are very few foreigners like this. Therefore, the Getting Started Guide to Awakening comes with a built-in anti-theft function. Even if the Lighthouse country finds the best translator, it will be useless. Of course, if they are willing to learn the Longwa language as a whole country, and then everyone reads aloud in the Longwa dialect, the effect will definitely be better. But it won't be as good as Longwa. Because of this, when Lin Yen took out the Getting Started Guide to Awakening, he was not worried about being stolen. It's a cold situation. Please issue a notice quickly, telling retired veterans under the age of 40 not to go to the conscription office to sign up. The conscription office is almost overcrowded. The matter of the Getting Started Guide to Awakening has just come to an end, so there is no need to keep paying attention to it or worrying about it. The next day, something new happened. The conscription office is about to be packed. How is the conscription going? After getting the news, Lin Feng asked. We have completed most of it. We are actually not short of people, but because the scale of the conscription is so large, it will take time for the soldiers to experience and enlist, etc. The adjutant reported. After the Special Bureau issued the call, the response from the entire Dragon country has been particularly positive in the past few days. In just a few days, the 50 million troops that Lin Yan needed were actually enough. It's just that because there are too many people and the workload is too heavy, the experience and registration work has not been completed. The problem now is that there are too many retired veterans who have signed up. There are quite a lot of retired veterans in Longwa. If you count those from all years, there are more than 60 million. The age limit for conscription this time is under 40 years old. But who would have thought that a large number of retired veterans over 40 years old would come and want to re-enlist and contribute to the country? After these retired veterans registered on the website, they failed to pass the review because they were over the age limit. But they did not give up. They went to recruitment offices in various places to join the army. This is how the current situation came about. How do you squeeze it? Li Jianguo became interested. Commander Li, please look at this live broadcast room. The adjutant took out his cell phone and opened a live broadcast room. Li Jianguo took a look and saw that it was a live broadcast room of a TV station, and the scene inside was near a conscription office. The streets outside the conscription office were crowded with people. There were so many people that the TV station reporters wanted to go to the conscription office for an interview, but they couldn't even get in. Chapter 21, Old Soldiers Never Die. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yu, a reporter from Phoenix.com. I'm reporting to you from the conscription office in Ninghai City. As you can see, the recruitment office is now crowded with retired veterans. Oh my god, there are so many people that we can't even squeeze in. In the live broadcast room, after the reporter found that he couldn't squeeze into the recruitment office, he began reporting from the periphery. There are so many people. Why are all these people uncles? Because they are all over 40 years old. What about those under 40? Those under 40 have already joined the army. I heard that the recruitment of 50 million soldiers has been completed, but the retired veterans are too enthusiastic. These uncles also want to return to the army and serve the country. Wow! I suddenly think these uncles are so cute. +1. Netizens were discussing while watching the live broadcast. Since I can't get in, I'll just do the interview outside. At the scene, the reporter decided to interview outside. She set her sights on a group of retired veterans who were gathering together. Hello, I'm Lu Yu, a reporter from Phoenix.com. Can I interview you? Reporter Lu Yu came to the group of retired veterans and identified himself. Okay. A retired veteran saw that she was a legitimate reporter and seemed to be a celebrity, not an internet celebrity who was just trying to attract attention, so he agreed to the interview. You two seem to know each other. Are you from the same place? Lu Yu started the interview. We are not from the same place. We were in the same class in the army, so we came together to sign up, said the retired veteran. He is our squad leader. Another veteran added. Lu Yu, wow, so you are the squad leader. Your comradeship is really enviable. Veteran, that's right. It's been more than 10 years since I retired, and we still make time to get together every year. Lu Yu, you are all over 40 years old, right? Squad leader, well, I'm the oldest, 46, and the youngest is 43. Lu Yu, you have all exceeded the conscription age limit, so why are you still signing up? Is it because you have nothing to do? Veteran, how can you, a reporter, talk like that? You make us sound like unemployed vagrants. How can we have nothing to do? The squad leader's family has dozens of acres of orchards. We all have our own things to do. Squad leader, reporters, don't be so formal. Xiaolu is just like that. We mainly want to do our part for the country. Although we don't know what will happen in the future, with such a big move by the country, big things are bound to happen. When the country is in crisis, everyone has a responsibility. We used to be soldiers, so we should be at the forefront. Lu Yu, what the monitor said is very good. I sincerely admire you. Lu Yu, however, I heard that everyone is very enthusiastic and 50 million soldiers have been recruited, so we are no longer short of people. Monitor, I heard that too. Lu Yu, then why are you still here? Squad leader, we thought that if there were not enough people, we could be put to use. We don't need to be paid, just give us guns. No matter what kind of enemy we are, we will never retreat. Lu Yu, the country's age limit of 40 is definitely for your consideration. After all, when you are older, your body will not be able to cope with it. Lu Yu's words made the squad leader unhappy. Reporter Lu Yu, people in their 40s are in their prime, we are not old yet. After the squad leader finished speaking, he jumped up and did a backflip. WOC, squad leader is awesome. So cool. I would like to call him the most handsome squad leader. The monitor's backflip attracted likes from everyone in the live broadcast room. A man is at his best at 41, and my body isn't bad either. Another retired veteran rolled up his sleeves and showed off his muscular muscles. This muscle is absolutely amazing. Haha, I admit that this uncle is indeed a flower. The retired veteran's display also drew a lot of praise. Although we are not as strong as the squad leader and Xiaolu, we are still strong and courageous. Even if we are not needed this time, we want to let the country know that veterans never die. Yes, we are always here. As long as the country needs us, we can go to the battlefield at any time. Other veterans also spoke up. Good. Old soldiers never die, that's a good saying. Look everyone, this is our cutest person. There was a burst of applause in the live broadcast room. Old soldiers never die, good. In the Shillong base, Li Jianguo cheered loudly. Lin Feng was somewhat moved by what he saw. He used to be a soldier. At this time, there was a new situation at the conscription site. What happened over there? Let's go and take a look. Lu Yu discovered that many veterans were gathering in one direction. This scene caught her attention. She followed with the cameraman and assistant. Soon, Lu Yu found out the reason why these veterans gathered. A group of white-haired veterans, wearing faded but exceptionally clean military uniforms, appeared at the recruitment office. Their appearance attracted all the retired veterans. Lu Yu finally squeezed in and finally figured out the situation. It turned out that when these veterans were very young, many of their relatives were killed by the Japanese devils. This time, after hearing that the country was recruiting soldiers, I thought the country was going to attack the Sakura country for revenge. So they all put on their former military uniforms and came to sign up. These old men are so cute. Touched. The white hair falls on his shoulders and reflects the sunlight, and the old soldier's heart is as high as a rainbow. We once rode our iron horses across the icy river, swearing to defend our country and the sky until our death. Time has passed, but we are still young, and the military spirit remains unchanged. Today I still have the ambition to serve my country, and am willing to shed my blood to achieve great success. Mr. is very talented. Look, they're going to perform. Everyone in the live broadcast room was moved by the white-haired veteran, and some even composed poems on the spot. At the scene, the white-haired veterans performed on the spot to prove to the retired veterans around them that they could still go to the battlefield. Get down! Along with the powerful voice of a white-haired veteran, the other white-haired veterans standing in a straight row instantly lay down forward in unison. Wow, what a standard! I didn't expect that these old men could still lie down in such a standard posture at such an old age. This is so cool! There was a lot of praise in the live broadcast room. Crawl! Following the white-haired veteran's vigorous voice, all the white-haired veterans lay on the ground and crawled forward quickly. The posture is still very standard. Not only that, they also performed military combat postures such as crawling sideways, crawling in high and low postures, crawling, shooting, rolling, and leaping. This scene made Li Jiangguo stand in awe. These white-haired veterans have been retired for so long, but they still have such a level. Veterans never die. These 4 words appeared again in Li Jiangguo's mind. His heart was deeply touched. Brother Lin, how about we relax the conscription requirements and add some reserve troops? Li Jiangguo was touched and went to discuss with Lin Yan. Although Lin Feng is the main person in charge, Li Jiangguo knows that only Lin Yan can make the decision on this matter. Brother Lin, I think Commander Li's suggestion is feasible. If the reserve troops are placed behind each steel city, they can also play a role at critical moments. What do you think? Lin Feng also asked for Lin Yan's opinion. Obviously, the enthusiasm and sincere emotions of these retired veterans also infected him. Uncle Ling, Commander Li, let's do this. Let the veterans between the ages of 40 and 48 who are in good physical condition join the reserve forces in various places. We will distribute the guns we purchased and let them do some shooting training first. As for high-intensity physical training, it is not necessary, Lin Yan said after hesitating for a moment. Okay. I'll go ask the elders first. They will definitely agree. His words made Ling Feng and Li Jiangguo overjoyed. Ling Feng took action immediately. For such a big matter, I must consult the elders first. After Lin Yan made the decision and explained the situation, Lin Feng felt that the elders would support it 100%. These series of measures taken by Tianlong Kingdom have achieved good results. The elders have great trust and respect for Lin Yan. Brother Lin, the elders have agreed, so it can be carried out. Sure enough, the elders all agreed. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and immediately sent people to make arrangements. As the director of the Special Bureau, he now seems to be specifically carrying out Lin Yan's orders. Chapter 22, Geniuses are coming, and the work is in full swing. While Longwa was preparing to expand the scale of conscription, the whole world was busy copying Longwa's homework. In addition to the first 3 countries, the White Elephant Kingdom, the countries on the European continent, many countries south of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Pyramid Kingdom, the Ottoman Empire and other countries have already begun. These countries have also produced some awakened people in the past few months, but the number is limited. The wave of awakeners brought to Dragon Country by the Awakening Beginner's Guide made all the countries jealous. Through the Introductory Guide to Awakening, the number of awakeners in Dragon Country continues to increase. There were 2,800 people on the first day. Although the number was smaller on the second day, it was still over 1,000. On the third day, the number still remained over 1,000. These numbers would make anyone jealous. Although none of the current awakeners are strong enough to ignore all thermal weapons. They also don't know what will happen in the future. But think about it, as the awakeners become stronger and stronger, they will inevitably become an important indicator to measure a country's strength. Even the global situation will be influenced by the awakened ones. Even a small country wants more awakened people. With the whole world copying China's homework, translations in various languages have become particularly popular these days. Hello, Team Lin! While the whole world was busy copying homework, Lin Yan met the brother and sister Wang Tingyu and Wang Tingyu in the Shillong base. Wang Tingyu was the one who broke his phone when he woke up and shed tears of heartache. After shedding tears, he realized that he had awakened. Only then did he excitedly go to the Special Bureau branch to register. The head of the Special Bureau branch saw that the child was simple and pitiful, so he gave him a new mobile phone. As soon as he got the new phone, Wantinyu called home to tell his family the good news. From this, I also learned about my sister's awakening. It is a great joy that one family has two awakened ones. There were some twists and turns when Lin Yan asked Ling Qingqiu to transfer them to the God of War team. Because their parents are bedridden, Wan Tingyu has been working in the county town and doesn't want to be too far away from home. Lin Yan had their parents brought directly to the capital, where they received the best treatment, thus relieving the siblings of their worries. They were extremely grateful for Lin Yan's action. This is the training plan I made for you. Don't be lazy. Remember to clock in after completing training every day. Lin Yan handed them 2 training plans. In the past few days, he has developed training plans for each member of the God of War team. With the level he reached in his previous life, as long as the members of the God of War team completed the training plan with quality and quantity guaranteed, their strength would be greatly improved before the spiritual energy was revived. We promise not to be lazy. Thank you, Team Lin! Wan Tingyu assured loudly. There has never been a time in his life when he is more motivated than now. Wan Tingyu was still in the first year of high school and was rather shy. Even when he looked at Lin Yan, he only dared to do so secretly. After receiving the training plan, she nodded heavily and said, softly. By the way, this is your weapon. Use the needle first. When you become stronger, I will replace it with a stronger one for you. As Lin Yan spoke, a long titanium alloy needle floated towards Wan Tingyu. A psychic's weapon needs to be light and sharp. Currently, titanium alloy weapons are the best choice. When you just awaken, it is best to use a needle-like weapon, which has strong penetrating power and is easy to control with telekinesis. When your strength increases, you can change to a bigger one. After all, needle-type weapons can cause limited damage to mutant insect beasts. Thank you, Team Lin. Is Team Lin also a spiritualist? After taking the needle, Wan Tingyu asked curiously. Wow, Team Lin is awesome! Wan Tingyu's face was full of admiration. Okay, let's go train. Yes, Team Lin! Wan Tingyu left with his sister in high spirits. Team Lin, Feng Ji is here. After the brother and sister left, Feng Ji, who was in a vegetative state, also came. No, she is no longer a vegetable and has returned to normal. She did not come alone, but brought her husband with her. This was Feng Ji's request when she came, and Lin Yan agreed. It's a good thing that spiritualists value feelings. If a psychic is cold-blooded, cruel, and evil, the destructive power he brings can be considerable. They just lack the ability to fight in a frontal combat, but that doesn't mean they have no destructive power. Before the rebirth, there was a psychologically twisted psychic in the lighthouse country. Under the influence of his ability, an entire block of people lost control of their emotions and killed each other. The scene was like hell. Meet Team Lin. Fengji is very peaceful. She is the kind of woman who looks ordinary but gentle. Meet Team Lin. His husband also hurriedly said. Perhaps because he had been at the bottom of society for a long time, her husband felt a little restrained and nervous when he saw a big shot like Lin Yan. The power of the mind is very strong and also a very rare power. You are the only psychic in the entire dragon country. After meeting Fengji, Lin Yan told her some things about spiritual masters. Let her know how important she is. Fengji's husband was so happy to see that his wife was so special that he kept rubbing his hands. After Fengji, Lin Yan met several awakened people one by one. These were all very dazzling geniuses before their rebirth. Now, Lin Yan has recruited them all into the God of War team. The entire God of War team has more than 200 people. Boom! Sizzle! In a training room, 2 awakened ones are fighting. In just 1 week, with the help of spiritual fluid and high-intensity training, their strength officially entered the first level of apprentice level and became junior warriors. Drink! In another training room, an awakened one was lifting weights. He easily lifted a block of iron weighing several thousand pounds. He was an awakened person with the talent of strength. In other training rooms and individual practice rooms, the awakened ones were also practicing at their best. Even outside on the playground, there was an awakened being spinning in circles so fast that an afterimage appeared. This is a person with awakened speed talent. The entire Shillong base was bustling with activity. Not just the Shillong base. The entire Dragon Kingdom is bustling with activity. On the construction sites of 100 steel cities, workers are busy like industrious bees, and the steel walls have begun to take shape. In these steel cities, a large number of residential areas are also being built rapidly. Once the spiritual tide begins, 1.4 billion people will enter these 100 steel cities, with each city accommodating an average of more than 10 million people. Living facilities must naturally be improved. At the same time, in various military bases and temporary barracks, the recruited soldiers were undergoing various trainings. Among these warriors, some would awaken from time to time. After the revival of spiritual energy, the proportion of awakened people in the army is still relatively high because the soldiers have stronger will. Chapter 23: Actions of the Lighthouse Nation. God, what went wrong? Something must be wrong. We have already mobilized hundreds of the best translators and thousands of elites from various industries to assist us. Why is the result still far inferior to that of Dragon Country? I'm afraid only God knows this question. In the Lighthouse Country, many high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Country were frowning. The reason is simple. In the past week, they have been working on the Dragon Kingdom's Awakening Introductory Guide. With the energy of the Lighthouse Nation and the mobilization of national capabilities, a small guide to awakening should be easily obtainable. Not to mention other things, there are already thousands of copies of the translated versions. However, after more than 10 days, the number of awakeners born in the Lighthouse Country with the help of the Awakening Getting Started guide is still limited. Except for the first day when the score exceeded 100, it failed to exceed 100 every day thereafter. Compared to before, it is naturally much better. But compared with the thousands of awakeners born in Dragon Country every day, it seems a little too shabby. Faced with this situation, many top scientists in the Beacon Country are confused about why. These bureaucrats who are good at politics naturally don't understand it at all. Another piece of news that worries the top leaders of the Lighthouse is that Dragon Country has once again expanded the scale of conscription. This time, Longwa even re-recruited veterans over 40 years old. Although in today's wars, numbers are no longer everything. However, these actions of Dragon Country still make the top management of Lighthouse feel uneasy. They must work out corresponding countermeasures to prevent Long Guozheng from starting the third season. Joe, there's a very important discovery in the lab, you should come and see it. At this time, a senior executive came up to Sleepy Joe with a serious look and whispered. Sleepy Joe glanced around and left with a few Lighthouse executives. No wonder the Dragon Nation made such a big move. More than an hour later, many Lighthouse executives gathered in an underground laboratory. This is one of the many biological laboratories in the United States. This laboratory has been dedicated to the research of the Superman project. Recently, the head of the laboratory had a sudden idea. I want to try out the effect of Reiki on other creatures on Earth. In the past few months, the Lighthouse Nation has also collected some free spiritual energy and compressed it into spiritual liquid. The researchers were naturally reluctant to use spiritual liquid, so they used highly concentrated spiritual energy. After more than 10 days of experimentation, changes occurred. A little white mouse began to mutate and actually bit through the iron cage. After discovering this, the researchers provided it with more spiritual energy and even spiritual fluid. This exacerbated the mutation of the mice. Now, this little white mouse has grown bigger than a wolf, and the fur on its body has very good defensive capabilities. Smaller firearms, such as pistols, have difficulty penetrating its fur. It also becomes very aggressive towards humans. A researcher was attacked by it due to carelessness and ended up in its stomach. Now, after the researchers conducted a series of demonstrations of the abilities of this mutant mouse, Sleepy Joe and the Lighthouse executives finally realized what was happening. No wonder Longwa made such a big move. It must be that the Dragon Kingdom has discovered the threat posed by mutant animals. We should adjust our focus. Since the number of awakened people cannot match that of Dragon Nation, we should give up the number and expand the Superman project to create more and more powerful Supermen. That's right, the threat of mutant animals is the top priority. The Dragon Nation must have noticed something more terrible. We are half a month behind, and we can't delay any longer. God, no wonder I had a dream that our city was surrounded by hundreds of millions of rats. The top executives of Lighthouse started talking to each other. To be able to have their current status, they are naturally the elite among the elites, and they also understand what the most important thing to do now is. Damn it, we sold them so many guns! Some senior executives of Lighthouse thought about Lungwa's purchase of large quantities of guns and ammunition, and they were filled with regret. But there is no use regretting. More than half a month has passed, and the guns and ammunition in stock of the Lighthouse country's arms dealers have basically been sold to the Dragon country. These guns and ammunition were transported by air, and it took only half a day to reach Long Country, so there is no way to get them back even if we want to. Now those arms dealers are still producing at full capacity. Even if we stop it now, the biggest ones have already gone out. When the other high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse countries thought about this, their mood instantly turned sour. Okay, these are just some obsolete guns. Now let's cheer up and deal with the next crisis. Everyone, I hope that what happened here today will not be leaked. Sleepy Joe's voice rang out. The next day. White House. Early in the morning, the lawn outside the White House was crowded with reporters from all over the Beacon country. They received an urgent notice that the Lighthouse country officials would release important news. At 9 o'clock, the White House spokesman appeared on the podium. Everyone, the current situation is extremely serious for us. The White House spokesman made his opening remarks in a heavy tone. The Dragon Kingdom has once again expanded the scale of its conscription. This time, they are even re-recruiting veterans over 40 years old. The size of Dragon Nation's army is approaching 30 million. This is the largest army in the history of Blue Star. Not only that, their awakened people are increasing rapidly at a rate of more than 1,000 people every day. Despite all our efforts these days, the number of awakened people we add every day does not exceed 100. This is the biggest crisis we have ever faced. If the Dragon Nation uses their 30 million troops and tens of thousands of awakened people to start a war, we will be powerless to resist. Our homeland may even fall. The terrible consequences described by the White House spokesman frightened many experienced reporters present. The homeland fell. Sky. Since the founding of the Lighthouse Nation, no country has ever been able to attack their homeland. Immediately, the reporters reacted. This is about to happen. From today on, the Lighthouse Nation enters a state of war, and all states are on level 1 alert. We will set up SHIELD to deal with the Dragon Nation's Special Bureau. Recruit tens of millions of soldiers to counter the tens of millions of troops of the Dragon Kingdom. Withdraw all overseas arms orders, and all weapons will be used by our own military first. Build 50 defense zones across the country to deal with a possible nuclear attack from the Dragon Kingdom. All our actions are aimed at dealing with the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation has become the biggest threat to world peace. We advise the Dragon Nation to disband its army and give up the large-scale training of awakened people. If Dragon Nation insists on starting a war, Lighthouse Nation will unsheath its sword, and it will be Dragon Nation that will be destroyed. Really? What the White House spokesman said next confirmed their speculation. God! As soon as the White House spokesperson finished speaking, many reporters exclaimed in surprise. The faces of many reporters changed. That's exciting. This news is so explosive. The Lighthouse country and the Dragon country confronted each other, and even declared a state of war. Not only that, but SHIELD must be established, tens of millions of soldiers must be recruited, and a defense zone must be built. God! The two largest countries on the blue planet are about to fight. With the reports of these reporters, the news spread quickly. It caused an uproar around the world. What? The Lighthouse country has also started. Is S3 really going to start? The two most powerful countries in the world have recruited more than 10 million soldiers. Humanity is entering the countdown to extinction. I was so scared that I quickly spent the 200 yuan in my bank card. I didn't want the person to die while the money was still there. Oh my God! Now everyone can wait for death and peace. The Dragon Nation is to blame for everything. If the Dragon Nation hadn't started the trouble, the Lighthouse Nation wouldn't have reacted this way. The Lighthouse Nation was forced into this. We originally thought that the Dragon Nation was just talking big, but who knew they were serious? I heard that the number of Dragon Nation's troops is about to exceed 30 million. Oh God! This is too scary. We don't have 30 million people in the entire country. This issue is being discussed on the internet all over the world. And after the statement of the Beacon Country, the Lighthouse Country's younger brothers soon followed suit. The kingdom on which the sun never sets, the Dragon Kingdom, is hostile to the whole world, and we will also prepare for war to destroy the evil Dragon Kingdom. White Elephant Kingdom, if Dragon Kingdom and Lighthouse Kingdom go to war, we will take back our territory from Dragon Kingdom. Sakura Nation, Sakura warriors are never afraid of death. In the last century, Dragon Nation had the help of Lighthouse Nation, but now, Lighthouse Nation is on the side of justice. We will join forces with Lighthouse Nation to beat Dragon Nation back 100 years ago. Great Korea, if Dragon Country insists on being an enemy of the whole world, Great Korea will be the bridgehead for Lighthouse to attack Dragon Country's homeland. Gaul, we call on both sides to remain calm and restrained and not let the whole world fall into war. Chapter 24, Great China, why should we not fight? My dear friend, what do you think of the Lighthouse Nation's actions? Deep within the Shillong base, the Great Elder's kind voice sounded. Great Elder, if I'm not mistaken, they must have discovered the threat of the mutant insect beasts, so they are preparing for war under the pretext of dealing with our threat. Lin Yan said to the Great Elder's video. Soon after the Lighthouse Nation took action, several elders had a conversation with the top brass of the Special Bureau. So, my friend, how do you think we should deal with this? The Great Elder once again gave Lin Yan a question. Great Elder, this is what we should do. Lin Yan took out a piece of paper with a line of big words written on it and held it in front of his chest. The Great Elder's eyes lit up when he saw the words on the paper. Okay, let the Special Bureau handle this matter. Yes, Great Elder. The call is over. Brother Lin is really smart. I thought the Lighthouse Nation was really preparing to fight a third war with us. Li Jiangwo said with admiration. Brother Lin, you should be the director. Lin Feng spoke his true feelings to Lin Yan for the first time. These days, he increasingly felt that he should give the position of director of the Special Bureau to Lin Yan. Isn't this a good job, Uncle Ling? With Uncle Ling around, I can perform better. What Lin Yan said was also what was in his heart. Lin Feng had too many things to deal with, and he handled everything to perfection, so Lin Yan didn't have to worry about anything. Where can I find such a partner? The situation is getting more and more chaotic. If it weren't for Brother Lin, I really don't know what to do. Lin Feng sighed and said. His ability to handle affairs and execute is indeed good, but his grasp of the general direction has not yet been honed. Uncle Lin, then just respond as I just wrote. Good. Lin Feng made arrangements. It seems that the Lighthouse Nation had already discovered it before the rebirth. After Lin Feng and Li Jiangwo left, Lin Yan thought. Before the rebirth, something was wrong with the Lighthouse Nation. Half a month before the revival of spiritual energy, the Lighthouse Country began to expand its army under the pretext of the risk of direct conflict with Big Goose. At the same time, some prevention areas are being quietly built in the country. Although Longwu noticed some abnormalities, he also took corresponding actions. But are those actions enough? Therefore, before the rebirth, when the insect tide occurred, the Lighthouse Nation suffered the least losses. There was some anticipation and preparation, and since almost every household has a gun, it's hard to imagine that the loss would be small. This time, the Lighthouse Nation took much greater actions than before its rebirth. This is the chain reaction brought about by Lin Yan. Before its rebirth, the Lighthouse Nation should have discovered the horror of the mutated insect beasts, but they did not expect the spiritual tide to occur half a month later. Therefore, the preparations for war are still not particularly large. Now, there is the big move of Dragon Country. They discovered the threat of mutant insect beasts, which is why the actions of the Lighthouse Nation became so big. The Lighthouse Nation's practices are the same as before its rebirth. After discovering the threat of the mutant insect beasts, the Lighthouse Nation did not inform anyone, not even its own brothers. Instead, he took advantage of the information gap and snatched a large amount of resources from his younger brothers. If the Lighthouse Nation had not been left with a limited time, the Lighthouse Nation before its rebirth would have become the biggest winner on Blue Planet. A few minutes later, after Lin Yan had a video call with the elders of Dragon Kingdom, a message was released on the official account of the Special Bureau. This message is in the form of text and pictures. The text reads, "For a great China, why should we be afraid of fighting?" The picture shows a scene in the old romance of the Three Kingdoms where Yuan Benchu and Dong Shuo were confronting each other and drawing their swords. There is also a line below the picture. "My sword is not at all bad." As soon as this news came out, it quickly exploded on the internet and became a hot search on major platforms. At the same time, several heavyweight official accounts of Longhua at home and abroad reposted the story. "For the great China, why should we be afraid of a fight? Ha ha ha, I finally got such a tough response. Who said that there is no great emperor in our Dragon Kingdom? This reply is so powerful, it makes my heart surge. My sword is not at all bad. I love this line. I'm on fire. I can't take it anymore. I want to join the army and fight the Japs. I have no regrets about coming to China in this life." As expected, the reply from the Special Bureau ignited the love passion of all dragon people. Why should we be afraid of a war in the Great China? These 8 short words seem to have some kind of magic. It makes billions of Chinese people excited. The recruitment office is packed again. So, the next day, the conscription office was packed again. This time, it was not retired veterans who crowded the conscription office. After Lin Yan proposed the plan, all eligible retired veterans have been recruited into the army in the past few days. This time, the conscription office was crowded with young men in their 20s and 30s. "I have never missed a military training since I was a child. This can be considered as military training. Why can't I join the army? My drone flies really well. I'm sure it will blow the lighthouse soldiers to pieces. We, the Minnan-speaking lighthouse country, cannot crack it. It is a natural Morse code. We can act as liaisons. Although I don't have any special abilities, but this life can at least consume a few of their bullets, right? Yes, we don't want salary, so let me join the army. I can pay the state a salary." Recruiting offices in various places were surrounded by enthusiastic young people who wanted to join the army. This situation also attracted many journalists and internet celebrities to live broadcast. "Brother Lin, what do you think we should do?" Ling Feng smiled bitterly. Although Lin Yan had mentioned 1.4 billion people and 1.4 billion soldiers to the elders at the beginning. But hasn't the revival of spiritual energy begun yet? If we continue to recruit soldiers, even if they don't ask for wages, there is no place to accommodate so many of them. Conscript all of them into the reserve team and have them go into the Steel City to assist in construction. Set up a shooting range in each Steel City, and strive to get everyone a gun before the spirit tide occurs. Lin Yan is very decisive. Okay, let's go with Brother Yilins. So soon, a new announcement from the Special Bureau spread on the internet. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for joining the army, the Special Bureau decided to further expand the size of the reserve force. However, due to insufficient barracks, the newly recruited soldiers could only go to the Steel City to assist in construction at the beginning. After the announcement was released, registration was reopened on the conscription website. "Oh yeah, that's great! Mom, I have joined the army as I wished. Look how brave I am! We were bullied more than 100 years ago, now it's our turn to bully others." After the news spread, there was jubilation at recruitment offices across the country. Soon, there was a response from all walks of life. First, a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions donated 10 billion to the country. After the news spread, people from all walks of life donated money. This company donated tens of millions, that company donated hundreds of millions, and some large companies donated tens-digit amounts. In addition to enterprises, some well-known domestic wealthy people also donated money. There are reports that Mr. Ma donated 1 billion, Mr. Lei donated 2 billion, and Mr. Wang donated 10 billion. These news also further stimulated the people's enthusiasm for loving the people. As a result, in every city, a large number of citizens went to official locations to donate money. Hello everyone, I am reporting from Tianfu City Hall now. As you can see, this place is already packed with citizens who came to donate money. Although the authorities have repeatedly stated that they do not need donations from ordinary citizens, everyone's enthusiasm has not diminished in the slightest, and everyone is calling on the authorities to open a donation channel. At a city's city hall, a large number of reporters are reporting. "Uncle, are you here to donate money as well?" A sharp-eyed reporter spotted a scavenger in plain clothes. "Yes, didn't they say we were going to fight the Japanese? I'm a fool. Even though I can't be a soldier, I still have money." The old man spoke in Tianfu dialect. "How much are you going to donate?" the reporter asked. The old man took out a cloth bag from the lining of his clothes and opened it carefully. The reporter took a look and saw a lot of money inside. Many of these notes are still wrinkled. There are 50-cent and 1 yuan notes, quite a few 10 yuan and 20 yuan notes, and some 50 yuan and 100 yuan notes. "I donated all these. If there is no improvement, don't laugh at me, reporter." The scavenger scratched his head with his right hand, as if he felt that the money was too little and felt a little embarrassed. "My eyes are filled with tears. I've lived half my life, and I'm still not as good as a scavenger. Brothers, let's go and donate money." Everyone who watched this live broadcast was moved by the scavenger. Chapter 25, United We Stand. "Brother Lin, the people are too enthusiastic. Local officials have said they can't handle it any longer. They insist on making donations. How should we handle this?" Lin Feng's bitter laugh was heard in the Shillong base. The response from the Special Bureau completely ignited the patriotic enthusiasm of more than 1 billion dragon people. First, a large number of young and middle-aged people asked to join the army. This was followed by numerous people heading to City Hall to ask for donations. The country naturally accepts donations from big companies and wealthy people. But the policy Lin Yen said at the beginning was that donations from ordinary people should not be accepted. After all, life is not easy for everyone. Not to mention, after the spiritual tide arrives, the existing social order will undergo great changes, and everyone will have a harder time. But the dragon people are too enthusiastic. Not accepting, right? They have plenty of ways. For example, the squares in front of many town halls are covered with a thick layer of money. Some people even use drones to deliver money to City Hall. In addition to money, there are also various materials piled up in official offices in various places. This has caused a lot of headaches for officials everywhere. It is impossible to drive away the people's patriotism, but if this continues, they will be unable to get anything done. They still have a lot to do. For example, the relocation of factories, the relocation of schools, the transportation of food and other resources, etc. "Uncle Ling, publish a notice and ask those who are willing to donate to use the money they are prepared to donate to purchase supplies and donate them to the government. The government will register them and then transport them to the Steel City." Lin Yen gave a solution. At present, there is no overall planning for the materials in Longwa society. Lin Yan's original plan was to wait until the Steel City was repaired and the spiritual tide arrived before making overall plans. After the spiritual tide arrives, it will take about half a month for the insect tide to occur. In the past few months, the insect and beast tide was too fierce. The wild was dominated by insects and beasts, and it was difficult for humans to leave the city. Of course, all kinds of survival supplies must be prepared. Food, water, medicine, these basic survival supplies are now being produced at full capacity. The materials produced and the materials stored for national war preparations will naturally be allocated in a unified manner. But the materials in society have not yet been coordinated. Since the people are so enthusiastic, we might as well let them turn their donations into supplies, which can also reduce the workload after the revival of spiritual energy. Of course, these people's donations will not be in vain. The authorities will record the amount of materials donated by these people and convert them into contribution points. After the revival of spiritual energy, personal contribution points are related to the allocation of cultivation resources. This is the contribution point system established before rebirth. After all, cultivation resources are limited, and there are so many people in Dragon Country. There must be a rule to determine who gets more and who gets less. This is the only way to convince the public. If you act recklessly, there will be trouble. Okay, Brother Lin is smart. Let's do it this way. Lin Feng admired Lin Yen very much. These days, Lin Yan can always easily resolve troublesome issues like this with just a few words. Under Ling Feng's arrangement, a new announcement came out soon. The Special Bureau called on everyone to exchange donations for supplies, and also called on businesses not to raise prices as a result. The Special Bureau also called on people to wait until the day after tomorrow to donate supplies. We need to leave one day to give people time to purchase daily necessities, so as not to affect other people's lives and cause them to have nowhere to buy things they want. At the same time, the Special Bureau also called on everyone to sign up as volunteers, because there are too many people donating supplies and local authorities will definitely be overwhelmed. Once the announcement was made, after extensive publicity, all the people in Longhua who wanted to donate money soon knew about it. The Long people who wanted to donate money were also very cooperative. They no longer donated money and were not in a hurry to buy supplies. Instead, a day later, after other dragon people had stockpiled enough daily necessities, they began to purchase large quantities of supplies with long shelf lives and delivered them to official designated locations in various places. There, a large number of volunteers have already taken up their positions, registering and loading the goods, which are then transported one by one to the 100 steel cities by large trucks. A large number of new forces have also been added to the construction of these 100 steel cities. A large number of Long people came to help spontaneously. Not only did they not ask for any salary, they even provided their own food. As a result, tent areas stretching for dozens of kilometers appeared outside the construction sites of these steel cities. These were all built by people who came to help voluntarily. There are also people who specialize in helping these people solve their life problems. For example, some people have brought in a large number of mobile toilets. Someone set up a pot and cooked, which was provided free of charge. Some doctors set up mobile hospitals to provide free medical treatment to the sick. These scenes were reported by some journalists online and spread online, touching countless Chinese people. With unity, nothing is impossible. At the Shillong base, Lin Yan looked at the images on the big screen and whispered. The Lighthouse country probably didn't expect that its move of using the Dragon country as an excuse to prepare for war would actually further increase the cohesion of the Dragon country's 1.4 billion people. Today, the people of Long country are united as one. The hearts of 1.4 billion Long country people have formed a great wall of steel. Once the spiritual energy is revived, the energy that bursts out will be beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 26. I'm here to take you home. The Sakura country has further expanded the scale of conscription and carried out large-scale war mobilization across the country. The British Empire also began to recruit soldiers on a large scale, but their recruitment was not particularly smooth. The White Elephant Kingdom has also increased its conscription, and cases and scandals have broken out in their military camps. At the Shillong base, in the routine intelligence report every morning, intelligence officers report the actions of various countries. After the Dragon country and the Lighthouse country confronted each other, countries around the world also took some actions. Mass conscription was the first step. All of this was within Lin Yan's expectations. Report, there is new news. There are many outstanding scientists and top talents in the Lighthouse country who need our help. An intelligence officer said. Scientists and top talents? What's going on? Lin Feng asked. The intelligence officer quickly reported the situation. The technology of the Lighthouse country is so advanced, and many scientists and scholars from the Dragon country, as well as elites in various fields, have made contributions. The Dragon people can be the best in any field. In the technology companies in Silicon Valley of the Beacon country, many Dragon people serve as the backbone. More than half a month ago, as soon as the announcement of the Special Bureau came out, some scientists and elites from Dragon country started to return home. At that time, the Lighthouse country had not yet carried out a large-scale obstruction. But for some particularly outstanding scientists or elites in various fields, it is not so easy to leave. They often find out that they are restricted from leaving the country only after they arrive at the airport. These scientists then went to the Dragon country embassy for help. The Lighthouse country simply refused to let them go, and although the Dragon country embassy had been trying, there wasn't much effect. After the Lighthouse country declared a state of war and confronted the Dragon country, these scientists became increasingly restless. However, the Beacon country has further strengthened its control over outstanding talents in various fields. This kind of control is mainly aimed at the people of Long Country. Outstanding scientists and top talents in various fields are not only unable to leave the country, but are also controlled in their own residences and guarded by special personnel. Apart from going to the laboratory to work, you are not allowed to go anywhere else. Not only that, their communications were also restricted. This time, it was a scientist who, with the help of his friends, asked for help from the Dragon Kingdom. They want to return home. After listening to the intelligence officer's report, Lin Feng frowned. It is not easy to rescue these scientists now. After the Lighthouse Country announced its preparations for war, flights between the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country were almost disconnected. Even if we send people there at this time, they will be closely monitored by the Lighthouse Country as soon as they land, and it will be almost impossible to rescue people. Maybe it will be difficult for me to come back. I'll take them home. Lin Yan decided to take action himself. Even after the revival of spiritual energy, scientists and top talents in various fields will still be important. Materials scientists can create sharper materials and thus create sharper weapons. Plant and biological scientists can use the fruits of mutant plants to develop potions that can quickly increase the strength of awakened people. For example, nutrient solution, genetic medicine, elemental medicine, meditation medicine, and so on. Other scientists also played a more or less significant role. They are a group of people with the most outstanding wisdom in the world. Before the rebirth, among the scientists who made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Country after the revival of spiritual energy, some were scientists who returned from the Lighthouse Country despite numerous difficulties and obstacles. No, this is too risky. If anything happens, I won't be able to explain to the elders. Ling Feng disagreed. Uncle Ling, don't worry. With my strength, if I want to leave, who in the Lighthouse Country can keep me? Lin Yan said calmly. His words reminded Ling Feng. After spending these days together, Lin Feng almost forgot how terrifying this handsome and sunny boy in front of him is. When Ling Feng thought of Lin Yan's golden dragon that was faster than a fighter jet, his worries were reduced a lot. Under the current situation, I'm afraid no one except Lin Yan can bring those scientists back from the Lighthouse Country. Team Lin, I'll go with you. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to take on the dangerous situation, Leng Qingqiu wanted to go along as well. Now, after making every effort to improve herself, she has just reached the 3rd level of apprentice. As she became a high-level warrior, her genetic energy was already quite abundant. Don't be fooled by her weak appearance. Leng Qingqiu can exert more than 6 tons of strength with her body alone thanks to her genetic power. Her strongest weapon is not her basic physical strength, but the ability given to her by her eye's talent. Can? Lin Yan agreed. Seeing Lin Yan agreed, Leng Qingqiu smiled brightly. Okay, Team Lin. She prepared with great joy. Looking at his daughter's expression, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the cabbages he had been raising for 20 years seemed to be eaten away. However, if it was Lin Yan who was trying to get something for nothing, it would not be unacceptable. Qingqiu, don't go anywhere at the airport. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Half a day later, Lin Yan's voice was heard on a passenger plane. Yes. Leave it to me, Lin team. Leng Qingqiu nodded vigorously. This is Mexico. A country regarded as the back garden of the Beacon Country. It is also a chaotic country full of drugs and violence. This passenger plane was sent by Long Country to bring scientists back to the country. In order not to attract the attention of the Lighthouse Country, the plane took off from Annan. On the plane at this time, in addition to Leng Qingqiu, there were 2 awakened people and 12 Special Forces soldiers disguised as ordinary people. Leng Qingqiu's mission was to guard the plane with them. Lin Feng took Feng Ji and his wife into the Lighthouse Country to bring those scientists home. Yes, Fengji's husband is here too. Because Fengji's abilities become stronger when her husband is around. Have a nice trip. A few hours later, at a checkpoint on the border between the Lighthouse Country and Mexico, a border policeman wearing sunglasses checked the documents and waved to the car Lin Yan was riding in. The car started and passed this checkpoint. Brother Lin, you are amazing. You can even get a fake passport approved. That's amazing. After getting away from the checkpoint, in the cab, a foreign student dressed very hotly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Because when they crossed the border just now, the passports used by Lin Yan and his companions were fake. The dragon people are very good at making fake certificates. The reason why the border police couldn't find out was not because the fake certificate was well made, but because of Fingji. Under the influence of Fingji, the spiritual master, the border police naturally believed that the passport was authentic and did not check it carefully. At the same time, he did not doubt Lin Yan and the others. This is why Lin Yan wants to bring Fengji with him. A psychic can quietly influence the minds of others. Compared to the spiritual awakening, the abilities of the spiritual illusionist, who is also a spiritual illusionist, are even more direct and more untraceable. With Fengji, and with Daiyu, a foreign student who was very familiar with the lighthouse country, leading the way, Lin Yan and his group had almost no obstacles in the lighthouse country. Damn it! What you are doing shows no respect for human rights and violates the Constitution. Let me out! I want to go to the supermarket. In the apartment, an old professor was getting angry. Sorry, Ning, you can't go anywhere. At the door of the apartment, 2 lighthouse Chinese, one white and one black, spread their hands. They were ordered to look after the old professor's family here. This old professor is an authority on materials science, and there is no way that the lighthouse country will let him return to the dragon country. Ning, we treat you well. Staying in the lighthouse country to continue your research is the best choice. Didn't you also say that science has no borders? White lighthouse humane. He is trying to persuade the old professor. Science has no borders, but scientists have a motherland. Now my motherland needs me, and I must go back. The old professor has made up his mind. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Before the white lighthouse man could finish his words, he and the black lighthouse man fell down at the same time. A tall and handsome oriental man appeared at the door. Excuse me, is this Professor Ning Mingning? Lin Yan asked. It's me, who are you? The old professor still didn't quite understand the situation. Professor Ning, I'm from the dragon country. Please pack your things. I'm here to take you home. Lin Yan said. Take him home. How come the old professor still doesn't understand this? My motherland has not forgotten me. The old professor burst into tears. He didn't expect that under such circumstances, the country would actually send someone to pick him up. The motherland has not forgotten him. Wait a moment, comrade. I'll get it ready in a moment. The old professor knew the situation was urgent, and without even bothering to wipe his tears, he quickly called his wife and son, and soon came out dragging a large box. It looked like he had already packed it up. There are too many things, so I won't take them all with me. But these research materials are very important, so it would be best if I could take them with me. Is that convenient? The old professor asked. Lin Yan saw that he didn't even bring a family photo, probably because he was afraid that it would be inconvenient to travel if he brought too many things. He couldn't help but feel a little respect for such an old professor. Soon, the old professor and his family went out and got into a car. There is nothing wrong with Professor Ning's family. As long as he stops making trouble, you should decide not to disturb them. At the door, Fingji was exerting psychological suggestion and influence on the 2 lighthouse men, one white and one black. This will make them follow Fingji's instructions imperceptibly. Fengji's strength is not that strong, so the mental interference will not last too long, just a little more than 2 days at most. They are also afraid of being interrupted by some sudden events, such as the lighthouse country sending people to check the situation. But it can also buy Lin Yan a lot of time. Chapter 27, Just Like a Ghost. Dear Xiao, are you really willing to abandon everything here and return home? Flaming red lips, fine wine and beautiful women. The enchanting figure outlined by the lace skirt failed to attract Xiao Zhe's attention. Yes, I must return home. Xiao Zhe looked towards the west with a firm gaze, as if he was looking at his motherland in the distance. I am not even worthy of your nostalgia? The woman, who looked like a rose, swirled the red wine in the glass, and the subtle fragrance from her body was refreshing. Surely, if you really love me, you should find a way to go with me instead of acting as their lobbyist. Xiao Zhe looked directly at the other party with sharp eyes and launched a counterattack. Xiao, I also have my motherland. Besides, even if I want to, it's obvious that we can't leave. A hint of helplessness appeared at Shirley's lips. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sound of someone falling to the ground outside the door. Then the door opened. An oriental face appeared there. Is this Xiaozhe? I'm from the Dragon Country official. I'm here to take you home. Lin Yan locked onto the person he was going to meet this time at a glance. In fact, in order to save time, Feng Zhi had already launched mental interference while Lin Yan was speaking, influencing Xiaozhe on the spiritual level. This will make Xiaozhe trust Lin Yan more, which can reduce a lot of unnecessary waste of time. There are quite a few people to be picked up this time, and Lin Yan is very pressed for time, so he needs to race against time. All scientists and their families must be taken away before the lighthouse country reacts. This is no small project. Goodbye, Shirley. A few minutes later, Xiaozhe gave a passionate kiss on the forehead of the woman who had just persuaded him, then turned around and left resolutely. As for the woman, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Before long, she would wake up and think that Xiaozhe had gone to rest, and would leave on her own. Is this Li Zhongjie? I am from the Dragon Country official. Half an hour later, Lin Yan's voice was heard in another apartment. Another person was picked up by him. This time it was a whole family. After the plane arrives in Mexico, someone will pick us up. The code for the meeting is that the Great Wall is still there, but Qin Shi Huang is no longer with us. At a private airport, Lin Yan gave instructions to the dozens of people on the plane. They are the scientists, elites from various industries, and their families whom Lin Yan met in cities on the west coast of the United States. The plane took off and headed towards Mexico. As expected, the pilots did not notice anything unusual after flying to Mexico and back. Before Lin Yan started the rescue, he chartered the plane with Feng Zhi. Under the influence of Feng Zhi's abilities, coupled with his strong financial capabilities, the pilot had already completed all the procedures for flying to Mexico. I thought it was natural for this group of Oriental people to go to Mexico, and I didn't have any doubts. Let's go to other cities. Okay, Brother Lin, you are so awesome! Dayu admires Lin Yan very much. She is an international student, but in fact, she has another identity. He is an agent from the Dragon Country lurking in the Lighthouse Country. That's why I came to cooperate with Lin Yan to complete this mission. Along the way, she had never expected that this rescue operation would be so smooth. In fact, it was mainly Feng Zhi's credit. But Lin Yan did not make any excuses. Feng Zhi is currently the only psychic in Longhua, and few people know that she is a psychic. Her identity should not be exposed if it can be avoided. Soon, another small plane carrying 4 people flew to another city. Lin Yan started the rescue again. After dealing with the guards, Lin Yan will let the rescued person take a taxi to the airport surrounding area that has already been booked and wait. The airports he chose were basically private airports. There are many private airports in the Lighthouse Country, and there are also quite a few private planes. This gave Lin Yan room to maneuver. Basically, as long as we can deal with the lighthouse man guarding the scientists and get to the airport smoothly, there won't be any big problems. Although the Beacon Country does not allow these scientists and top elites in various fields to leave, it is already strict enough to arrange 1 or 2 people to watch them and restrict their exit. It's impossible that the entire Lighthouse Country is staring at them. In fact, when they go out and take a taxi, the taxi drivers will not be alert without Feng Zhi's influence. How did the taxi driver know who they were? Of course, that's the case. Without Feng Zhi, a psychic, it would be difficult to carry out such a smooth rescue. Going abroad is a big problem. Everyone, see you in Mexico. Another city has been rescued. Walk! After the plane took off, Lin Yan rushed to the next place without stopping. Feng Zhi's ability cannot last too long, and Lin Yan has to worry about any unexpected situations interrupting the mental influence. He doesn't have much time. Fortunately, these scientists are mainly concentrated in several large cities in the Lighthouse Country. On the small plane, 4 people, including Lin Yan, began to catch up on their sleep. This was a rare chance to sleep. It was already late at night when we arrived at the next city. Lin Yan and his team began the rescue operation under the cover of night. There are many scientists in this city, and including their families, there are hundreds of people. There is still a lot that cannot be accommodated on one plane. Finally, early the next morning, Lin Yan found 2 planes for them to fly to Mexico. In recent days, flights within the lighthouse country have become unusually busy, and the population movement is very large. The aviation industry in the beacon country is extremely developed, with more than 20,000 airports alone. In Dragon Country, this number is more than 200. This actually made it easier for Lin Yan to rescue him. As long as you are willing to pay and use Fengji's abilities, finding a plane is not difficult. Fengji's ability is not omnipotent. For example, if you don't give people money, it would be difficult for Fengji to make them work for free with her current ability. At most, it will make people think that they have already paid. But when they turn around to count the money, the truth will be revealed and then things will go wrong. Therefore, Lin Yan gave the money generously to reduce the variables as much as possible. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. This is the last wave, let's go. At another city airport, this time, Lin Yan and 3 others boarded the plane together. In the past 2 days, he went around and finally met all the important scientists who wanted to return to China. The lighthouse country has not yet noticed anything unusual. Great, I can go back home now. Dai Yu is also looking forward to returning to China. In just 2 days, more than 100 Dragon Country scientists and top talents mysteriously disappeared. Trash, all trash. How do you view people? The lighthouse country still noticed it when the last flight flew to Mexico. More than 100 Dragon Country scientists disappeared mysteriously. Such a big thing was soon known to Edmund, a senior CIA official in charge of the matter in the lighthouse country. Edmund was furious. If these more than 100 scientists and top talents leave, it will be a huge loss to the beacon country. If we let them return to Dragon Country, the losses will be doubled. Boss, we have mobilized all the surveillance cameras, and what we can confirm now is that these people did it. His men retrieved a surveillance video. This surveillance video shows Lin Yan leaving with a scientist and his family. This woman is an international student from Long Country. Her name is Dai Yu. We don't have any information about the other 3 people. The subordinate pointed at Dai Yu Dao in the video. Oh my god, boss! These people are just like ghosts. They have been rampant in our country for 2 days and 2 nights, and we didn't even notice them. Another subordinate said exaggeratedly. The others nodded in agreement. In the past 2 days, Lin Yan and his team traveled through the major cities and streets of the lighthouse country, rescuing scientists from the Dragon Country. No one in the entire lighthouse country noticed anything unusual. Lin Yan and the other 2 didn't have any information either. This means that Lin Yan and the other 2 have most likely never registered in the lighthouse country, let alone have lighthouse country passports. You know, ever since the lighthouse nation began preparing for war, the lighthouse police have been conducting routine checks on any Dragon Nation people they encounter. In this situation, Lin Yan and the other 2 could still wander around the lighthouse country as if it were their own living room, like ghosts. It was amazing. And then? I don't care if they are ghosts, who they are, where they are, or whether we can stop them. That's the key, idiot! Edmund growled. Seeing that Edmund was angry, his men began to investigate without any reservation and used all resources. Just over an hour later, the results came out. Boss, there have been planes flying to Eso Airport in Mexico these past 2 days. The city where these planes departed from is exactly the city where the Dragon Country scientists disappeared. We found traces of these dragon people near the private airport where the plane took off. A few hours ago, they appeared at a private airport in Montreal. Our people retrieved the flight records there and found that they flew to Mexico by plane, and their destination was Eso Airport. But now they have left the country. Our agents in Mexico have sent us a message that there is a passenger plane from Annan parked at Eso Airport. There have been people boarding it over the past 2 days, but it has not taken off yet. A lot of information was reported to Edmund. Hey, I found you! There was a cold flash in Edmund's eyes. Chapter 28 Superman Attacks. Damn it, I was almost fooled by these dragon people. Charlie, lock the door, I want to take them back. In the cockpit of the plane, the captain muttered after receiving a call from the CIA. Crack! The co-pilot locked the driver's door. The captain began to turn the plane. Bang! With the violent impact, the sturdy door of the cab instantly shattered into pieces. Before these fragments could splash out, they stopped in midair and then fell down together. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yen appeared in the cockpit with the tip of the knife against the captain's neck. "You don't have a choice," Lin Yen said coldly. "Hey!" The passenger seat had a gun in his hand and he shot Lin Yen. But soon, he saw an incredible scene. After the bullet left the muzzle, it slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally stopped. It stopped in front of Lin Yan's head. Lin Yan glanced at him calmly. Whoosh! The bullet flew back and pierced the passenger's head. "I think it's okay for you to fly the plane by yourself, right?" Okay, don't kill me." With the captain's trembling voice, the plane stopped turning and flew to Eso Airport in Mexico at a faster speed. The lighthouse country still discovered it, even though this place has already left the territory of the lighthouse country. But Mexico has always been the back garden of the beacon country. If it were normal times, it would be fine. But under the current situation, the beacon country is likely to not consider international norms and international influences an intercept in Mexico. So, Lin Yen needs to hurry up. Bang, bang, bang. Oh God, go! At Eso Airport, a battle has already begun. The attacking party was a local Mexican gang. The defending side consisted of more than a dozen special forces from the Dragon country. The Mexican gangs are quite rampant. Once, a man from the lighthouse country joked online that he had stolen tens of thousands of gold from the Mexican gangs. As a result, he was kidnapped to Mexico within a few days. There was also a Mexican female internet celebrity who cursed the gangs online. The person was scolded in the morning, and the video of driving a train was released in the afternoon. It is no exaggeration to say that in Mexico, the gangs are the real masters to some extent. Mexico has a population of just over 20 million, an army of only 200,000, but a gang of millions. The largest gang has more than 100,000 people. Even so, it is still very rare for gangs to openly attack an international airport like this. The entire Eso airport was in chaos. Everyone was fleeing. More than 1,000 gangsters have taken control of the airport terminal and attacked a passenger plane from all directions. They had a large number of people and a full range of weapons, but their attack was not very successful. More than a dozen special forces were guarding each side of the passenger plane, using several airport transfer vehicles as cover, making it impossible for the gangsters to get close. Even if he is a gangster, he is not afraid of death. As long as the gangsters are within the range, they will be killed in seconds if they show their heads. Who wouldn't be afraid? "Boss, we've lost hundreds of people, use the RPG." In the terminal, seeing that the attack was failing, a gangster took out a rocket launcher. The gangster boss named Anthony looked at the battle in the distance with a grim expression. Anthony's gang is neither big nor small in Mexico. This time, the agents of the lighthouse country came to him and said that as long as he was willing to do a vote, the lighthouse country would fully support him to become the leader of this area. Anthony was moved. Although attacks on international airports rarely happen, his real target is not the airport, but the Dragon country's aircraft. As for the Mexican official side, the lighthouse nation will handle it. The Mexican military will not intervene within 3 hours. They have plenty of time. But who would have thought that just a dozen or so Dragon country special forces could cause them to suffer such heavy losses? In just such a short period of attack, more than 100 of his men had died. "Anthony, we can't use the RPG. There are top scientists on the plane, and they must be brought back intact. That's what we agreed on." Seeing that Anthony's men were about to use the rocket launcher, the lighthouse country agent nearby could no longer sit still. He is a long-time spy of the lighthouse country operating in Mexico. This time, it was he who encouraged Anthony to attack Eso Airport. The lighthouse country originally planned to detain the Dragon country aircraft through Mexican officials. Who knew that the great elder of Dragon country had already spoken to the president of Mexico on the phone. Outsiders have no idea what was said on the phone. In the end, Mexico did not agree to the lighthouse nation's detention request, but Mexico also acquiesced to the lighthouse nation's own actions. It can be regarded as not offending both sides. Hence, this attack took place. "Job, but you didn't tell me that the Dragon Kingdom's special forces were so terrifying. If we continue to fight like this, all my people will die." But Anthony refused to do it. Anthony, listen carefully. Any one of these scientists is worth more than your entire gang. If you mess around, our agreement will be invalidated, and the consequences you face will be 100 times worse than they are now. The Beacon Nation agent threatened. Damn it! I hate it most when people threaten me. Anthony's temper flared up all of a sudden. He snatched the rocket launcher from his younger brother and aimed it at the passenger plane that could carry hundreds of people. Asshole! The lighthouse country agent was about to draw his gun when the guns of the guys around him were pointed at him. Go to hell! Anthony was about to pull the trigger of the bazooka. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, a torrent of ice cones came, and Anthony and his many younger brothers were pierced through before they could react. Boom! The trigger of the bazooka was still pulled, but the muzzle was aimed at the floor not far away. The rocket hit there, blowing a big hole there. Then, Anthony and many of his younger brothers fell down together without a sound. Is this the Awakener? The light in the lighthouse country agent's eyes went out, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several younger brothers who were farther away and reacted just now were also killed. The terminal control room has been cleared. After Ling Qingqiu finished speaking into the intercom, he headed towards other areas. Bang, bang, bang. Be careful. He's too fast. On the other side, screams from dozens of gangsters continued to be heard, and gunshots were also chaotic. An awakened one, so fast that only his shadow could be seen, was killing people indiscriminately with a titanium knife in his hand. He was like the god of death, and gangsters fell down wherever he passed. Some gangsters were so scared that they completely lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Whoosh! On the other side, the attacking gangsters, seeing that they could not take the city down after a long time, fired a rocket directly. The rocket flew towards a transport vehicle. Just as the transport vehicle was about to be hit, suddenly, a 2-meter-tall strong man jumped out, holding a huge shield in his hand and blocking the way. Boom! The rocket hit the giant shield and exploded. Such a huge impact force failed to make the strong man retreat even a single step. Brother Ernyu, you are so awesome! The two Special Forces soldiers who were attacking gave him a thumbs up and then raised their guns to continue shooting. This sturdy man is also the awakened person brought by Lin Yan this time. His name is Yang Ernyu. Yang Ernyu awakened his talent for strength and became extremely powerful. Before Lin Yan came to the Shillong base, he was the one who set the Shillong base's strength record of 20,000 kilograms. After the gangsters launched the attack, Ling Qingqiu quickly made arrangements. Ernyu cooperated with the special forces to defend the plane, and she and the speed-talented Awakener launched a counterattack. There are too many gangsters, only in this way can we turn passivity into initiative. This can be said to be the first battle of the awakened people of Dragon Country. The first battle showed the Awaken's crushing power over ordinary people. Roar! After blocking the rocket, Yang Ernyu picked up a huge shield weighing hundreds of pounds and rushed towards the group of gangsters who fired the rocket. Da-da-da! The gangsters saw Yang Ernyu coming and kept shooting. But Yang Ernyu held up a huge shield in front of him, and their attacks could not do anything to Yang Ernyu. Whoosh! Another rocket attacked and was blocked by Yang Ernyu again. He's coming! Retreat quickly! Seeing Yang Ernyu approaching, the gangsters became frightened and many of them's legs were shaking. It was really because Yang Ernyu's performance was too ferocious. The next second, Yang Ernyu accelerated and slammed the huge shield in his hand into a gangster, knocking him more than 10 meters away. Then, he was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, holding a shield in his left hand and constantly hitting the gangsters. Although his right hand is bare, he can often beat gangsters into pieces with one punch. Yang Ernyu was so brutal that he seemed like a god of death, and he completely destroyed the gangsters' fighting spirit. The other gangsters no longer had the will to fight and fled in panic. Therefore, after the three Awakeners attacked, the pressure on the special forces was greatly reduced. The gangsters began to flee. But even if they can escape, the psychological trauma left by today's battle will probably follow them for the rest of their lives. At Esso Airport, the sound of gunfire gradually died down. What a mob! Yang Ernyu shouted at the gangster corpses lying on the ground, then returned to the passenger plane with a huge shield in hand. At this time, Ling Qingqiu and the Speed Awakener also came back. The battle is over. The lighthouse country must have discovered it. I wonder what the situation is like for Team Lin. Ling Qingqiu looked towards the north and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a fighter jet flew across the sky at an astonishing speed, and sonic booms sounded one after another. Careful! Yang Ernius sensed something and suddenly jumped into the sky, raising the huge shield in his hand at the same time. There, a figure fell from the sky and stepped on Yang Erniu's giant shield. Boom! Yang Erniu, who was extremely strong, was stepped on by the figure and fell heavily to the ground, causing the ground to crack. Ling Qingqiu and many Special Forces soldiers looked and saw a lighthouse man wearing a blue tights, a red cloak and a stern face, falling from the sky and stepping on Yang Erniu's giant shield. His image is very similar to Superman in the movie. Chapter 29. Listen to the dragon's roar. Mom, look, Superman! By the window of the plane, a 3-year-old girl saw the lighthouse man descending from the sky and clapped her hands with joy. He's not Superman, kid, he's the devil! Her mother said quickly. This superhuman lighthouse man attacked the awakened people of Dragon Country as soon as he arrived. His intention couldn't be more obvious. Even if he was really Superman, he was no different from the devil in the eyes of the many scientists and their families on the plane. For two hostile countries, the hero of one country must be the devil of the other country. Kaka! More than a dozen guns were pointed at the lighthouse awakener dressed as Superman. The temperature around him began to drop, and Ling Qingqiu was ready to go. Speed Awakener Lu Su tightly grasped the titanium knife. He is a college student in his 20s. He is the best among all those who have awakened their speed talent, and his strength has reached the second level of apprentice. Get out of my way! Yang Ernie kept trying to get up from the ground, but he couldn't do it at all. Although his power is terrifying, his strength is far inferior to that of the Lighthouse Awakener. Completely crushed by the opponent. The genetic energy is so weak, the awakened ones from your dragon nation are nothing more than this. The Lighthouse Awakener dressed as Superman did not rush to take action. After glancing at Ling Qingqiu and Lu Su, he said with a proud look on his face. Number 9, what are you still standing there for? Get started! A voice came from the headset. Damn it, don't call me Number 9! Anger was evident on the Lighthouse Awakener's face. If you kill them and bring back all the scientists, you will no longer be Number 9, but Number 1. The voice said slowly. Good, your words touched my heart. A dangerous aura began to emerge from Number 9's body. He is going to take action. Get started! Ling Qingqiu took the initiative and attacked with dense icicles. Bang, bang, bang! More than a dozen Dragon Country Special Forces launched an attack. The bullet shot towards Number 9. Number 9 made a semicircle with his hands in front of him and squeezed them hard, causing the air around him to shake. The bullet from the gun seemed to hit an invisible wall of air and did not cause him any harm. Only Ling Qingqiu's ice cone was still piercing forward. Snort! Number 9 smashed Ling Qingqiu's ice cone with one punch. Warrior! Ling Qingqiu instantly judged the strength of Number 9. It's definitely time to fight. In fact, she had been awakened for quite some time. With her outstanding talent and the ability to enjoy more resources, she was able to reach the level of a high-level warrior. Apart from Lin Yin, she is already one of the fastest-growing awakeners in the entire Dragon Country. But there is someone in the Lighthouse Country who has become a general. Stupid Dragon Country people! Number 9 snorted coldly, and a wave of air spread out from around him. More than a dozen Dragon Country Special Forces soldiers were sent flying backwards under the impact of the air wave. A figure flashed, and Lu Su attacked at a tricky angle, slashing at the Lighthouse Awakener with the titanium knife in his hand. His speed is quite fast. But Number 9 reacted faster and threw a powerful punch. Boom! Puff! The punch did not hit Lu Su, but hit the air. But the air in Lu Su's chest suddenly exploded. The whole person flew backwards. While still in midair, Lu Su spat out a large mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Ling Qingqiu took the opportunity to release a large number of ice crystals, which instantly formed a layer of ice on number 9's body. The ice thickened rapidly, turning number 9 into an ice sculpture. Get out of here! Yang Ernia finally escaped and smashed number 9's head with his sandbag-sized fist. With his strength, this punch was enough to smash a person's head like a watermelon. Crack! The ice that froze number 9 broke into countless pieces at the same time. What greeted Yang Ernia was the iron fist of number 9. Boom! The fists collided with each other. After using his innate ability to unleash several times the amazing power, Yang Ernia actually withstood the punch from number 9. Crack! But Yang Ernia soon discovered sadly that his fist was broken. The genetic energy in his body was stirred up by the blow and was unable to protect his fist. Lu Su attacked back again, giving Yang Ernia a chance to retreat. The price he paid was that he was knocked away by number 9 again. Just as Lu Su was knocked flying, a long ice crystal fell from the sky and almost pierced number 9's crown. Court death! Number 9 was angry, his red cloak floated up, and he rushed towards Ling Qingqiu at an extremely fast speed. Among the 3 awakeners of Longhua, Ling Qingqiu posed the greatest threat to him. Ling Qingqiu moved his hands and a large amount of ice crystals shot out. Ordinary people will be frozen if they touch these ice crystals. The spherical air shield appeared again beside number 9, blocking the ice crystals. The wind blew, and from behind, a transport truck weighing several tons was thrown over by Yang Ernia. Number 9 snorted coldly and punched back. The huge transport vehicle was hit by this punch and rolled over, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Yang Ernia took back his giant shield, held it forward, and accelerated to crash into number 9. These 3 should be the strongest awakeners in Dragon Country. They are nothing compared to our Superman. Although number 9 is strong in combat, his emotions are not stable enough. We should remove some of his emotional nerves. In a room in the Pentagon in the Beacon Country, a group of people were watching and discussing this battle. The picture on the screen is from top to bottom. Obviously, it is a picture taken by the satellite. The Lighthouse Nation guessed that there were awakened people from the Dragon Nation who participated in the rescue of the scientists, so while the agents led the Mexican gangs to attack, they also urgently dispatched the nearest Superman number 9 and took him to SO Airport in a fighter jet for interception. Now, seeing that Superman number 9 is so powerful, all the Lighthouse people present are relieved. Everyone leisurely enjoyed the performance of number 9. Save this video. I'm going to show it to the people in the White House so that they don't have to worry about the large number of awakened people in Dragon Country. Awakened people are always the strong ones who win. In his opinion, the Battle of SO Airport was no longer suspenseful. After being hit several times, Lu Su was no longer able to fight. Although Yang Ernie got the giant shield back, he was no match for number 9 and was knocked away by number 9 with one blow. Although Ling Qingqiu's attack was sharp, he was powerless in the face of the huge gap in strength. Girl, you are very beautiful, but I am no longer interested in women, so bye. Number 9 accelerated and was about to take down Ling Qingqiu. Suddenly, boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, number 9's body seemed to be hit by something and slammed to the ground. Puff! Number 9, who showed overwhelming strength after his appearance, spat out a large mouthful of blood. Shit! Number 9 was furious, and a storm arose around him. But the next second, boom! It was as if an invisible hand hit number 9, and a big hole was made on number 9's back. The beating heart instantly exploded into countless pools of blood. Number 9's body trembled violently. Then, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground, motionless. His eyes also became unfocused. Oh! No! God! There was a cry of surprise in the room of the Hexagon building. This is impossible! Edmund's eyes narrowed. Ha ha! Pfft! Seeing this, the seriously injured young Ernia laughed a few times and spat out another mouthful of blood. Ling Qingqiu escaped death, and with her beautiful eyes she saw Lin Yan falling from the sky. Her heart was relieved, and a bright smile appeared on her face. But the next second, her body softened and she became unstable and was about to fall to the ground. Qingqiu. Lin Yan supported her. After a quick examination, it was discovered that Lin Qingqiu was not injured, but the intense battle had consumed too much of his genetic energy and physical body, causing him to feel weak all over. It just takes some time to recover. She is currently only an intermediate warrior of the second level of the apprentice class, with limited genetic energy, and cannot sustain the battle for too long. Not to mention warriors, even generals, gods of war, and even planetary level ones, cannot be perpetual motion machines. This is also the reason why the mutated insects in the insect tide in the early stage of spiritual revival, although each one is not very strong, can kill a large number of awakened people. When their number reaches a certain level, even if the awakened ones are allowed to kill them, they will eventually tire the awakened ones to death. Pa 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 pa. A few minutes later, warm applause broke out in the passenger plane that successfully took off. Team leader, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought you were some second-generation rich kid. Lu Su looked at Lin Yan with stars in her eyes. Not only him, but also the big silly guy Yang Ernie admires Lin Yan very much. It was the first time for them to know that Lin Yan, the deputy director of the Special Bureau and the leader of the God of War team, was so powerful. Originally, many people in the God of War group believed that Lin Yan must be the descendant of some great figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought that the powerful awakener from the Lighthouse country would be killed instantly by Lin Yan? How could this not shock them? In fact, some people were even more shocked than they were. Although number 9 has many flaws, his combat power is currently the strongest. How could he be killed like this? This can't be true. It can't be true. In the room of the hexagon, many people were still a little bit unconvinced. Edmund, is this the ghost you were talking about? Asked a man in a general's uniform. He is a major general of the Lighthouse State, Edward. Yes, it's him. Edmund's face was extremely gloomy. The CIA botched this one. Now, we can only look to the Ministry of National Defense of the Beacon Country. The Pentagon is the office of the Ministry of Defense. Dragon Country actually has such a powerful awakener. We cannot let him return to Dragon Country. Send out the Eagle Squadron to send this ghost and those scientists to the sea to feed the fish. Major General Edward gave the order. His order was to shoot down the Dragon Kingdom's planes. Edmund said nothing. Under the current circumstances, the only way to minimize the losses is to shoot down the plane and kill Lin Yan. And his location. If you can't intercept it, then shoot it down decisively. Otherwise, allowing these scientists to return to Dragon Country would be even more harmful to Lighthouse Country. There are Lighthouse fighters! Above the clouds, a piece of news made everyone in the cabin feel anxious. At this time, the passenger plane had already reached the stratosphere and was flying towards Longwa at a speed of more than twice the speed of sound. The Lighthouse Country did not give up and sent fighter jets to chase after them. Through the window, I can already see a few small black dots in the distance. Everyone, fasten your seat belts! Just when all the scientists and their families were at a loss, Lin Yan's voice rang out. Quick! Everyone cooperated and fastened their seat belts. Wow! Then, they saw Lin Yan suddenly open the cabin door. And then, Lin Yan jumped down. In the strong wind, the people in the cabin were worried, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget. Accompanied by dazzling golden light, a giant golden dragon suddenly appeared and rushed towards several black spots in the distance. Mom, that looks like a dragon? By the window, a little girl said crisply. The others were stunned. On Xiao Jun's back, Lin Yan looked at the rapidly approaching lighthouse fighter and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next second, Little Blonde let out a loud dragon roar, accelerated, and rushed towards the fighter planes at an astonishing speed. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. Chapter 30 Eastern Dragon, Global Shock. Captain, what is that? On the fighter plane, the pilot of the Lighthouse Country also saw Xiao Jin coming towards them. Dragon, this looks like an Eastern dragon. Oh my god, there's a person on it! A pilot exclaimed after zooming in. This scene was beyond his imagination. It's coming for us, attack! The captain reacted the fastest. Fuck! What the hell is this? But soon, the captain found that he could not lock on Xiao Jin. The radar can't recognize Xiao Jin. Captain, I can't lock it. Idiot, do it manually. The captain disabled the automatic lock and quickly locked onto Xiao Jin, who was flying straight towards him. Whatever the hell you are, go to hell. The captain pressed the button sharply. By. Below the fighter plane, a hanging missile ignited, then suddenly shot out and rushed towards Xiao Jin. Several other warships also launched attacks. Several missiles attacked Xiao Jin one after another. Ouch! Along with the sound of a dragon's roar, Xiao Jin's body suddenly faded. The golden dragon of luck is extremely mysterious. It is itself transformed by luck, and its body can be real or virtual. Its body turned weak, and the attacking missiles passed through its body directly without causing any damage. And when they passed by Lin Yan's palms kept attacking. Boom! The first missile was hit by Lin Yan, triggering the fuse and exploding directly. With Xiao Jin's speed, the missile had already flown far away when it exploded and had no effect on him, or Lin Yan. Boom, boom, boom. Several other attacking missiles were blown up by Lin Yan one after another. My hair! On the opposite side, the captain flying in the front had no time to launch the second missile. Xiao Jin came too fast. It was so fast that it was too late for the captain to turn around. Go to hell! Da-da-da-da! The machine gun roared. Dense bullets flew towards Xiao Jin. Then, Xiao Jin's huge body hit the fighter plane. There was no loud crashing sound because Xiao Jin's body became weak again. Lin Yan will not waste Xiao Jin's energy. But, following Lin Yan's palm, the glass cover of the fighter plane shattered instantly. The captain inside was smashed into pieces by the huge force. The force was so great that even the fighter plane was shaken. Generally, a psychic's telekinetic attack requires a medium, that is, using telekinesis to control the object to attack, which will make it more powerful. But Lin Yan is not just an ordinary spiritual master. This punch of his, which combines telekinesis and genetic energy, is an original fighting skill. One slap can send someone to hell. Boom! The force of this palm finally hit the fuel tank, causing the fighter plane to explode violently, turn into fragments, and fall downwards. Captain Crash! Repeat, Captain Crash! Several other fighter planes flew past, and the pilots on them screamed in surprise. Xiao Jin turned around and burst out with even more astonishing speed to catch up. Ah! On the public channel, accompanied by an abrupt scream, another fighter plane disintegrated and crashed into the sea. It's coming, help! The third voice only sounded halfway. The pilot was so scared that he pissed himself. Even after performing a difficult flying maneuver like the Pugachev Cobra, which allowed the fighter to turn vertically instantly, he could not escape death. Retreat, quickly, retreat! Monster, this is a monster! The pilots of the other two fighter planes were so scared that they no longer had any will to fight. They fled to the left and right at high speed. Thank God, he went after Jim! The pilot of the fighter plane that fled to the left breathed a sigh of relief. Because Xiao Jin went to chase the pilot on the right. But the pilot did not breathe a sigh of relief for long, as he saw a golden light chasing him from the sky. Damn it! His face changed. He knew that he couldn't escape. In desperation, he saw the passenger plane ahead. His eyes suddenly turned fierce. The radar locked on quickly. Whoosh! A missile shot out and hit the passenger plane. Let's go to hell together! The pilot laughed heartily. The next second, golden light enveloped him. His body exploded instantly. A flash of golden light caught up with the missile ahead. Boom! The missile exploded in midair. Law! The pilot, who had only a head left, lost his hope of pulling the passenger plane along with him and died in endless depression. This last fighter plane was relatively intact. After rushing out for a distance, it lost all power, fell through the sea of clouds, and crashed into the sea. Look! On the sea, on a huge cruise ship, all the tourists ran to the deck. Each of these tourists held a mobile phone and stood on tiptoe looking at the sky in the distance. There, a fighter plane fell straight down and hit the sea heavily. Fuck! Shit! At the same time, everyone in the room of the hexagon was stunned. They just saw this battle through real-time satellite footage. Everyone was stunned. Cake seller, is that the dragon from the east? A lighthouse official muttered. Edmund was also stunned. Not only him, but General Edward could hardly believe his eyes. Although the fighter jets dispatched this time are the third-generation F-16 fighter jets of the lighthouse country, they are not the latest and strongest fighter jets. But this is also the most technologically mature, largest produced, and most widely equipped fighter jet in the world in the beacon country. Its performance and combat effectiveness are not weak. But now, in a short period of time, 5 F-16 fighter jets were destroyed. Their opponent is a giant golden dragon. The Dragon Kingdom is exactly as its name suggests. There really is a dragon. Oh my God! General Edward took a deep breath and couldn't calm down for a long time. Edmund, who was standing by, was also shocked, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he, the CIA leader, is incompetent. Rather, the lineup that Longwa sent to rescue the scientists this time was too powerful. First, the ghostly awakener from Longwa killed Superman number 9 in seconds. Then the Eastern Dragon destroyed 5 fighter planes. What can he do in the face of such a lineup? His position should be saved. What? Superman number 9 is dead? The Dragon Nation dispatched the Eastern Dragon? The White House, when the news was reported, it caused an earthquake throughout the White House. Everyone, welcome home. We will escort you. East China Sea. Under the escort of 12 J-20s, a passenger plane carrying hundreds of people flew towards Longwa. Very good. We're going home. Seeing the fighter jets belonging to Dragon Country outside, everyone on the plane felt relieved. At this moment, everyone was excited. Soon, the coastline of Dragon Country came into view. Dragon Country, here we are. Yeah! Everyone cheered. Everyone, welcome home. At the Beijing airport, the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences of Dragon Country came in person to welcome the returning scientists. After several days of travel, we finally returned to our homeland. At this moment, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. They are back home. Shocking news! 105 top scientists from Dragon Country were rescued. In an attempt to stop the dispatch of Superman, Lighthouse Country was killed instantly by a mysterious awakener from Dragon Country. Several F-16 fighter jets crashed in the eastern Pacific Ocean, suspected to be related to this incident. After the Dragon Country scientists returned home, several news stories were released simultaneously on Twitter by the Daily Mail, New York Daily News, and other media outlets with the largest sales and the highest attention in the world. The top leaders of the Lighthouse Country naturally do not want this news to get out, as it would make them very embarrassed. But they had no choice. The matter could no longer be concealed. The video of the battle at Esso Airport has been spread all over the world. Although the gangsters at that time captured Esso Airport, they did not destroy the surveillance equipment at Esso Airport. There are a lot of surveillance cameras at Esso Airport, covering all kinds of angles. That's how the video got out. In addition to the video from Esso Airport, videos of F-16 fighter jets falling from the sky and crashing into the sea have also gone viral. No wonder the whole world is copying Dragon Country's awakening guide. The fighting power of the awakened is too terrifying. More than 1,000 gangsters can't beat a few people. The Lighthouse Country actually cultivated such a powerful Superman. Oh my God! Superman was killed! Who is this Dragon Countryman? Is Dragon Country, an ancient country with thousands of years of civilization, finally going to show its fangs? Stupid president, we should be on good terms with Dragon Nation. Could the crash of the F-16 fighter really be related to this incident? The news from authoritative media has brought more attention to this incident and sparked discussions and shock among countless people. On this day, the White House was surrounded by a large number of reporters. Mr. Pete, is the crash of the 5 F-16 fighters related to the awakened Dragon Nation? After waiting for quite some time, the reporters finally saw the White House spokesperson who was off work, and they all surrounded him. No, our fighter plane crashed just because of a terrible storm. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, the White House spokesman would not admit it. As expected of a spokesperson, he tells lies without blinking an eye. He is responsible for lying, and we are responsible for not believing it. Can you admit it? If you admit it, we'll have to go to war. How can the Lighthouse Nation be willing to go to war with us now? I didn't expect that there is such a big guy in our dragon country. He is so handsome that he has no friends. Does anyone know who this big guy is? The other awakener is also very powerful. He can throw such a big car without any hesitation. Naturally, a large number of dragon people are also paying attention to this matter. The video circulating online is not particularly clear. You can see the process of the fight, but you can't see the specific faces of the people. The surveillance in other countries is not as clear as that in Longwa. This short battle was truly a feast for the dragon people. Better than the movies. Lu Ernia's throw not only made him famous, but also highlighted the strong fighting ability of number 9. But immediately, number 9, who was so powerful and could fight 3 people alone just a moment ago, was killed instantly by Lin Yan, who fell from the sky. Under such comparison and contrast, Lin Yan's terrifying strength was further demonstrated. The footage of Lin Yan fighting with 5 fighter jets is only in the hands of the top leaders of the Lighthouse country, and no one else has seen it yet. Otherwise, the Chinese people and even the whole world would be so shocked. Chapter 31 Ling Feng gives way, the future is promising. Your Excellency has really helped boost our nation's prestige this time. The Lighthouse Nation must have been frightened by Your Excellency, and its recent public opinion offensive has calmed down a lot. Great Elder, this is what I should do. You are either arrogant nor impatient. You can rush to the front line and shoulder the overall situation. You are truly a pillar of the country. In the conference room, the Great Elder's voice of approval rang out. The day after Lin Yan returned to the Shillong base, the elders had another video call with Lin Yan. Comrade Lin Yan, your appointment is now announced. After the Great Elder finished praising Lin Yan, he changed the subject and spoke again. Appointment? Lin Yan was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of appointment the Great Elder was going to make for him. Now his authority is so great that he can mobilize almost all the resources of Longwa. In Lin Yan's opinion, it was enough. Although he was puzzled, Lin Yan still stood up straight with a serious expression. Comrade Lin Yan, you are now appointed as the director of the Special Bureau, coordinating all affairs of the Special Bureau. Comrade Ling Feng will be demoted to deputy director of the Special Bureau. His salary will remain unchanged. He will fully assist Comrade Lin Yan in his work. The Great Elder read out Lin Yan's appointment. Director of the Special Bureau? Lin Yan did not expect that the Great Elder's appointment of him was to promote him from deputy director to full-time director. Ling Feng, the original director of the Special Bureau, became the deputy director. Grand Elder. Comrade Lin Yan, this is Comrade Ling Feng's own request. Lin Yan was about to speak, but the Great Elder said gently. Lin Yan turned to look at Ling Feng. Ling Feng showed a smile. Brother Lin, this is what I strongly request. The Dragon Kingdom has achieved such remarkable results these days, all thanks to you. It is natural that you should be appointed as the director, so that you can give orders in the future and be more powerful. Authoritative. Uncle Lung. Lin Yan was a little moved, but also a little regretful. As for me, don't worry, I will still handle some things for you as before. You just need to control the general direction and improve yourself and the God of War team's strength with peace of mind. Leave everything else to me. Ling Feng solemnly promised. After speaking, he gave a military salute to the Great Elder. Great Elder, Ling Feng accepts the appointment. The Great Elder nodded to Ling Feng and looked at Lin Yan with a calm gaze. Grand Elder, Lin Yan accepts the appointment. Lin Yan did not hesitate any further and chose to accept the appointment. Since Ling Feng gave up the position of director of the Special Bureau to him. Instead of hesitating and refusing for a long time, Lin Yan took the responsibility and revitalized Long Kingdom, so as to live up to the trust of Ling Feng and the elders. Don't let his precious rebirth go to waste. Good! Lin Yan's decisiveness won the appreciation of the Great Elder. Then, in this way, Lin Yan was promoted from deputy to full-time and became the director of the Special Bureau. Although he is called a director, in name, the value of this director is extremely high. Ling Feng also kept his promise, worked as seriously as ever, and handled everything well. He carried out any of Lin Yan's orders perfectly. Lin Yan doesn't have to worry about anything. He just needs to give orders and then improve his own strength, and that of the God of War team. Director Lin, the scientists who returned from overseas have already joined different research and development teams. Among these scientists, 2 have participated in the Lighthouse Nation's Superman project. The Lighthouse Nation's genetic technology is indeed powerful. After the spiritual tide occurs, if there is enough spiritual fluid, the Lighthouse Nation will be able to help its citizens awaken with its genetic technology. At the Shillong base, Ling Feng told Lin Yan about the latest developments of each group. He also changed the way he addressed Lin Yan to Director Lin. No matter what Lin Yan requested, Lin Feng still addressed him that way. The Special Bureau now has many groups, such as the Materials Group, Weapons Group, Medicine Group, Genome Group, Construction Group, Intelligence Group, and so on. The God of War group established by Lin Yan himself is one of the combat groups and is the most powerful combat group. In addition to the God of War group, the Special Bureau also has some combat groups, such as the Azure Dragon Group, White Tiger Group, Suzuka Group, Black Tortoise Group, etc., named after the 4 sacred beasts. Another example is local combat groups that are commanded by provincial names or cultural symbols, such as Tianfu Group, Wudong Group, Shaolin Group, Taishan Group, and so on. The scientists who returned were assigned to various research and development teams. Uncle Ling, there are more awakeners born every day recently, right? Lin Yan asked. Yes, these days, the number of awakened people born every day is increasing, and the spiritual fluid that can be produced every day is also increasing, Lin Feng said. That's good. As the revival of spiritual energy gets closer, the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth is increasing, which is why more and more awakened people are born every day. As for the promotion brought by the genetic technology of the Lighthouse country, Lin Yan had known about it for a long time. The genetic technology of the Beacon country still has some outstanding features. Before the rebirth, the Dragon country failed to rescue the 2 scientists who participated in the Superman project, and it took a long time for it to surpass the Lighthouse country. This time the 2 scientists were rescued by Lin Yan. Lin Yan naturally would not mind taking the genetic technology of the Lighthouse country for himself. Hello, Director Lin. In the afternoon, Lin Yan met many scientists who started a new life in the Special Bureau. It was only after they joined the genome that they discovered that Lin Yan, who rescued them from the Lighthouse country, was actually the director of the Special Bureau. Although they are older than Lin Yan and are highly respected in the scientific community, they now have genuine respect for Lin Yan. As Lin Yan, he personally went into danger to rescue them and bring them back home. This alone is worthy of their respect. Everyone, go ahead and study. The social etiquette is not popular in the Special Bureau. Just tell Ling Ju what you need. He will do his best to satisfy you. Lin Yan's words put many scientists at ease. The reason why they chose to stay in the Beacon country was not only because of the income issue, but also because of the scientific research environment and atmosphere. In the past, it was not that they did not want to return home, but they were worried that they would not be valued after returning home and would not have an environment to display their talents. Now, Lin Yan has dispelled their concerns. They can just do it without having to think about how to toast all day. Team Lin is here. Team Lin, I heard that you shot down 5 Lighthouse fighters by yourself. That's amazing. Team Lin, the supermen of the Lighthouse country have all reached the level of generals. Even Yang Ernia couldn't defeat them. Our Team Lin is really powerful. They killed them in 2 moves. Team Lin, I admit that I misunderstood you before. I thought you were a second-generation rich kid. In the God of War group, as soon as Lin Yan appeared, he was surrounded by many awakened people. They all saw the video from the Lighthouse country. Although the person's face could not be seen clearly in the video, they were so familiar with Lin Yan that they naturally knew that it was Lin Yan who took action. Everyone admired Lin Yan very much. These days, these awakened people are very curious about Lin Yan's identity and strength. They had never seen Lin Yan take action. I don't know how strong Lin Yan is. Now they know. After knowing this, they were shocked at first, and then they all became happy. The God of War team has a powerful team leader like Lin Yan, and this team leader has now become the director of the Special Bureau. This is a great thing for them. In the current Special Bureau, only the members of the God of War group would call Lin Yan, Lin Group. Others are not qualified to call me that. Alright, now let's conduct a strength test. Those who don't meet the requirements will have to run 500 laps. Lin Yan's words made the members of the God of War team look bitter. According to Lin Yan's strict standards, many of them would have to run 500 laps. Not bad, these days haven't been wasted. More than an hour later, Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. Just as the many members of the God of War team breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Lin Yan say, "But it's still far from my standard. Let's all run 500 laps." The members of the God of War team were dumbfounded. "It's just 500 laps. I can finish it in a few minutes. Team Lin, I'm going first." Lu Su took the lead, wanting to use his speed advantage to finish the race quickly. When the others saw this, they all looked miserable and started running. The next morning, dozens of people gathered in the conference room of Shillong Base. This is the first work report of the Special Bureau. Now, there are only 7 days left before the spiritual energy revives. The cabinet elders wanted to know the progress of various tasks. Sitting in the conference room were the top executives of the Special Bureau. Lin Yan was in the middle, Lin Feng and Li Jiangguo were on Lin Yan's left and right respectively. They are both deputy directors. Regardless of the different responsibilities, Ling Feng is responsible for carrying out specific tasks and coordinating the work of various departments. Li Jiangguo is in charge of military affairs. As for Ling Qingqiu, she was behind Lin Yan. She is Lin Yan's deputy and the deputy leader of the God of War team. As for the high-level officials of the Special Bureau below, there are many of them, including the Materials Group, Weapons Group, Medicine Group, Genome Group, Teaching Group, Construction Group, Intelligence Group, Public Opinion Group, Conscription Group, heads of local branches, and so on. This was the first time many people saw Lin Yan. When Lin Yan was still the deputy director, there were many things that did not require him to be involved. Now, seeing that such a young Lin Yan has become the director of the Special Bureau, Ling Feng has become Lin Yan's deputy. In addition to the scientists who returned from the Lighthouse country, many high-ranking officials of the Special Bureau were surprised and wondering whether Lin Yan had some extraordinary identity. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, the projector projected the images of several cabinet elders. "Everyone, let us welcome the cabinet elders to this work report meeting of the Special Bureau with warm applause." Lin Yan spoke. Many high-ranking officials of the Special Bureau applauded. "We have seen everyone's efforts these days. Thank you for your hard work. Let's get started now," the great elder said. Hearing this, Lin Yan's expression straightened and he said, "Let's start with the conscription team." The leader of the conscription team stood up, marched to the platform, saluted the elders, and said in a loud voice, "Respected cabinet elders, Director Chen, good morning. After more than 20 days of conscription, we now have 50 million regular troops and 30 million reserve troops, with a total force of 80 million. In terms of military equipment and training, all regular troops have been equipped with standardized equipment, and all reserve troops have completed the task of handling guns. Next, the Architecture Group, Teaching Group, Genome Group, Material Group. All groups reported their work one by one. The work of the God of War Group was reported by Ling Qingqiu. Ling Qingqiu was reporting while playing the video of Lin Yan's test on the members yesterday. When seeing the powerful strength of the awakened members of the God of War Group, everyone in the venue burst into warm applause. Although no one in the War God team has reached the rank of general except Lin Yan, more than half of the more than 300 people in the War God team have become intermediate fighters. There are more than a dozen senior fighters. The report from the construction team was also very exciting. In just 23 days, more than 90% of the 100 steel cities were completed. At this rate, these steel cities can be completed in less than a month and a half when the spiritual tide occurs. Looking at the majestic city walls rising from the ground in the video, the elders smiled with satisfaction. Finally, Lin Yan personally reported on the situation of all the awakened people in Dragon Country. With the help of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, over 38,000 awakeners were born in Dragon Country in the past 20 days. Including those who had awakened before, the number of awakened people in Dragon Country has exceeded 40,000. With a strong army and a strong city, the future is promising. The encouraging data one after another made the Great Elder give full affirmation to the work of the Special Bureau. Chapter 32. Good night. Let's get started. Everyone, take action. In a city, a large number of volunteers wearing protective clothing took action. This is Yueching, the capital of Guangdong Province, and one of the 100 steel cities. A city wall as high as 100 meters has been built around Yueching. Today is the first day of the pest control operation. As a city in the south of Dragon Country, Yueching is a city of steel and concrete, but there are many kinds of insects in the city. Especially xiaoqiang, jerry, and mosquito. Once these insect beasts mutate after the spiritual energy is revived, they will pose a considerable threat to ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Yan planned to carry out a 3-day pest control operation in all steel cities. Here, in the steel city in the south, the scale of pest control operations is even larger. In Guangdong City, hundreds of thousands of volunteers were mobilized to carry out insect extermination operations that day. Large amounts of insecticides have already been put in place. These insecticides are only effective now. Once the insects and beasts begin to mutate, they will have no effect on them. Okay, let's start exterminating. In Yueching, in a street office, at the command, all volunteers rushed into the urban village. On this day, the entire urban village in Guangdong City was filled with the smell of pesticides. These urban villages have undergone a lot of renovation in the past 20 days, and are no longer as dirty and messy as before. But there are still many hidden insects and ants. Human potential is unlimited. Some girls who originally just screamed when they saw Xiaoqiang and Jerry also became strong after joining the insect extermination operation. Jerry, stop hiding, I know you are here, hee hee. Dude, your smile is so magical, if you don't know, you would think you are going to tease Ray. Sorry? Harassing Jerry? Ha ha ha, it's a pity that I have to help transport supplies, otherwise I would go and meet Jerry. On the internet, Longhua's large-scale insect eradication campaign has attracted a lot of attention. While pest control is being carried out in the city, a large number of drones carrying pesticides are carrying out pest control in the areas surrounding the 100 steel cities. The area of Dragon Country is too large, and it is impossible to spread pesticides all over the country. But after clearing out the mosquitoes around the steel city, the arrival of the insect tide can be delayed to some extent. Wow, what's wrong with Dragon Country again? The entire Dragon Country is starting to eliminate insects. What are they going to do? Luke, the Lighthouse Country has also started to eliminate insects. I see. Will these bugs mutate like humans? After the Dragon Country started its pest control operation, the Lighthouse Country also launched a large-scale pest control operation the next day. The actions of the two countries are now being watched by the whole world. Someone accidentally guessed the truth. Oh my god, how can there be such a big cockroach? At the same time, a video also went viral on the internet. In Annan, a group of extremely large cockroaches, almost as big as mice, appeared. This trajectory is exactly the same as before rebirth. Lin Yan also saw this video. Before the rebirth, this group of cockroaches that mutated by chance also appeared in the country of Annan. It also attracted some attention from Longhua at the time, but because the video was blurry, many people thought it was a fake video, so Longhua did not pay enough attention to it. Quick, recover the goods. I told you why the Lighthouse Country purchased so many supplies from us during this period. I thought they were really preparing to go to war with the Dragon Country. It turns out the truth is here. In Gaul, in the palace of the Eshri, the voice of the Gallic Prime Minister was heard. This time, because the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country launched large-scale insect extermination operations one after another, the impact of this group of mutated cockroaches was much greater. Many countries have responded. The truth behind the series of major actions by Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country may be here. After declaring a state of war, the Lighthouse Country began to purchase various materials from all over the world, as if it was ready to have a big fight with the Dragon Country. The countries on the European continent sold a large amount of supplies and arms to the Lighthouse Country, thinking that they could finally make a fortune from the war with the Lighthouse Country. But I never expected that I would be cheated by the Beacon Country. After these countries reacted, they quickly seized the materials that had not yet been delivered, and recovered the materials that were already in transit. Soon after, these countries also began to launch large-scale insect extermination operations, recruiting soldiers on a large scale and building prevention areas. But it's too late. There are only 3 days left before the spiritual energy revives. Reporting to Director Lin, the pest control operation was successfully completed in the past 3 days. A total of tens of millions of people were mobilized across the country to carry out pest control in various steel cities. Countless cockroaches, rats, and mosquitoes have been eliminated. Wheat and rice fields in various regions have also been harvested ahead of schedule to avoid locust infestation. The wall sections of the 100 steel cities have all been completed, and various heavy weapons are being installed. At nightfall, Lin Feng and the senior executives of the Special Bureau reported the progress of various tasks to Lin Yan. Tonight is the last night before the revival of spiritual energy. Tomorrow morning, the spiritual tide will come like a landslide or tsunami. The dramatic changes on Blue Planet also began from then on. Thank you for your hard work. Now I have only one order. Lin Yan stood up and glanced at the top executives of the Special Bureau. Many senior executives perked up and waited for Lin Yan to give orders. After a pause, Lin Yan continued, After get off work, no one is allowed to work overtime tonight. Go get some sleep. This order surprised many high-ranking officials of the Special Bureau. Sleep? What is this command? Did you hear me? Director Lin told you to go to bed, so go to bed. If I see anyone working overtime tonight, I will deduct 3 months' salary. Seeing that the top executives were still in a daze, Lin Feng spoke in a deliberately stern voice. This month, the top executives of the Special Bureau, including him, have not had a good night's sleep. This time, in the face of Lin Yan's order, many senior executives had to put down their work and go to bed early. Uncle Ling, you are not allowed to work overtime either. Seeing that Lin Feng was still preparing to work overtime to deal with things, Lin Yan's voice became stern. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Feng will also wake up tomorrow. I haven't finished what I'm doing yet. Okay, I'm going to bed too. Seeing that his daughter was about to speak, Lin Feng went to bed obediently. Qingqiu, you should go to bed too. Lin Group. Go ahead, good night. Oh, well, good night. Ling Qingqiu also left. Lin Yan was the only one left in the huge room. Lin Yan put his hands behind his back and looked out the window at the Shalong base. In the month since his rebirth, he has done his best to make Dragon Country fully prepared. At this moment, Lin Yan's heart was calm. Do what you can. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. If the heaven is unwilling to favor him, then Lin Yan will beat it until it favors him. Live a new life. Lin Yan. Fearless. Everyone, go to bed early today, and remember to read the Awakening Beginner's Guide tomorrow. Good night. Then, Lin Yan took out his mobile phone, logged into the official account of the Special Bureau, and posted a text message. He is going to bed too. Why did the Special Bureau suddenly send out such news? As soon as this news came out, it was discovered by countless dragon people who were paying attention to the movements of the Special Bureau. The Special Bureau had never issued such a message before. Some people find it strange, some find it interesting, and some have a vague feeling that something might happen. Good night. Good night, I will read the Getting Started Guide to Explosive Awakening tomorrow morning. Wow, even the Special Bureau said good night to me. It would be rude if I didn't go to bed. And you should have a good dream too. Below the message, tens of thousands of good night were displayed every second. Lin Yan's message quickly received responses from tens of millions of dragon people. Just go to bed early tonight. In the dormitory, a student who was originally planning to stay up late put down his mobile phone and fell asleep soon after. That night, many night owls had a good sleep. Chapter 33, The First Spiritual Tide, Crazy Awakening. Morning, Director Lin. At 6 o'clock, the Shalong base was already busy. Many high-ranking officials from the special bureaus stood up. They went to bed early last night, so they got up early too. These senior executives have already started their work. They don't know yet what will happen today. Lin Yan also got up early. When he came to the meeting room, he found that Ling Feng and Li Jianguo were already there. Morning, Team Lin. Ling Qingqiu was dressed beautifully today. As usual, she brought Lin Yan a cup of hot milk. Director Lin, is it today? Lin Feng confirmed it with Lin Yan. Lin Yan drank hot milk, his eyes fixed on the big screen in front of him. Those were the images captured by the satellite, a total of 12 images, covering the entire dragon country. Today in Longhua, the weather is sunny and there are not many cumulonimbus clouds. Soon. Before his rebirth, Lin Yen did not pay attention to the specific time of the spiritual tide. I only know it was around 7 or 8 o'clock. The weather is so nice today. I didn't expect it would feel so good to get up early. In Shanghai, the energetic girl He Tian got up early. Although she is not one of those who practice Taoism and won't sleep until the moon sets, she rarely goes to bed before 12 o'clock. After seeing the news from the Special Bureau last night, she decided to go to bed early for some unknown reason. I go to bed at around 9 o'clock and get up before 6 o'clock. After waking up, I feel like a new person. I feel so good. After getting up, washing, and eating breakfast, He Tian went to the balcony and read the Getting Started Guide to Awakening in a low voice. After reading it 100 times, He Tian stopped. Hey, I still haven't woken up. She picked up her phone and started browsing. Only then did I realize that the topic brought about by the Special Bureau's Good Night Weibo post last night has already become the #1 hot search topic. The topic, the beauty of waking up early, also became a hot search. Early in the morning, a large number of early risers were speaking. This should be the time with the most users online at around 7 o'clock in the morning in the history of major platforms. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard in the distance. He Tian didn't care. In a big city like Shanghai, what kind of sound could not be heard? Buzz. Soon, the buzzing sound became louder and louder. What's that sound? He Tian looked up at the sky. The sound seems to come from the east. Tian, what's that sound? My roommate was woken up, walked out to the balcony in his pajamas, and asked sleepily. Looking at her roommate's expression, He Tian knew that she had probably video chatted with her long-distance boyfriend until very late last night. I don't know either. Look, they heard it too. He Tian pointed to the building next door. There, many people also walked onto the balcony and looked at the eastern sky curiously. The buzzing sound continued, getting louder and louder, as if the entire sky was shaking. Wow, Tian, there are voices from Shenzhen too. My classmates in Shenzhen are all talking about it. Hey, there are voices from Beijing too. The roommate looked at his phone for a while and said in surprise. He Tian called the classmates group and found that many classmates from all over the country had heard this voice. You guys heard that sound too? I thought it was only in San Francisco. My classmates whose families immigrated to the Beacon country also heard this voice. He Tian began to realize that something was unusual. Did you all hear the sound? I heard it and felt like the heaven and earth were shaking. My God, has the spiritual energy begun to revive? Is it finally here? My heart has been thirsty for a long time. No wonder the Special Bureau sent us a message last night asking us to read the Awakening Beginner's Guide in the morning. At the same time, in various Penguin and WeChat groups, discussions about the buzzing sound that appeared simultaneously around the world had already flooded the internet. The hot searches on Weibo were quickly dominated by topics related to this incident. It's finally here. On the playground of Shillong Base, Lin Yen looked at the sky in the distance. The spiritual tide is coming. This buzzing sound is caused by the spiritual energy in the spiritual spring constantly impacting the seal of the ancient powerful. Once the seal is completely broken, Blue Star will usher in an extremely fierce spiritual tide. Beside Lin Yen, Leng Feng, Leng Qingqiu, Li Jiangguo and others were also there. Unlike Lin Yen who had experienced rebirth, they had not yet seen what happened when the spiritual tide arrived. There was curiosity and anticipation on everyone's face. During this month, the Dragon Kingdom has put all its national strength into preparing for this day, right? Didn't have to wait too long. The buzzing sound gradually became smaller. Why is it smaller? Lin Feng was puzzled. What, the sound has become quieter again. I've taken off my pants, give me this. What's going on? Online, even more people are puzzled. Ha, these people are so happy for nothing. Tian, I'm going to go to bed. I'm so sleepy. In Shanghai, He Tian's roommate yawned and went into the bedroom to sleep. He Tian was still looking at the sky in the distance, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. These days, she is looking forward to awakening. But even though she read the Awakening Beginner's Guide 1,000 times every day, she still couldn't awaken. If spiritual energy really revives on a large scale, will she also have the opportunity to become a powerful awakener? She particularly longs to become an awakened person like the mysterious and powerful one who can kill Superman in seconds. After watching for half a day, there was no change in the sky, but the sound had completely disappeared. Tian was a little disappointed and turned around to go into the house. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of all the clouds in the sky disappearing in an instant. Tian turned around and wanted to take a closer look. Along with a whistling sound, a spiritual tide that was like the wind, but not the wind, swept through the entire demon city. It also passed by the building where Tian was. Tian was suddenly surrounded by extremely rich spiritual energy. The spiritual energy and the spiritual tide gathered together, and has not yet dispersed. Although it is not as high as the spiritual liquid, its concentration is also abnormally high. Under the impact of this spiritual energy, Tian only felt that with every breath, every cell and every soul factor in her body, inside and out, exuded incomparable joy. The whole person seemed to become countless times lighter in an instant. Buzz! Then she felt as if a switch had been turned on inside her body. As the genetic factor was activated, Tian felt that her power seemed endless. I'm awake? Very good! She realized this and screamed. Tian, what are you doing? The roommate was woken up by her, and before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the lightning lingering around Tian. I was stunned for a moment. Ha, I'm awakened! Oh my god, am I awakened? Woohoo takes off! At the same time, in the demon city with a population of over 20 million, no one knows how many people have awakened. Some people woke up and realized this quickly, and were overjoyed. Some people were stunned for a long time after awakening before they reacted, and then they jumped for joy. Why does it feel so comfortable just to take a breath? I know, the spiritual energy is reviving. It must be the spiritual energy reviving. Some people did not awaken but noticed something unusual. Truly, the feeling of being in the spiritual tide is so wonderful. Ordinary people who experience the spiritual tide for the first time may even feel like they are ascending to heaven. Oh right, read the Awakening Beginner's Guide. The man quickly remembered the news from the special bureau last night. After the news was reprinted by major media, it became known to everyone in Long Country. The man reacted quickly and started reading the Getting Started Guide to Awakening aloud. The path of cultivation is deep and long, and only when you fully comprehend the mysteries can you find the way. Tao follows nature and the mind is naturally calm, the spirit wanders in the vast universe and the mind soars. As he read like this, after just a few minutes, he felt like something was being stirred in his body. With the help of the spiritual energy he breathed into his body, he was able to break through the shackles of spiritual energy and awaken successfully. I'm awake! After feeling the power in his body, the man was extremely ecstatic. Spiritual energy has revived, brothers. Those who haven't awakened yet, hurry up and read the Getting Started Guide. It's very effective to read it now. I've tested it myself and I've already awakened. Soon, this person decided to let the light shine on more people. In various chat groups, the platform keeps sending messages. He is not the only one who has done this. Many people who have awakened by reading the Getting Started Guide to Awakening have shared their experiences online. The internet is already in an uproar. Aura has officially revived. In a short period of time, the two topics of Aura officially revived and quickly reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide rushed to the first and second places on the hot lists of all platforms. The Special Bureau, which had been prepared long ago, sent text messages to all dragon people through major operators after the spiritual tide arrived. The official account of the Special Bureau also posted the message. The content of the message is, everyone, the spiritual energy has revived. Quickly read the introductory guide to awakening, seize the opportunity, and you can awaken in one fell swoop. Under the spontaneous organization of the Dragon State Government and many people, the news of the revival of spiritual energy spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and the news of reading the Beginner's Guide to Awakening also spread. So, when the first wave of spiritual tide came, the entire dragon kingdom was filled with the sound of poetry being read aloud. Many people have heard from others that the louder you read, the better the effect. So even though I was socially anxious, I studied there as hard as I could. The ones who read the loudest are naturally the students in various schools. All schools started earlier today. As the spiritual tide came, the teachers organized the students to read aloud the Getting Started Guide to Awakening. Ha ha, I'm awakened! Wow, finally awakened! Mom, I'm awake! Teacher, look, is Zhao Fang about to awaken? With the help of this spiritual tide and the introductory guide to awakening, people in the land of Dragon Country are awakening one after another. The number of awakened people in this wave of awakening is countless times more than before Lin Yan traveled through time. Father! Don't worry, I should be awakened! In the Shillong base, after the arrival of the spiritual tide, Leng Feng also awakened. Kaka! Not long after, a cracking sound was heard from Li Jiangwo's body. It's as if the bones are growing. He is about to wake up. Chapter 34 2 Million Awakeners. Xiao Jin. When Li Jianguo awakened, Lin Yan's golden dragon of luck rushed into the sky. At this time, Xiao Jin was invisible and no one in the Shillong base could see it. After rushing into the sky, Xiao Jin's body stretched out and soon became larger than the entire Shillong base. A large amount of invisible and intangible luck is gathering towards Xiao Jin's body. This made Xiao Jin's body grow further. This scene made the smile on Lin Yan's face brighter. After the revival of spiritual energy, awakened people from Dragon Country emerged in large numbers, and the number of awakened people on the entire Blue Star was growing explosively. All of this is thanks to Lin Yan. His introductory guide to awakening has resulted in many times more awakeners in Dragon Country than before his rebirth. This introductory guide to awakening will also have a significant promoting effect on other countries on Blue Star. All of these will be counted on Lin Yan and will become his contributions and merits. This will allow Lin Yan's golden dragon of luck to gain more luck, becoming bigger and more powerful, and will be of greater help to Lin Yan. In fact, if I hadn't experienced the failures and betrayals of other countries before my rebirth, I would have known that only the Dragon Kingdom was reliable. If Lin Yan wants Xiao Jin to grow rapidly, the best way is to spread his military power throughout the world. That is to say, ignore national boundaries and expand what is being done to Dragon Country now to the entire world. But with the lessons learned before his rebirth, Lin Yan was well aware of the nature of the ungrateful people in many countries and the complexity of people. He wouldn't choose to do that. For example, if the Sakura country becomes strong, the first country they want to attack will probably be the Dragon Country. Not to mention the Beacon Country. By then, the situation will only get worse. Therefore, the best option is to fully help Longwood develop and use Longwood to deter other countries. Haha, I'm awakened. Oh, sorry, Director Lin, I'm too excited. One of the adjutants woke up and was so happy that he lost his composure. It's okay, just jump. Director Lin, you are so kind. I will call my mother first to tell her the good news. The adjutant picked up his cell phone and started making a call. As he spoke, he couldn't help but dance around. Such a rich spiritual energy. Everyone, practice breathing techniques. In the middle of the playground of the Shillong base, more than 300 members of the God of War group sat cross-legged, using the breathing method taught by Lin Yan to inhale and exhale spiritual energy. In this way, spiritual energy can be continuously absorbed into the body and converted into genetic energy. Compared to the awakener's unsystematic practice, using breathing techniques would be much more efficient. The breathing method is more valuable than the Getting Started Guide to Awakening, so Lin Yan did not spread it widely. In the future, teaching will only be conducted within the Special Bureau and in numerous awakener schools. How is it going? Reporting to Director Lin, the number of awakened people counted so far has reached more than 800,000, and there are still many awakened people who have not registered. It is estimated that the total number of awakened people has now exceeded 1 million. By the afternoon, the intelligence team already had rough data. After the arrival of the spiritual tide, in just half a day, the number of awakened people in Dragon Country exceeded 1 million. 1 million awakened ones, good! Lin Feng rubbed his hands with joy. After only half a day of fighting, the results were so remarkable. In the conference room, all the high-ranking officials of the Special Bureau had happy expressions on their faces. Among these high-level officials, many have awakened. There are also some high-level officials who have not awakened. Regardless of whether they are awakened or not, as long as they are capable and reliable, Lin Yan will not demote them. Uncle Ling, report the data to the elders first, so that they can be happy too, Lin Yan said. Good. Ling Feng also had the same idea. In less than half a day, there are already 1 million awakened people. The elders must be very happy. I wonder if the number of awakeners on the first day can exceed 2 million. Lin Yan's expectations also increased. Before the rebirth, only more than 210,000 people awakened in Dragon Country on the first day. Just over 1 million awakened people were born around the world. Lin Yan's original expectations were not high, having 1 million awakened people would be enough. Unexpectedly, all the actions and efforts over the past month have made the people of Dragon Country extremely cohesive and united, and everyone is working hard to awaken. As long as the direction is correct, when you grit your teeth and move towards a goal, you may fail, but you are more likely to succeed. Even if it doesn't succeed in the ending will be much better. What's more, this time, 1.4 billion Chinese people are working together to make progress, and the energy that is unleashed is enormous. In this case, the Dragon Country has just welcomed the unprecedented event of 1 million awakened people in half a day. Director Lin, the number of registered awakeners has officially exceeded 1 million. Before long, the number of registered awakeners exceeded 1 million. Over the past month, almost every Chinese citizen has a Special Bureau app on their mobile phone. The awakened ones are also accustomed to reading the news released by various special agencies in the app. The first step after awakening is basically to register on the Special Bureau app. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Some people were so happy that they forgot to register, and only remembered it later. Shaoli, announce the good news. Now, we can announce the good news. Okay, Director Lin. Soon, the good news from the Special Bureau was sent out and was reprinted by major media, becoming known to countless dragon people. What? It's only been half a day and there are already 1 million awakened people. Oh my god, there are so many! Fuck! I thought I was the only one who was trash, but I didn't expect you all were secretly awakening. Brothers, come on, breathe in some spiritual energy. Even if you can't awaken, you can still live 100 years. As soon as the good news came out, all the people of Long Country were excited. Some dragon people tried for a long time but failed to awaken, and they were a little discouraged. Now, when they saw the good news that Dragon Country had produced 1 million awakened people, they all became motivated. What? Dragon Country gave birth to 1 million awakeners? On the other side of the ocean, the top leaders of the Lighthouse Country soon learned the news. The spiritual tide occurs in the early morning of Dragon Country, and in the evening of Lighthouse Country. Under the impact of the spiritual tide, awakened people are constantly born in the Lighthouse Country. The officials of the Beacon Country responded quickly and took a series of measures immediately. This includes launching a national broadcast calling on everyone to get out of their houses and awaken with the help of Reiki. They also copied Longhua's homework and asked everyone who could not awaken to read Longhua's introductory guide to awakening. Obviously, every move of the Dragon Country is under the surveillance of the Lighthouse Country. The entire Lighthouse Country can be said to have stayed awake all night. Sleepy Joe slept for several hours. When I woke up, I thought I would hear some good news that would make me happy. But what I heard was that 1 million awakened people were born in Dragon Country. Sleepy Joe's mood was suddenly overshadowed. Director Davin, how many awakened ones have we produced? Upon seeing this, a senior member of the Lighthouse decided to use the good news from the Lighthouse Country to make the president happy. The number of awakened people who have actively registered on the SHIELD website is currently 80,000, said the director of SHIELD. Why are there only 80,000 people? There are news of awakening everywhere on Twitter. Shouldn't there be at least hundreds of thousands of people? The Lighthouse executives were a little bit unconvinced. This Lighthouse executive is tall, handsome, intelligent, and a staunch racial supremacist. In his opinion, even if Dragon Country had an introductory guide to awakening before But now that the spiritual tide has occurred, race is the key factor in determining the number of awakened people. White people are naturally noble, and the number of awakened people in them will far exceed that of dragon people. The Chinese are only worthy of being compared with Nigerians who protest Black Lives Matter. Last night, the internet in the lighthouse country was flooded with news that someone had awakened. The unprecedented bustle made the lighthouse's top leaders feel that there must be hundreds of thousands, or even more awakened people in the lighthouse country. I see. Many people must have not registered yet. The free people of Lighthouse are always more casual than the people of Dragon Country. Before the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. could reply, the senior executive of Lighthouse had already found an excuse for himself. The other Lighthouse executives looked at each other but did not expose him. The number of people from Longwo was almost suffocating them. Millions of awakened ones. They can only hope that what the Lighthouse executive said is true. Director Lin, go to sleep. I'll keep an eye on it. No, I'm not sleepy. Then I'll make you a cup of tea. It's late at night in Longwo. Many senior officials of the special bureaus are still busy. Lin Yan was also busy. He was checking the information of the awakened ones, and wanted to transfer all the members of the God of War group before their rebirth into the God of War group. In fact, most of the members of the God of War team before their rebirth were not the most talented ones. Most of the most talented group were killed in the battle after experiencing the insect and beast tide. Just like Ling Qingqiu, who died in battle early. On the side, after Ling Qingqiu made a cup of hot tea for Lin Yan, she sat down next to Lin Yan, resting her chin on the back of her hand, looking at the screen in front of her. On it is the background data of the Special Bureau. Now the number of awakened people in Dragon Country has exceeded 1.6 million. The number of registered awakeners is still soaring. Every minute, thousands of awakened people appear. In Lin Yan's eyes, these jumping numbers are so cute. Every time there is a breakthrough of 100,000 levels, this number will be announced online. Wow, there are too many people here. I heard that the boss has awakened, so he treated everyone to a free barbecue. Many people came to share in the good fortune. The number of awakened people has exceeded 1.6 million. Oh, I'm such a wimp. After eating the barbecue, I will go back and continue to work hard. I just don't believe in evil. Let's go together. At the barbecue stalls on the city streets, many people were communicating and cheering each other on. This night, countless dragon people will stay awake all night. 2 million! Yay! Keep your voice down, don't disturb Director Lin. The next morning, Lin Yan was awakened by cheers. He looked up from his desk and saw a long string of numbers on the big screen in front of him. Previously, the string of numbers started with 1. Now it becomes 2. This means that the number of awakened people in Dragon Country has exceeded 2 million. These are only the registered ones, there are still some awakened ones who have not registered. Therefore, the actual number of awakened people in Dragon Country will only be greater. Chapter 35, China is magnificent, the world is shocked. Team Lin, has the number of awakened people exceeded 2 million? That's great! Ling Qingqiu also woke up. This girl slept with Lin Yan in the conference room all night. The thin blanket on Lin Yan was put on by her. As for Ling Feng and Li Jianwo, Lin Yan forced them to go to bed. Yes, it has exceeded 2 million. Lin Yan looked at the 7-digit number starting with 2, and his heart was filled with joy. This number was also a surprise to Lin Yan. On the first day of the revival of spiritual energy, 2 million awakeners were born in Dragon Country. Before the rebirth, only more than 1 million awakened people were born on this day around the world. With such a great start, Lin Yan had enough confidence even if the myriad races in the starry sky were extremely powerful. What are the figures for other countries? Lin Yan asked. Team Lin, other countries haven't released much data yet. According to the data model established by the expert group, the number of awakened people in the lighthouse countries should be around 200,000. The number of awakened people in Sakura country is around 70,000. Due to the large population of the White Elephant country, the number of awakened people is much greater than that of the lighthouse country. It is estimated that it has exceeded 400,000, but will not exceed 500,000. For other countries, we have not yet established sufficiently accurate data models. The total number of awakened people on Blue Star this time should be around 4 million. Dragon Country accounts for more than half of Blue Star, supporting half of the sky on Blue Star. Intelligence agents report the situation in various countries. 4 million. It looks like there's another chain reaction. Lin Yan thought. There is more than one spiritual tide. After the first wave of spiritual tide, the seal of the ancient powerful will seal the spiritual spring again for a period of time. It will take some time to completely break the seal and the spiritual spring will finally appear. Therefore, after the first wave of spiritual tide ends, as the spiritual energy spreads throughout the blue planet, the concentration of spiritual energy becomes thinner, and the growth rate of awakeners will slow down. The first day when the first wave of spiritual tide erupted was the peak of the birth of the awakener. Before the rebirth, only about 60,000 awakened people were born in the lighthouse country on the first day. This time it increased more than 3 times. Of course, Longgua's progress is even greater, more than 10 times what it was before Lin Yan's rebirth. The Sakura country was also affected by the chain reaction, and 70,000 people awakened. Before rebirth, this number was 20,000. Even the White Elephant Kingdom has more than doubled. Before the rebirth, the number of awakened people in the White Elephant Kingdom was less than that of the Dragon Kingdom, only about 180,000. The number of awakened people in the entire Blue Star is more than 4 times that before Lin Yan was reborn. In other words, under the chain reaction of Lin Yan's rebirth, Long Country made the greatest progress. But other countries on Blue Planet have also made significant progress. What Lin Yan is not sure about now is whether this chain reaction will affect the Starry Sky Myriad Races in the future. For example, if the Starry Sky Myriad Races discover that human beings' strength is growing too fast, they will descend early. It's not impossible. So, Lin Yan quickly calmed down. It's not time to be happy yet. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Lin Yan still needs to work hard. He entered the backstage again and entered the names of the members of the God of War group before his rebirth. Once a name is entered, more than one name often pops up. Some even have several names popping up. For example, names like Wang Wei, Yang Jun, and Wang Zihan. Lin Yan needs to check them one by one before he can figure out who he is looking for. This is also the reason why Lin Yan did not do this in the past month. He remembers the name of every member of the God of War team. But among the 1.4 billion people in Long Country, there are too many people with the same name and surname. It would have been very difficult to find it at that time. Now it is much easier to find it by just looking in the Awakener Resource Library, and there is still enough time. 2 million! Haha, Laoling, I guessed it right! There's even better news. Several elders have also awakened with the help of the genome. Ling Feng and Li Jianguo also came. When they saw the numbers on the screen, these 2 old men in their 50s were so happy that they almost flew away. They also brought another piece of good news. Several elders also awakened. The older you get, the harder it is to awaken. Lin Yan had already sent genome experts to help several elders. The talents awakened by the elders are quite special, a rare talent of longevity, which means they live longer. This is also what Lin Yan is happy to see. After being happy, Ling Feng and Li Jianguo became busy. Now, the spiritual tide has arrived. According to the original plan, in 2 days, 1.4 billion dragon people will begin to enter the Steel City. They still have a lot of work to do. Wow, 2 million awakened people, the Dragon Nation is invincible. China is so great. Take off. Haha, now we have the confidence to tell other countries that everyone here is garbage. How many awakened people are there in the Chicken Lighthouse country? I heard there are hundreds of thousands. No matter how much, compared to us, it's nothing. As expected, when the Special Bureau announced this number online, it attracted cheers and applause from countless dragon people. 2 million awakened once. Although compared to the huge population of Dragon Country, the proportion is less than 1%. But this is only the first day. There were 2 million awakeners on the first day. As time goes by, how many awakeners will there be in Dragon Country? China is so great! The area below the Special Bureau's announcement was filled with replies containing these 4 words. Thousands of words from countless dragon people are all gathered in these 4 words. China is so great! When Ling Feng saw the neat rows of replies, he couldn't help but recite these 4 words, and his blood almost boiled. What dragon country gave birth to 2 million awakeners? Oh my GA! It's fake, it must be fake. The number of awakened people we have counted is less than 200,000. If we include those who have not registered, it will not exceed 300,000. Don't panic, Dragon Country's data must be inflated. They are the best at falsifying data. In the White House, many lighthouse executives were once again stimulated by Dragon Country's achievements. Their faces turned visibly paler. 2 million awakened once. This number is really too dazzling for Longwa's opponents. 2 million. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In Sakura Country, when the top leaders of Sakura Country learned about Dragon Country's achievements, they also couldn't believe it. This number is scary. The battle at SO Airport in Mexico allowed everyone in the world to witness the terrifying combat power of the awakened ones. Sakura's top management also attaches more importance to the training of awakeners. They regard the awakened ones as the hope for dominating Asia and even the entire Blue Planet in the future. But now, Dragon Country has gained such a huge advantage in the number of awakened people. This number simply suffocated them. Apart from the Sakura Country, people from other countries were also shocked when they learned of the Dragon Country's achievements. Such a huge number of awakened people shocked the entire Blue Planet. Soon, all countries issued statements to appease their citizens. Lighthouse Nation, as we all know, Dragon Nation's data is the least credible in the world. The 2 million he mentioned may only be a few 100,000. Don't worry, with sufficient spiritual energy, our genetic technology will give each of you the opportunity to awaken. Sakura Country, Dragon Country is extremely bad, they are the best at counterfeiting. They used to make fake goods, and now they make fake data. We, the Sakura Samurai, will not be scared by you. White Elephant Country, a mere 2 million, whether true or false, is far less than what our White Elephant Country has produced. Our White Elephant Country has already produced millions of awakened people. If the Dragon Country dares to act rashly, the White Elephant Warriors will teach you a lesson. The sun never sets, unless the Dragon Nation places 2 million awakened people in front of me. I will not believe it. I can't laugh anymore. Do these guys think their belief is important? There are several awakened people around me, don't I know whether it's real or not? Mom, why don't they believe it? It hurts so much. Whether they believe in rain or not is none of my business. Things change over time. The era of the Dragon Nation has arrived. Tremble, the whole world. Looking at these countries now, why do I suddenly feel like I'm watching a clown? After these countries' statements were reported back to the country, they were met with unanimous ridicule and mockery from the Chinese people. Other countries are questioning this, but the Chinese people firmly believe in this number. We have to work harder too. More dragon people are still trying their best to awaken. Late at night, the spiritual tide that had lasted for nearly 20 hours slowly subsided. The first wave of spiritual tide ended just like that. Next, these spiritual energies will gradually spread throughout the entire Blue Planet, producing a huge and far-reaching impact on the Blue Planet. 2,580,000. Shortly after the first wave of spiritual tide ended, early the next morning, the results of Dragon Country came out. The first wave of spiritual tide brought a full 2.58 million awakeners to Dragon Country. It is more than 12 times what Lin Yan had before his rebirth. 666. Pooh is overjoyed. It's so awesome that it has no friends. This data once again caused cheers on the internet. At the same time, many countries have refuted the rumors and accused Longwu of falsifying data. Chapter 36. The Sword of the Nation. I heard that anyone who enters the Shillong base will be given intensive training. Aren't we developed? Needless to say, marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman and reaching the pinnacle of life will be a piece of cake. On a plane, more than 100 awakened people were talking excitedly. They all awakened on the first day of the spiritual tide. Not long after awakening, they received a notice saying that they had been selected and needed to gather at the airport at a designated time and be sent to the Shillong base for training. These days, Shillong base has become very famous on the internet. The Shillong base is the headquarters of the Special Bureau, and at least one division of troops is stationed there at any time. For the awakened ones, there is another meaning here. Every awakener who enters the Shillong base will be trained with the best resources. His future growth is destined to be much faster than other awakened ones. These awakened people were naturally happy to be chosen. Tian Tian is the mysterious strong man who killed Superman in seconds in the Shillong base? He's so awesome, he must be here. Great! I can finally meet my idol! Look, the Shillong base is approaching. Wow, it's huge! In the back row of the cabin, a group of women were chattering. The sweet-looking and energetic girl He Tian Tian was also among them. Seeing that they were about to reach the Shillong base, they, like all the awakened people in the cabin, became excited. We're here. Everyone, please follow the receptionist's orders after you get off the plane. After the plane landed, everyone rushed out of the cabin. Outside, an instructor was already waiting for them. As expected of the Shillong base, the training is really hard. When passing by the playground, these newly awakened people couldn't help but feel awe when they saw the people running and sweating profusely. After the instructor took them to their respective dormitories to put their belongings away, he took them to the playground again. Stand at attention. All the awakened ones stood at attention. To the left. Everyone, join them and run 100 laps. Ah? The instructor's words made the group of awakened people look at each other in bewilderment. I just praised those who run for being great, but now they want to join in. Only after they started running did they realize that the awakened people who were already running on the playground had actually just arrived today. Running 100 laps as soon as you arrive is almost a tradition at the Shillong base. In this way, those who have awakened can know that awakening is not a one-time thing, and they still need to give and work hard to grow further. Team Lin, this is the last batch. Good. On the balcony overlooking the entire playground, Ling Qingqiu was a little curious. She felt that among the awakened ones transferred into the God of War group this time, there must be someone Lin Yan knew. To the extent that Lin Yan spent a lot of time watching these awakened people running on the playground. In the past, Lin Yan seldom saw the awakened members of the God of War group running. After taking a bold look at Lin Yan, she noticed that Lin Yan's eyes seemed a little melancholy. Such a Lin Yan exudes a special charm. Ling Qingqiu couldn't help but stare in a trance. Qingqiu, what's wrong? Lin Yan discovered that Ling Qingqiu had been staring at him. It's okay, Lin, I'm going to work. Ling Qingqiu left in a hurry. 890. Lin Yan's gaze continued to fall on the awakened person running on the playground. These were all the old subordinates of the God of War group before their rebirth. Only 890 people have been found so far, and the others have not awakened yet. After all these people joined the God of War group, the number of people in the God of War group was close to the size before the rebirth. Then, Lin Yan's gaze fell on a beautiful girl who was sweating profusely while running. He Tian Tian. Lin Yan is very familiar with her. The campus belle of Showdown University is now in her senior year internship. Her family is quite wealthy, but she seems unwilling to use her family's resources and instead wants to work hard on her own. These are the data found by the Special Bureau. For you, Lin Yan, there is another kind of familiarity. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan had fought alongside her for a period of time when he was in the Magic City. Later, she inherited the Immortal Clan's legacy, became a dazzling genius, and left the Demon City. Lin Yan went all the way north to support the capital city, which was besieged by all races. The life trajectories of both parties diverged from then on. After the plan of wandering on the Blue Star was launched, a Tian Tian was also the key to this plan. Because in order to set up the Starry Sky teleportation array taught by the Immortals, He Tian Tian is indispensable. In Lin Yan's impression, He Tian Tian awakened very late. Now, she was able to awaken on the first day of the spiritual tide, which should be a chain reaction brought about by Lin Yan. After accidentally seeing her name and information, Lin Yan checked her name. Everyone, stand at attention! The next morning, 890 awakened people gathered on the playground. After possessing genetic energy, the awakened person's physical fitness greatly increases. These awakened ones ran 100 laps yesterday, but they didn't get tired, so they are in pretty good shape today. The more than 300 awakened members of the God of War group stood beside them. Lin Yan walked in front of the many awakened people. Many newly awakened people looked at Lin Yan curiously. The tall and handsome Lin Yan made many women's eyes light up, and more people were guessing about Lin Yan's identity. Everyone, this is the leader of the God of War team and also the director of the Special Bureau, Director Lin Yan Lin. Yang Ernius said loudly. This big fool was sent by Lin Yan to be an instructor. Wow! He Tian Tian and the younger woman both exclaimed, wow. They didn't expect that the mysterious director of the Special Bureau was so young. Not only young, but also so handsome. Originally, in their impression, the position of director of the Special Bureau was so important that it affected the future destiny of Dragon Country, and should be held by a senior official over 50 years old. From now on, you are all members of the God of War team. Just call me Team Lin or Team Leader. Lin Yan looked at these former subordinates, and his eyes softened. Most of them were members who died with him in the last battle, and none of them retreated or ran away. Even he Tiantian chose to fight until the last moment. Some members died early. Yes, Lin Group! The awakened one with organic spirit immediately said loudly. Lin Yan took a look and found that the awakened person was called Wang Liangchen, and his cleverness was exactly the same as before his rebirth. Do you know what is the sword of our country that intimidates the whole world and makes the lighthouse country hate us so much that they want to do something but dare not? Lin Yan spoke again. Reporting to Team Lin, it's Dongfeng Express and Miss Chiu. Wang Liangchen answered the fastest. What do you think? Lin Yan looked at the others. Team Lin, we feel the same way. Ever since we got Dongfeng Express, the lighthouse country has become much quieter and no longer dares to bomb our embassy or crash our fighter planes. Another awakened one also said. The other awakened ones nodded. They share the same view. You're right. Dongfeng Express is indeed the sharp sword of the country. Only when you are strong enough will your enemies put away their claws, your friends will be able to sing and dance, and you will have more and more allies. Lin Yan's eyes showed approval, confirming their words. But... The voice changed. This makes many awakened people look forward to what will happen next. In the near future, you will be the sharp sword of the country. Lin Yan paused for a moment and said in a sonorous and powerful voice. You are the sharp sword of the country. These words had a great impact on the hearts of all the awakened ones, including those who had previously joined the God of War group. The sword of the country is sharp. This puts their status on par with the Dragon Country's national treasure, Dongfeng Express and Miss Chiu. Some awakened people immediately became skeptical. Are they really that powerful? You may still be far from it now, but the gears of your destiny have already started turning the moment you joined the God of War group. In the near future, your growth will prove my words. Lin Yan's calm voice was filled with firm strength. It seems that what he said will definitely come true. Don't doubt the words of Lin Team. You know, it was Lin Team that killed Superman in seconds and destroyed 5 fighter planes of the lighthouse country. Yang Ernius said loudly from the side. What? The mysterious strong man who killed Superman in seconds is Lin Group? Oh my God, it's him! Oh my God, he's my idol! Yang Ernia's words aroused a burst of exclamations. The mysterious strong man is him! In the crowd, He Tiantian's eyes turned unusually bright when she looked at Lin Yan. There are almost stars in my eyes. At this time, she was still a senior intern in her 20s who had not yet left the campus. These days, she has been curious about the identity of the mysterious strong man and is full of admiration for him. Now, the answer is revealed. The mysterious and powerful man turned out to be the director of the Special Bureau, Lin Yan. Not only that, Lin Yan's image and temperament also met all her imaginations of a mysterious and powerful man. No. It's not just in line with the standard, it's far beyond it. Tell me now, do you have the confidence to become the sword of the nation? Lin Yan looked at the many awakened ones and his voice was like thunder. Have faith! Wang Liangchen's voice was the loudest, and this time, there were several people who spoke almost at the same time as him. Others also spoke out one after another. Your voices are so low, haven't you eaten? Yang Ernie roared. Have faith! At this moment, all the awakened ones spoke loudly, and many of them even roared. The roars of thousands of awakened ones reached the sky, dispersing even a passing cloud. Lin Yan. Very good, since you are so confident, everyone, run 500 laps and then continue today's training. Ah? Watching the hundreds of newcomers' expressions change instantly, more than 300 old people showed ant-like smiles on their faces. Chapter 37, National Migration. A day later, in the conference room, the top brass of the Special Bureau gathered again. Report to the Great Elder, all the troops are in place, and all combat teams have arrived at the designated locations. Lin Yen stood straight and reported the situation to the elders. Okay, let's get started. The Great Elder nodded slightly and said kindly, Start! Lin Yen gave the order. Soon, the Special Bureau and many official accounts of Dragon Country released announcements at the same time. The Dragon Kingdom will be closed from today onwards. All flights have been cancelled and no one will be allowed in or out. At the same time, 1.4 billion Chinese people need to move to the nearest steel city within 10 days. All citizens need to register online to determine which city they will move to, and they will be allocated based on the principles of priority, proximity, and relatives and friends. At the same time, the Special Bureau also called on those who have vacant houses in the Steel City to contribute their vacant houses. The Special Bureau will convert the value of the house into contribution points, which can be used to exchange for training resources, weapons and equipment, etc. in the future. In this announcement, the Special Bureau also specifically emphasized that all the Dragon people who had previously donated supplies have had their donations converted into contribution points. Below the announcement is a registration link and a detailed introduction to the 100 steel cities. Among the 100 steel cities, the largest ones are built based on provincial capitals. After expansion, these cities can basically accommodate a population of more than 20 million. The capacity of dozens of other steel cities, except for a few in the west with harsh environments, is over 5 million. You need to register first to determine which steel city you want to visit. After registration, arrangements will be made based on order of priority, distance, the situation of your relatives and friends, etc. As for those who are already in these steel cities or have houses here, there is no need to rearrange them. In every steel city, enough resettlement sites have been prepared. Although the living conditions are not as good as at home, they are definitely not bad. All compatriots, all 1.4 billion citizens, now we have the greatest opportunity in history. As you can see, within 3 days, more than 3 million awakened people were born in Dragon Country. The revival of Chinese civilization seems to be just around the corner, but I want to tell you that the biggest challenge is about to come. Dragon Country, and even the whole world, has reached a critical moment of life and death. Shortly after the announcement from the Special Bureau was released, the Great Elder of the Dragon Kingdom also gave a speech. First came the announcement from the Special Bureau, and then came the speech from the Dragon Nation's Grand Elder. This combination of punches spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom in a short period of time. Oh my God, is this going to be another big event? The Great Elder's expression is so serious, I feel like something big is going to happen. It's a mutant animal. It must be a mutant animal. I found it yesterday. A nest of ants on the hill behind my house has grown as big as spiders. Hey, don't scare me. Trust the country, I will leave for Jiangxia tonight. I have unconditional faith in the country. I have decided to go to the foggy city with all my relatives and friends. On the internet, the topic of unconditional belief in the country quickly became popular. Although the Great Elder's speech did not specify what would happen. But countless Chinese people still choose to believe in the country unconditionally. Some people who like to get to the bottom of things did not hesitate too much. Now that spiritual energy has revived, is there anything to question about the country's series of measures? On this day, more than 1 billion Dragon people opened the Special Bureau's app and registered. The Special Bureau mobilized hundreds of thousands of registered residents and used big data to carry out personnel allocation, and the task had to be completed within 1 day. In addition to these people who need to migrate, a large number of people who have vacant houses in the Steel City also flocked to the Special Bureau website and donated their vacant houses. These houses will be exchanged for contribution points based on the bank's valuation. But the exchange rate is far lower than when donating materials. Because these people who were originally in the Steel City had already taken certain advantages. All other Dragon people need to leave their homes and give up their hometowns and houses. They don't need to do that. Brother, Have you donated all your 38 houses? In Xiangqing, the reporter interviewed a man who donated 38 houses. If the country needs it, I will donate it. Anyway, houses are worthless now. As for contributing something, if the country needs it, I will donate it. The eldest brother said proudly. Brother is generous. I know this man. His life is peaceful, his wife is gentle and virtuous, his parents are healthy and long-lived, and his children are the pillars of the country. If you can talk, then talk more. The eldest brother's actions attracted unanimous praise from everyone. Among the 100 steel cities, there are many big brothers like this. Some people who own self-built houses donated all the floors except the one where 3 generations of their family live. Some young couples donated their wedding houses and then shared a house with their parents. Some office building owners spend their own money to renovate their offices so that they can accommodate some people. When a country is in crisis, its people's hearts are revealed. According to statistics, in just half a day, citizens in 100 steel cities have donated tens of millions of houses. This scene deeply witnessed the deep and ardent patriotism of the Longwa people. It moved me so much that I couldn't help but burst into tears. I am proud of this land and the people on this land. In the afternoon, CCTV reporter Wang Xiaobing reported the incident with tears in his eyes. Crazy, Longwa is crazy! God, they really closed the country and concentrated 1.4 billion people into 100 cities. What is this for? Is Dragon Country really going to start a war? Or is it like what is said on the internet, that the mutant animals will become very scary? When this incident spread, it also attracted the attention of countless people around the world. With the arrival of the spiritual tide, awakened people emerged in large numbers, and there were more or less awakened people around everyone. People in other places also realized that Blue Planet had become different. There have been a lot of speculations these days about the actions of the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country. It's just that ordinary people still don't know what will happen. From the current perspective, the Dragon Nation may not necessarily launch a war against us, but we must guard against this possibility. What's the situation with the mutant bugs? It's terrifying. Their fighting power is so strong. The Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation should have anticipated this situation. Deinsect all forests. If we can't do it, set the forest on fire. At Sakura Junior High School, many Sakura senior executives are holding a meeting. For more than a month, the top management of Sakura has been in a bad mood. They feel uneasy every day and can't even sleep well, for fear that Longwa will attack. Given the size of the Sakura country, it really can't handle a few mischios. Inspired by the insect eradication operations of Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country, after the spiritual tide occurred, Sakura Country also conducted experiments on insect beasts absorbing high concentrations of spiritual energy and spiritual fluids. As soon as they tried it, they were shocked. This also made the top management of Sakura feel that the target of Dragon Country should not be Sakura Country. Of course, they were still very scared. Especially since Dragon Country now has millions of awakened people, this number is terrifying to hear. Now, the entire Dragon Kingdom is migrating, which further confirms that the Dragon Kingdom should be on guard against mutated insects and beasts. The Sakura executives got together and came up with a solution. But they didn't have much time left, and their national strength was not as strong as that of Long Kingdom. They couldn't copy many of Long Kingdom's homework. I'm for setting the forest on fire. I agree. These Sakura executives are really smart and have come up with a great plan. Set the forest on fire. The Sakura country is not large in area, and its forest area is also not large, less than 1/10 of the Dragon Country. This plan is feasible for them. Soon, Sakura's top management unanimously approved the plan. Only later did they realize how foolish this move was. So what if there are many awakened people in Dragon Country? With the forest area of Dragon Country, the mutant insect beasts will be a huge disaster for them. That's when we will counterattack Dragon Country. A Sakura executive had a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Dragon Nation has already taken action, so we should also take action. Hey, are you still asleep? Don't be afraid of the Dragon Nation. We have made a breakthrough in genetic technology, and the number of awakened people will definitely exceed theirs. The Lighthouse Nation also began to take action. Although their defense area was not as strong as that of the Dragon Nation, they also built a defense line. However, these defense lines are much more shabby, and many of them are made of sandbags. Officials from other countries also followed suit and took some actions. The spiritual tide has occurred, and the Dragon Kingdom has carried out a large-scale migration of its people. No matter how dumb they are, they know that something big is definitely going to happen. Chapter 38. No one can be left behind. Hello everyone, I am reporting to you from Zhijiao, Luotian village. The migration here has already begun. You can see that behind me are the migrating villagers. In a village in the west, the villagers began to migrate, bringing their families, carrying all their belongings on their shoulders and backs. Longvoi has developed well in recent years, and even this remote village has a road. However, there are still not many people who own cars. Among these villagers, the husbands often carry the most things, followed by the wives. In addition to their school bags, children also need to carry some light items. They formed a long team and walked towards the distance. Uncle, can I interview you? The reporter interviewed a family of 6 with 2 children and 2 elderly people. Okay. The uncle is very easygoing. Reporter, Uncle, which steel city are you planning to go to? Uncle, let's go to the nearest provincial capital, Jincheng. That's where our entire village is going. Reporter, are you willing to leave your hometown like this? Uncle, of course I'm reluctant to leave, but we must support the country's arrangements. Besides, the insects in the mountains look a little scary, and it will be dangerous if we don't move away. Reporter, Uncle, where are you planning to take the bus? Uncle, I don't know if there are any cars in the nearby town. If there are no cars, we can just walk there. It's only a little over 100 kilometers and it will take 3 or 4 days to get there. Uncle, hey, it seems like there's a car coming over there. The reporter looked and saw that there was indeed a car coming. Several large trucks drove up. There is a small red flag next to the cab of each truck. The villagers moved to the sides of the road. The truck drove straight over but did not go any further. Instead, it stopped in front of the villagers. Are you a villager from Zhijiao? The driver leaned out and asked. It's us. The old woman who was closest said. Great, we are the volunteers who are here to pick you up. Come on, get in the car. Our car is big and can easily accommodate all of you and your belongings. Don't worry, we will take you to Jincheng safely. The driver was overjoyed and jumped down. His words made the villagers happy. So, the villagers supported and helped each other, and kept putting things and people onto the car. Brother, where are you from? Seeing this, the reporter went to interview the driver. I'm from Jincheng. I came here specially to be a volunteer this time. The car is mine, and the oil is mine too. The reason I did this is because I'm from Longwa. Is that clear enough? Sorry, reporter, I've encountered too many interviews today. The driver was very cooperative and spoke a lot of words at once, confusing the reporter. Puff. The driver is so good. Everyone is helping. Why are you watching the live broadcast? Let's go and help too. In the live broadcast room, just one sentence brought away half of the audience. Everyone, please try not to drive. The authorities have special cars coming to pick you up and take you to the Steel City. The Special Bureau assures you that we will take back your homeland in the future. You can leave your beloved cars at home without any worries. In a city, the streets are filled with the sound of loudspeakers. Thanks to the publicity and efforts of a large number of volunteers and local officials, citizens did not choose to drive, but packed their luggage and went downstairs to wait. There are too many cars in Dragon Country today. If everyone drove to the Steel City, all the roads would be blocked for 10 days or so. On the street, large trucks drove by, transporting luggage. Volunteers standing by the street helped load the luggage into the car. As soon as the truck left, a bus came to pick up people. Sunshine Garden is done. You can notify the people from Riverside Mansion to come out. Soon, all the people and belongings in the community were sent away. Officials and volunteers then headed to the next community. The network operator has already notified the owners of that community and asked them to go downstairs and prepare to relocate. In cities with railways and high-speed railways, trains and high-speed railways have been running at full speed. Combined with cars, the migration of dragon people has become extremely efficient. Along the way, there will be helicopter patrols. At regular distances, you can also see the troops and awakened ones on duty. They are protecting billions of migrants. Although the insects and beasts are still in the early stages of mutation, there is still some time before the insect tide and beast tide occur. However, it is not ruled out that insect beasts that pose a sufficient threat have already appeared in some areas. As a result, the migration of 1.4 billion people became well organized and without any panic thanks to the strong organizational capabilities of the Dragon Country officials and the cooperation of everyone. Oh, why are the Dragon people so orderly? God, look at them, then look at us, who represent civilization. When the migration video of the Dragon people was uploaded to the internet, some people in Lighthouse Country found it incredible after seeing it. The migration of 1.4 billion people was so orderly without any trouble. The Lighthouse Country is also undergoing a great migration. However, their migration caused great chaos. Almost all stores were hit by $0 shopping. Those Black Lives Matter protesters who had finally found an opportunity were like a gust of wind that swept through many stores and swept away everything inside. Many people's houses were invaded and looted after their owners moved out. Not only that, there were huge traffic jams on all the roads in the Lighthouse Country, and the traffic jams were so long that there was no end in sight. Decades ago, the Lighthouse Country was a country on wheels, with very developed cars and road networks. However, trains and high-speed trains have been left far behind by Longwa. In fact, the number of cars owned in Dragon Country now far exceeds that of Lighthouse Country. However, there was no major traffic jam in Longwa. Although the people of Long were reluctant to part with their beloved cars, they chose to respond to the country's call and left their cars at home. The people of the Beacon Country, who are used to freedom, would never do this. Their officials do not have the same strong organizational capabilities as the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they have the organizational capabilities, they do not have the strong transportation capacity of Dragon Country. Under such circumstances, the migration video of Dragon Country made many people in the Lighthouse Country who were stuck on the road extremely envious. They began to realize that their so-called freedom was not actually that good. In terms of national cohesion and public support, China has been left far behind by the Dragon Kingdom. The people of Long Country have been obedient for too long. They are used to obeying. It's just a few days of traffic jam. What's the big deal? Yes, I would rather shine shoes and wash dishes in the Lighthouse Country than go back to the Dragon Country. Haha, you can't come back even if you want to. Goodbye, I finally don't have to worry about you run people returning to your country. You talk as if you can stand up in rebellion in the Lighthouse Country. If you have the guts, stop being so obedient. Our awakened people have exceeded 3 million. Are you envious? Some run people who have committed crimes in the country and dare not return to the country or are unwilling to return to the country are still stubborn and frantically slandering Long Country on foreign websites. But the Dragon people who climbed over the wall were always able to hit their sore spots directly and criticize these people harshly. Mom, please go away and leave me alone. Zhuang, Mom won't leave. Mom will stay with you. In the mountains, in a solitary home, the sound of conversation could be heard. This family's house is a bit shabby, but it is very clean. On the bed in the bedroom lay a young man who was half paralyzed. His name is Li Fuhua. He was injured when he went out to work in his early years. Since then, he has been bedridden and unable to move. All these years, he relied on his mother's unswerving care. Although there was only one family, the national grid still provided them with electricity. The only electrical appliance in the house, apart from the electric lights, is the TV that was donated by a kind-hearted person. These days, Li Fuhua learned about Longhua's movements through CCTV1, the only channel he could watch. I also learned about the revival of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, neither he nor his mother awakened. After learning about the country's relocation plan, he has always wanted his mother to leave. How could his mother leave him alone? Li Fuhua was a little anxious. In the past 2 days, the mice in the house had become more and more powerful, and even the dog could hardly beat them. He was worried that if this continued, both mother and child would be killed by rats. But his family was too poor, and after his previous mobile phone broke, he had no money to buy a new one. His mother has been supporting him by farming over the years. Although the state provides 5 guarantee subsidies, Li Fuhua needs to take medicine regularly, and his life is very tight. The mother rarely communicates with the outside world and doesn't know how to ask for help. Mom, why don't you put me on the board and drag me away? Seeing that he couldn't convince his mother, Li Fuhua had to change his approach. The mother tried more than once, but couldn't carry him at all, so she had to try dragging him. Now the mother agreed. His mother placed him on a wooden board, tied him up, and dragged him along the path outside with her thin body. However, the road was too difficult to walk on, and it took my mother more than an hour to walk only a few dozen meters. At this time, the mother was so tired that she was sweating all over. Li Fuhua felt extremely distressed. He only wished he could be light as ashes. Woof woof. His pet dog Dahuang was standing there anxiously and wanted to help, but how strong could this dog be? If we keep walking like this, we won't be able to get out of the mountain in a month. Li Fuhua felt despair. Woof woof. The local dog Dahuang discovered something and started barking at the path ahead. Li Fuhua turned his head and saw two men appear there. The two men were stunned when they saw the mother and son. Woof woof. Dahuang stood in front and looked at them vigilantly. Don't be afraid, it won't bite. Mother put down the board and held down Dahuang. Excuse me, is this Li Fuhua? A man spoke up. It's me, Li Fuhua hurriedly said when he heard his name. He wanted to ask them for help, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Great, we finally found you. We are here to pick you up. Xiangzi, we will each carry one, the man said happily. As he spoke, he had already walked up, ready to carry Li Fuhua on his back. Come here just to pick us up? Li Fuhua was stunned. Over the years, he and his mother have lived in almost isolation from the world. He thought that the world had forgotten them, mother and son. Of course, the Great Elder and the Special Bureau have emphasized that this time, the 1.4 billion people of Dragon Country cannot be left behind. As he spoke, the man deftly untied the ropes on Li Fuhua and carried him on his back. The other man carried Li Fuhua's mother on his back without saying a word. Not one can be left behind. At this moment, Li Fuhua's mind was full of these words. He had also heard these words when he was listening to the Great Elder's speech. He didn't care at that time, and subconsciously felt that it was impossible. There are 1.4 billion people, how can it be possible that not a single one can be left behind? Haven't he and his mother been forgotten by the world? Now he knows. They have not been forgotten. At this moment, Li Fuhua burst into tears. Chapter 39 The Greatest Wonder in the World. Hello, my cute babies. Today is the first day of the Great Migration. Meng Meng and her family are also on the migration. I believe there are many people like Meng Meng, right? On the bus, a cute female anchor was broadcasting live. Meng Meng's family has 5 cars, why are they taking the bus? That's nonsense, the anchor is responding to the country's call. If you drive, there will be a lot of traffic jams. The anchor has a genuine outlook on life. I'm a fan. +1. Many people in the live broadcast room are also in the process of migration. They watch such live broadcasts when they are bored and enjoy watching them. Wow, tanks, and lots of handsome guys in military uniforms. I encountered many tanks along the way, and the sense of security was really great. The country is so good to us. We have tanks escorting us along the way. The tanks that appeared in the picture have sparked a lot of discussion. You are right. The country has been so good to us. That is why I love my country and decided to be a positive energy anchor. The cute female anchor interacted with the fans all the way. Soon, in the distance, a high wall stretching for who knows how many kilometers appeared in sight. My dears, we have arrived at Chaonin. Look, that is the steel wall outside Chaonin. We can finally take a closer look. The cute female anchor pointed her phone outside. It's magnificent. Is this really built in a month? Many people were fascinated by it. As the bus got closer, the steel wall became bigger and higher. Oh my God, why is this city wall so high? It's so high. Why is he so short in the official video? Haha, you've been fooled by the Strategic Propaganda Bureau. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were stunned. The people in the bus also stuck their heads out and stared at the towering city wall stupidly. Really? This wall is too high. The city wall is 100 meters high, which is equivalent to the height of a 33-story residential building. In terms of visual effect, it is much more shocking than a 33-story residential building. It is not only tall, but also very long, so long that you can't see the end of it. Such a city wall can be felt in its magnificence and grandeur even from a certain distance. When you get closer, you need to tilt your head up 90 degrees to see the top of the city wall, and the sense of oppression it brings is unparalleled. Everyone who sees it can't help but feel a certain feeling. What kind of enemy can break through such a wall? Some people were so shocked that they picked up their phones to take photos and live stream the video. The soldiers patrolling outside did not stop them. Now the city walls have been completed and the installation of weapons has reached the final stage. If someone flew above the city wall at this time, he would see the densely packed gun muzzles on the wall. Over the past month, all the cannons produced by Longhua at full capacity, as well as the cannons that Longhua already had, have been installed on these city walls. Once the insect swarm arrives and thousands of cannons roar, the scene will be so spectacular. The city gate, which was more than 10 meters high, arrived and cars lined up in a long queue and slowly drove in. Wow, the wall is so thick, it must be several dozen meters thick, right? It's hard to imagine that such a high and thick wall was built in just 1 month. I heard that each steel city used tens of millions of tons of steel. My God, isn't this city wall made entirely of steel? No, I don't think that even with a nuclear bomb, the most that can be done is to make a small hole in a wall like this. The people in the live broadcast room were once again surprised by the thickness of the city wall. Only at this moment did they truly and intuitively feel what national power is. What is an infrastructure maniac? At the same time, I also felt how enormous the energy that is released is when 1.4 billion people are united. Finally, the car drove out of the doorway. There's more ahead! There is a city wall in front. Every steel city has not just one wall, but 3. The outermost city wall is the highest, while the 2 inner ones are lower each time. Soon, people discovered that there were a large number of buildings between the city walls. There is something peculiar about these buildings. They have no windows and are enclosed. But in fact, it is not completely enclosed. There are many shooting holes above and around the building. These buildings are mainly used for soldiers to hide inside and deal with flying mutant insect beasts. The 3 city walls are each separated by several hundred meters. As many flying mutant insect beasts as possible must be eliminated within these 2 distances to prevent them from causing harm to the people in the city. If the insect tide is too fierce and crosses the first city wall, these buildings can still play a big role. As for how the soldiers get in, it mainly depends on the underground passage system. There are a large number of passages and rail cars underground, which can be used to transport or transfer troops quickly. These 3 city walls can be said to be a complete defense system. It can be further improved and enhanced in the future. Otherwise, if it was just a few ordinary city walls, how could Lin Yen dare to boast that it was a city of steel? Now I understand why it's called the Steel City. The Special Bureau is not lying to me. This is truly a giant steel city. Haha, I've been there too. Let me tell you, it's even more shocking to see it in person. It makes my scalp tingle. Topics related to the Steel City quickly topped the hot lists of major platforms. Attracted a lot of attention. Some long people who were migrating came across these topics. When they learned that they were going to move to such a steel city, their confusion about the future immediately disappeared. No matter what happens in the future. In such a fortified city, what is there to be afraid of? The topic of the world's greatest wonder also topped the hot list. What is the greatest miracle of the world? It does not just mean that the Dragon Nation built 100 giant steel cities in a month, recruited tens of millions of troops, and gave birth to millions of awakened people. In my opinion, the 1.4 billion Chinese people are the greatest miracle in the world. On a certain audio platform, similar texts have been repeated over and over again by countless bloggers, attracting more attention to this topic. What? Why are the walls of Dragon Country so high? In the Beacon Country, a white man's face was filled with disbelief after watching a video titled, "The World's First Wonder," on Twitter. He put down his phone and looked out the window. A long convoy of vehicles was queuing up to enter a security area. The wall of the defense zone is 20 meters high, almost as high as a 7-story building. Originally, he thought that the efficiency of the lighthouse country was already very high. It took just over half a month to build such a high city wall. They are worthy of being the #1 country on Blue Planet. But now, in comparison, the city wall of the lighthouse country is so petty, just like a child playing house. In contrast, the city walls of Dragon Kingdom are not only tall and large, but also have 3 walls. The shortest one is far larger than the city walls of Lighthouse Kingdom. Such a strong contrast made the white man wonder whether the top leaders of the Beacon Country were corrupt. It's incredible. How did Longwood do it in just 1 month? I admit that I used to be prejudiced against the Dragon Kingdom. Is it too late to join the Dragon Kingdom now? This is truly the greatest wonder in the world. I dare say that even if billions of people from all over the world were to unite together, they wouldn't be able to build such a magnificent city in a month. It's fake, it's all fake. AI is so powerful nowadays, these videos must be generated by AI. We in the White Elephant Kingdom can even go to the moon, but the Dragon Kingdom is still playing with stones. What's the point of building such a high wall? Can it protect against artillery, shells, or missiles? Below the video, there are messages from people all over the world. Some people are stubborn and unwilling to believe it, thinking that the video is fake. The most powerful and toughest fighter is definitely one of the 5 permanent members of Twitter. But more people were deeply shocked by the terrifying infrastructure capabilities of Dragon Country. These people didn't know much about Longwood before, and due to the smear campaign by Western media, they also had a lot of prejudice against Longwood. Many people even think that the Chinese can't even afford tea eggs. No. These 100 steel cities shattered their cognition in one fell swoop. Is this something that the people of Long Country, who can't even afford tea eggs, can make? The Lighthouse Country, known as the most powerful country on Blue Planet, built its city wall with the whole country's strength, but compared with the Dragon Country, it is like a child's toy. The greatest wonder of the world. These words were also deeply engraved in their hearts. Many years later, when they recalled the past, they still remembered the shock they felt when they first saw the giant steel cities of Dragon Kingdom. As well as, it's a pity that I couldn't become a Dragon Countryman. Chapter 40. The sword is unsheathed, and we vow to kill all enemies. What, there's a wildfire in Sakura, and all the forests are burning? While the Dragon Kingdom's migration was going on, Lin Yan learned an unexpected news. There were large-scale fires in Sakura Country, and almost all the forests were burned. This news made Lin Yan stunned for a moment. Because, before my rebirth, there had never been such a wildfire in Sakura Country. Is it another chain reaction? Yes, Director Lin, after the wildfire broke out, Sakura Country was not active in extinguishing the fire, causing the wildfire to grow bigger and bigger. I'm afraid it won't be long before all the forests in Sakura Country are burned down. According to the military intelligence team's analysis, the wildfires were probably intentionally set by the Sakura Nation. They probably did this to kill all the insects and animals in the forest in one fell swoop to prevent them from mutating on a large scale. The intelligence officer said. Lin Yan understood. The military intelligence corps' analysis was correct. Such wildfires are obviously abnormal and are most likely man-made. Looking at it this way, it really is a chain reaction. The Sakura Country may have also conducted experiments on insect-beast mutation and realized the horror of mutated insect beasts. But with the natural resources and national strength of Sakura Country, it was too late to do the same as Dragon Country, so they resorted to burning the forest to deal with the crisis. It's a stroke of genius! Lin Yan sneered in his heart. By doing this, Sakura Country can indeed minimize the threat of mutated insect beasts. But it won't be long before they regret it. The role of the forest is not small. When the spiritual energy spreads across the earth, it is not evenly distributed. Mountains and forests can leave more spiritual energy for a country. It's like the Kangaroo Country. Although it is surrounded by the sea, the central part is a vast plain with no mountains. The humid air cannot stay after passing through. As a result, the vast central region of Kangaroo Country has very little rainfall and has turned into a wasteland. The same is true for Reiki. They circulate along with the atmosphere. When they pass through a place, if there is nothing there, there will definitely be little spiritual energy left behind. The concentration of spiritual energy there wouldn't be very high. Without forests, the concentration of spiritual energy in Sakura country will be greatly reduced in the future. Therefore, in Lin Yan's view, this move of theirs was a stroke of genius that was a self-defeating move. If the Sakura country cannot grab the spiritual spring in the future, their development will be extremely limited. This is naturally a good thing for Longhua. Lin Yan's mood became much better. Reporting to Director Lin, 1.4 billion people have all moved into the Steel City, and no one has been left behind. Everyone has been properly accommodated, everything in the Steel City is normal, orderly, and well supplied, and no harassment has occurred. A few days later, an intelligence officer reported loudly to Lin Yan. After a week of hard work, 1.4 billion people entered the Steel City. Compared to the planned 10 days, it was 3 days earlier. Uncle Li, you can recall all the troops and station them in the Steel City, Lin Yan said. This week, 50 million troops were scattered across the Dragon Kingdom to escort the migration of 1.4 billion people. All soldiers were available to help people on the move when they encountered difficulties. In the past few days, we have encountered many attacks by mutant insects and beasts. Although the scale is not large and the mutated insect beasts are not particularly strong, they will still cause considerable casualties to ordinary people without the army. Yes, Director Lin! Lin Feng and Li Jianguo took the order and started to make arrangements. Bang, bang, bang! Boom! Gunshots continued to ring out in the woods. A large group of mutant spiders the size of basketballs were killed by intensive firepower. Finally cleaned it up. These bugs are getting more and more perverted. Yes, it's only been a few days, and the mutant spiders in this forest have multiplied so much. I don't know what they will look like in a few days. The country was foresight and prepared early. Being born in Dragon Country is the biggest lottery of my life. Haha, to be honest, these past few days I feel like I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life. After killing the group of mutant spiders, the soldiers chatted there leisurely. Most of them were new recruits, and the guns they used were purchased from the Lighthouse country. After a period of training, they also have some combat effectiveness. Everyone, stand at attention. The captain is here. The soldiers looked serious, and stood at attention with their guns. We have received a notice from above that we will be stationed in Xiangqing. Your families are also there. Everyone, get in the car, and we are leaving. The captain brought good news. Oh yeah, we can finally enter the Steel City. The soldiers jumped onto the tanks one after another, feeling relieved. This is just a small forest. In Dragon Country, there are countless forests and countless kinds of insects and animals in them. They felt their lives would be in danger if they stayed in the wild any longer. Or it is the giant steel dragon standing tall on the ground in the video that can bring a sense of security. On this day, the armies scattered across the land of Dragon Kingdom began to gather towards the 100 steel cities. My dear little ones, I am broadcasting live to you from outside Chang'an City. Today is the day when the army enters the Steel City. Wow, there are so many tanks. Outside the city of Chang'an, the cute female anchor started live streaming again. Meng Meng is amazing, she was able to get a live broadcast certificate. That's right, don't you see how many fans we have? There are quite a few people in the live broadcast room. After entering the Steel City, you cannot go out easily. Only a small number of popular anchors who have obtained live broadcast certificates can go out of the city to broadcast live. At this moment, in the picture, countless tanks formed a long line and drove into the city gate. Tanks like steel behemoths drove in one after another, and the scene was extremely grand. Among them, there are often some troop carriers filled with soldiers. It's magnificent! There are so many tanks. Our country has a total of 8,000 tanks, with an average of 80 tanks per steel city. Even though Chang'an is the provincial capital, it shouldn't be allocated so many. It's indeed a lot, definitely more than 100. Judging from the situation, there must be thousands of them. Thousands of tanks, hiss! Could it be that Chang'an City is heavily defended? I just watched the live broadcasts of other steel cities, and there were just as many tanks. Don't you find that these tanks are very new? Oh my god, did we build tens of thousands of tanks in this month? The topic of producing tens of thousands of tanks in a month spread like wildfire on various platforms and chat groups. The magnificent scene made all Dragon Country people's blood boil and filled their hearts with countless pride. Lighthouse Country. In the White House, a group of lighthouse executives were also watching the images from Dragon Country. In the picture, a row of brand new 99A main battle tanks, Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles, Type 181 howitzers, formed a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see and slowly drove into the Steel City. Everyone looked unhappy. Because, according to statistics from their intelligence department, the number of tanks in Dragon Country may have reached an astonishing 60,000. A month ago, the number was only 8,000 units. In other words, in 1 month, Longwood produced more than 50,000 tanks. That's more than 50,000 tanks, not more than 50,000 vehicles. The peak period of the Lighthouse Nation was during the S2 season. At that time, the Lighthouse Nation was able to produce more than 30,000 tanks a year when it was fully operational. But now, it's been a fucking month. In just 1 month, Longwood produced more than 50,000 tanks. This is scary. No wonder every lighthouse executive looked a little pale. The ones who were more frightened than them were the Sakura Country. Now in the land of cherry blossoms, the entire sky is covered by thick smoke. It seemed to foreshadow their bleak future. The video from Dragon Country was like a huge rock, suffocating all the Sakura executives. The entire conference room became unusually quiet, and no one dared to speak out to break the oppressive silence. On Twitter, the video also went viral again. These days, Dragon Country has brought too many shocks to the world. This time is no exception. When they saw the endless army of tanks that looked like a torrent of steel, even some people who had been sarcastic about the Dragon Kingdom fell silent. Producing tens of thousands of tanks a month, this number makes it impossible for them to find anything to criticize. Once the sleeping Eastern Dragon awakens, the energy it unleashes will be enough to shake the entire world. It was on this day. CCTV released a message: "The sword is drawn, and we vow to kill all enemies. Mom Young, if you play like this, the little Sakura next door will be scared. Sakura, don't come over here. I'm afraid the Sakura executives won't be able to sleep tonight. The little lighthouse must be panicking too." Although the threat posed by the mutant insect beasts is now obvious, the news from CCTV still gives the people of Long Country something to look forward to. Chapter 41. I will be a Chinese in my next life. Buzz. The gates of the Steel City are closed. 1.4 billion people, including all the troops, entered the 100 Steel Cities. Among these Steel Cities, the ones with the largest populations are the previous first-tier cities. Each city has become a huge city with a population of more than 30 million. Next are many provincial capitals and some prosperous cities along the coast. These cities will also be the ones that are focused on defense. At this point, everything is ready. Everything is ready, Xiao Jin, we are just waiting for you. In the Shillong base, Lin Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. There, Xiao Jin was still absorbing the incoming luck. Its body thus became larger and larger. As soon as this wave of luck is completely absorbed, Lin Yan can use Xiao Jin to become a god of war in one fell swoop. How is it going? Lin Yan came to the conference room again. The number of mutant insect beasts in various places is increasing rapidly. This is what our satellites have detected. Ling Feng pulled up a video. The video shows a sea of black dots. When the camera zooms in further, you can see that those black dots are mosquitoes the size of ping-pong balls. There are so many of them, so densely packed together, so countless. This is the swamp in Rower Guy. The environment is too suitable for mosquito breeding. Now it is full of mutant mosquitoes. They mutate very quickly and reproduce even faster. If this continues, the threat of mosquitoes here to Rongqing will be extremely serious. Leng Feng frowned. Director Lin, I suggest using incendiary bombs to clean up the area. This will eliminate the threat here in advance. Li Jianguo suggested. Can. Lin Yan agreed. In places where these mutant insect beasts are abnormally dense and pose a threat to the nearby Steel City, they can naturally be eliminated in advance. Director Lin, there's also this place. Ling Feng dispatched another area. It is still a swamp, located in the northeast area, and there are also a large number of mutant mosquitoes in it. Uncle Ling, don't worry about this place for now. They are far away from the Steel City and are not a big threat, Lin Yan said after looking at the location there. Although Longwa has prepared a large amount of ammunition this month, it still has to be used sparingly. Especially the powerful weapon called incendiary bomb. The insect swarms that come next will be very fierce. Director Lin, where is this? Lin Feng continuously retrieved areas detected by satellite or drone. Today is the 11th day since the arrival of the spiritual tide, and a large number of insects and beasts have completed their mutation. After the mutation was completed, the insect tide had not yet appeared because the mutated insect beasts were reproducing on a large scale. These insect beasts that have been transformed by the myriad races of the starry sky have extremely amazing reproductive abilities. In just a few days, their number can increase dozens or even hundreds of times. Then, the insect tide will come. The reproduction and mutation of insects and beasts will also consume a huge amount of spiritual energy, leaving less spiritual energy for humans to grow and evolve. That's why spiritual springs are so important. By controlling the spiritual spring, you will have an endless supply of spiritual energy, and you can also prevent the spiritual energy in the spiritual spring from spreading to the entire blue planet and intensifying the mutation of insects and beasts. For the entire day, Lin Yan was observing the areas where the insects and beasts mutated and deciding which areas to attack in advance. There have been many incidents of insects and beasts attacking humans abroad. Watch this video. Oh my god, is this still a mosquito? Ordinary people in Dragon Country, unable to leave the Steel City, are paying more attention to situations abroad. One of the most popular videos on the internet is a scene of a swarm of mutant mosquitoes attacking a small town. Those mutated mosquitoes are not too big, each one is only the size of a sparrow. An ordinary person can easily kill him with a wooden stick, or even with his fist or palm. They are still helpless against thick walls. But there are too many of them. The glass windows could not withstand their constant impact. In addition, their sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and they can smell your scent no matter where you hide. Then I saw countless people screaming as they were attacked in that small town. Someone killed a lot of them with weapons, but soon his body was covered with a dense layer of mutant mosquitoes. This scene makes one's scalp tingle. By the time the mutated mosquitoes left, the man had turned into a mummy. All the blood in his body was sucked away until not a drop was left. This is too much. How can we deal with this? Many dragon people were frightened. Don't be afraid, we have flamethrowers. Immediately, someone posted a video from the city wall. I saw that the top of the city wall was extremely wide, divided into many upper and lower areas. In addition to the densely packed cannons, there are flamethrowers every 10 meters or so. There are also special steel nets where the soldiers stand to protect against attacks from the air. These steel nets are spaced about 5 centimeters apart, which does not affect the soldiers shooting, but can prevent the enlarged mutated insect beasts. What are you afraid of? These are just mosquitoes. I can kill them all with one fire bomb. An awakened person uploaded a video. He just fired a fire bomb, which caused a split-second explosion in an area in the air. The Thunder God is here. You little mosquitoes, all of you will die. There are also awakened ones who release dense lightning with considerable power. Seeing this, other awakened ones also started to show off. An awakened being who uses sonic attacks can shatter objects in a large area in front of him with a roar. An awakened being who can manipulate the air can turn an area into a vacuum, making it impossible for mutant insect beasts that can fly to fly. He can also turn the air into a sharp blade, with decent AoE damage. After seeing the demonstrations of these awakened ones, the dragon people were much less worried about the mutated insect beasts. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound was heard above the swamps of Roergai. High in the sky, a bomber swooped down from above the clouds. The noise it made startled the swarm of mutant mosquitoes. A large number of mutant mosquitoes flew into the air. But they didn't notice that as the bombers flew over, incendiary bombs fell one after another. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by flames rising into the sky, countless mutant mosquitoes were burned to ashes. After being wiped out by incendiary bombs, the mutated mosquitoes here will not be so rampant in the future. On this day, many areas around the Steel City where mutant insects and beasts were abnormally densely populated were hit hard. Lin Yan knew that this blow was far from enough. But it can also have a certain effect and buy more time for the awakened ones. Millions of awakened people in Dragon Country are all undergoing systematic training. The tens of thousands of awakeners who were born before the revival of spiritual energy became the instructors of these awakeners, and will lead them into battle in the future. The God of War group is also practicing at full capacity. Even Ling Qingqiu was sent away by Lin Yan to practice. The unawakened dragon people are also trying desperately to awaken under the stimulation of the crisis. The number of awakened people in Dragon Country is still increasing. Over the next few days, the insect beasts mutated more and more ferociously. Especially bugs. There are more and more cases of attacks by mutant insect beasts in foreign countries, and the internet is flooded with such videos. For example, in the White Elephant Kingdom, a large number of mutated locusts appeared, covering the sky and causing great headaches for the White Elephant Kingdom. In some tropical countries, a variety of mutated insects are emerging in a crazy manner, making it difficult to guard against them. Officials from various countries took action and relocated their citizens to the prevention areas they established. Even though the defense area is simple, there are troops and awakened people stationed there. However, they simply cannot do what Longwood did, where not a single person can be left behind. Sakura is smart. She burned most of the forest, so they don't have many mutant bug beasts. Green water and green mountains are the real gold and silver mountains. Although I don't know whether their burning of the forest will have any side effects, I don't think this move is very smart. +1, +10086. I'm so glad I was born in the Great Dragon Country. I can't imagine if I was born in any other country, I would have died long ago. Yes, if there is an afterlife, I will still be a Chinese in the next life. What does the afterlife matter? For the next 100 or 1,000 lives, I will be a Chinese. The experiences of people in other countries have once again made countless Chinese people full of gratitude and love for their motherland. They are deeply aware of how important it is to have a strong and caring motherland. Even some citizens who used to like to criticize the country's shortcomings because they were not satisfied with their lives have now undergone a 180-degree change in their attitude. The cohesion of the 1.4 billion people in Dragon Country has also been qualitatively improved invisibly. Chapter 42 All-Round God of War. By High in the sky, a mutant hummingbird with electric light all over its body rushed towards the bomber at an extremely fast speed. It's coming again, pull it up! The bomber quickly pulled up and rushed into the sky. Da-da-da-da! The escort fighter's machine guns roared but failed to hit the hummingbird. Bye! The strange bird turned and rushed towards the oncoming fighter plane. Da-da-da-da! The machine gun in automatic mode fired wildly. Finally, a bullet hit the mutant hummingbird, turning it into pieces. Call! The fighter pilot breathed a sigh of relief. A fifth-generation fighter jet almost failed to kill a mutant hummingbird. If you don't experience it yourself, who would believe it? Sizzle, sizzle! Boom! Beneath the walls of a steel city, a battle is taking place. The awakened ones cooperated with each other and fought against a group of mutant ants. These mutated ants are red all over, their bodies have become extremely hard, and some ants have even learned to breathe fire. Their number is even greater, so densely packed together that the ground has turned into a red carpet. The total number may have reached hundreds of thousands. Thousands of awakened people used various methods to kill the mutant ants that rushed over. On top of the city walls, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were on high alert. Under the attack of the awakened ones, although the mutant ants were numerous, they all died. Is this a bug swarm? It's not that great. Don't be too happy, this is just a nest of mutant ants. Go watch the video of the White Elephant Country, that's what a swarm of insects is. Damn it, there are so many in one nest, what will happen if there are more nests? The video of this battle attracted a large number of dragon people to watch. Sporadic insect swarms are beginning to appear. In the Shillong base, videos from all over Dragon Country were playing on the big screen in front of Lin Yan. In the past 2 days, many steel cities have suffered sporadic attacks by insect swarms. Although it was a sporadic insect swarm, the size of each wave was over 100,000. For insects, the last thing they lack is numbers. Under the coordination and arrangement of the special bureaus in various places, these sporadic insect swarms became the objects of training for the awakened ones. Uncle Lee, suspend the deployment of bombers and fighters. All pilots stay on standby. After watching another video, Lin Yan gave the order. As time went on, bomber sorties became more and more dangerous. Even with fighter escort, it is not that safe. Although at this stage, most of the insect beasts are not a threat to the bombers, there are too many insect beasts on Earth, and there are always some that mutate particularly quickly. The bombers dispatched in the past 2 days encountered dangerous situations one after another, and one of them almost did not return. The fog is getting thicker. Lin Yan's eyes fell on a new video. That is a video of Taihang Mountains. The majestic Taihang Mountains have been shrouded in thick white fog. This makes it impossible for satellites in the sky to detect what's going on inside. In the past few days, clouds and fog have appeared on almost all the mountains in Longhua. White mist also appeared in some large forests. The trajectory of blue stars changes is exactly the same as before its rebirth. The difference is that this time, the 1.4 billion people of Dragon Country have already received the best protection. Unlike before the rebirth, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in chaos, and a large number of people died in the attacks of mutant insect beasts every day. After understanding the situation of the entire Dragon Country, Lin Yan left the meeting room. He is ready to break through to become the god of war. In the past 10 days, Xiao Jin has absorbed enough luck and can now initiate luck infusion for Lin Yan again. When he arrived at the playground, Lin Yan saw Lin Qingqiu, who had been practicing hard for several days. She gave Lin Yan a different feeling, as if she was completely refreshed. Qingqiu, have you made a breakthrough? Lin Yan asked. A smile appeared on Lin Qingqiu's usually cold face. Yes, Lin, I have become a general. Congratulations. Lin Qingqiu is indeed a genius with amazing talent. He became a general so quickly. Her growth is probably much faster than before Lin Yan was reborn. Thank you, Team Lin, Lin Qingqiu said happily. Ah! Xiao Jin's cry came from the sky. This voice came from the soul level, and only Lin Yan could hear it. Lin Yan looked up and saw that Xiao Jin in the sky had become so big that he didn't know how big it was. Qingqiu, give me 100 liters of spiritual liquid, and 100 bottles of each type of concentrated energy liquid from the potion group. Seeing Lin Qingqiu's breakthrough, Lin Yan used her again. Okay, Team Lin. The quantity Lin Yan needs is a bit large. A full 100 liters of spiritual liquid, and 100 bottles of each type of energy liquid. You know, a few months before the revival of spiritual energy, Lin Feng had only collected less than half a liter of spiritual liquid. Of course, after the spiritual tide erupts, it becomes much easier to obtain spiritual liquid. You just need to keep collecting spiritual energy and compressing it. Several thousand liters of spiritual liquid are now stored in the Shillong base. However, there are too many awakeners who need to be trained, and the amount of spiritual fluid used is still very large. Lin Yan immediately called up 100 liters. Having said that, with Lin Yan's status and authority, he does not need to explain to anyone if he wants to use the spiritual liquid. Xiao Jin, come on! After Lin Qingqiu left, Lin Yan said to the little gold in the sky. In the sky, Xiao Jin's size was shrinking rapidly. When Xiao Jin's body shrank to its normal size, its body length was already over 100 meters. Then, Xiao Jin turned into a golden light and penetrated into Lin Yan's body. Team Lin, the spiritual fluid is here. Thank you, put it down. A few minutes later, in the training room, Lin Qingqiu brought the spiritual liquid and energy liquid that Lin Yan needed. Seeing that Lin Yan wanted to practice, Lin Qingqiu put down his things and left the practice room. Xiao Jin, let's start. Lin Yan closed his eyes. Golden light began to emanate from his body. Xiao Jin's luck initiation began again. This time, Lin Yan still wants to break through the spiritual shackles on the mental level. He must first become an apprentice level 7th order spiritualist, and become a god of war in the spiritual department in one fell swoop. Then, improve your physical strength. As Xiao Jin's luck was poured into his body, Lin Yan's mental power began to rise wildly. The psychic shackles between the high-level general and the god of war were touched again. When in the magic city, Xiao Jin had reached his limit and the psychic shackles could not be broken. But this time, after Xiao Jin absorbed a huge amount of luck, this wave of luck became extremely fierce. Buzz! Under the impact of the luck infusion, the psychic shackles began to vibrate violently. "It's really sturdy, but open it for me!" Accompanied by Lin Yan's light shout. Boom! The psychic shackles between the general and the god of war were broken in an instant. This shackle is stronger than the physical one because it is on the spiritual level. But so what? Still, it was forced open with the help of Xiao Jin's good luck. Once it was broken open, massive amounts of energy poured madly into Lin Yan's soul, causing his mental power to continue to rise. Buzz! Without any surprise, after just a few seconds, Lin Yan's mental power underwent a qualitative change. He broke through the 7th level of apprenticeship in one fell swoop and became a god of war. Call! Lin Yan let out a long sigh. Once you become a god of war, the whole world will become wider. Although the god of war is still at the apprentice level, at this stage, he is strong enough to deal with various crises. Xiao Jin, now it's the physical level. Lin Yan was not planning to continue pushing forward on the spiritual level, but to improve his physical strength. He picked up the glass bottle containing the spiritual fluid, opened it, and began to gulp down the drink. Lin Yan drank this liter of spiritual liquid in one breath. Drinking like this is simply terrifying. Even if he was a god of war, his body would most likely burst if he drank so much spiritual fluid in a short period of time. This is 1 liter of spiritual liquid. But now Lin Yan is really not afraid. Xiao Jin's luck initiation is so magical. The energy of luck initiation can allow Lin Yan to transform these spiritual liquids into genetic energy without any hidden dangers. After drinking 1 liter, Lin Yan did not stop at all and picked up another bottle of spiritual liquid to continue drinking. After drinking 2 large bottles of spiritual liquid, Lin Yan picked up various energy liquids and poured them into his body. These energy liquids include wind energy liquid, thunder energy liquid, fire energy liquid, ice energy liquid. These energy liquids were collected by scientists with the cooperation of the awakened ones after the spiritual tide occurred. After drinking it, Lin Yan closed his eyes. The genetic energy in his body began to increase wildly. Xiao Jin's luck was infused into his head much faster than his own cultivation. Boom! When the genetic energy increased to a certain level, it suddenly broke through the psychic shackles. Apprentice level 3 done. This is the 3rd level of the apprenticeship level in terms of the physical aspect, and it is a 3rd level of the apprenticeship level that is balanced and comprehensive in all aspects. This is not over yet. Genetic energy is still increasing crazily. Boom! After some time, another psychic shackle in the body was broken. After breaking through the shackles of spiritual energy, the biggest obstacle to advancement has been removed. Not long after, Lin Yan's strength reached the 5th level of apprentice level. He drank the spiritual liquid and various energy liquids again. The way of all-round development he chose made him more powerful but also required more resources than others. I don't know how long it took, but as another psychic shackle was broken, Lin Yan's genetic source became further filled and concentrated. He reached the 6th level of apprenticeship. His promotion is not over yet. Lin Yan was still drinking spiritual liquid and various energy liquids, and through Xiao Jin's luck infusion, they were directly converted into strength. He drank such precious spiritual fluid as if it were water. If other awakened people saw this, they would be scared to death. On a physical level, the shackles between the general and the god of war were touched. This shackle is also extremely strong. In particular, Lin Yan chose all-round development, and could use this shackle more than 10 times stronger than others. The initiation of Qi and luck is still going on. Break it for me! Half an hour later, accompanied by a loud shout, Lin Yan broke through this spiritual shackles in one fell swoop. On the physical level, he also became a god of war. At this time, he became a double god of war. That is to say, on both the physical and spiritual levels, they are all gods of war. No, to be precise, the current Lin Yan can be called the god of war in all disciplines. He awakened 10 times. In every kind of talent, he already possesses the strength of a god of war. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Boom! He came to the strength tester and punched out with all his might. This specially made strength tester trembled when Lin Yan hit it. Ding ding ding! The red numbers on the display were jumping wildly. It finally settled on the number 520,000. 520,000 kilograms. One palm strike unleashed a terrifying force of 260 tons. This is just the basic strength of Lin Yan's body. That is to say, the power of an attack is delivered solely by genetic energy, without using any combat skills or talent bonuses. The basic physical strength of a primary war god is generally 120 tons. Lin Yan, the all-round war god, has a basic physical strength that is more than twice that of other junior war gods. He is much better than the junior war god who achieved his success by relying on his talent of strength. Lin Yan also has a talent for strength. If he uses his talent, this value will increase several times. Chapter 43. The sword is sharp, the insect tide appears. 7th level peak! In the end, Lin Yan's strength stopped at the peak of the 7th level of apprentice level. Whether it is the physical level or the spiritual level, he is only a little bit away from becoming an intermediate god of war. In fact, if he had not chosen to develop all-round, but instead concentrated his energy on impacting the spiritual level, he could have reached the peak of the 8th level of the apprentice level in one fell swoop. There is even hope that he can reach the 9th level of the apprentice level and become a high-level war god. It's just that Lin Yan chose balanced development, so that he will have no shortcomings. The weakness of a psychic is his weak body. Once a battle lasts too long and one's mental strength is exhausted, it is very easy to be killed. Now that Lin Yan has become a complete war god, his genetic energy is more than 10 times richer than that of others. Even if his mental strength is dried up, he still possesses terrifying combat power. After everything was over, Lin Yan looked around and found that only a few liters of the 100 liters of spiritual liquid were left, and all the energy liquid had been drunk. These energy liquids were the result of more than half a month's hard work by thousands of people in the pharmacy team, and Lin Yan just wasted them like that. But it is definitely worth it to be able to exchange it for a full-range war god. Lin Yan stood up and walked out of the training room. Team Lin's strength must have made a huge breakthrough, Ling Qingqiu thought when he saw Lin Yan walking out of the training room. Lin Yan stayed in the training room for a day and a night this time. When he came out, he felt like a different person. This made Ling Qingqiu feel that Lin Yan's strength might have improved qualitatively. Ling Qingqiu was unsure about Lin Yan's specific strength. But looking at Lin Yan, whose whole body seemed to be glowing, Ling Qingqiu suddenly felt something. Team Lin, will he become a god of war? In the battle at SO Airport, Lin Yan was able to kill a general-level Superman in seconds, so his strength must be at least that of a mid-level general, or even a high-level general. With this breakthrough, there is a high possibility that Lin Yan will become the god of war. Team Lin's talent must be terrifying to the extreme. In Ling Qingqiu's mind, Lin Yan was a super genius who was extremely wicked. Qingqiu, go clean up the training room. Lin Yan's voice rang out. Ling Qingqiu said oh, and quickly looked away, his cheeks slightly hot. I'm going to die. Why is she staring at Lin Yan again? She is aloof by nature, and is not the kind of girl who likes to be infatuated with girls. Team Lin has used up all the spiritual fluids? After entering the training room, Ling Qingqiu was stunned when he saw the empty bottles all over the floor. A full 100 liters of spiritual fluid, and Lin Yan actually used it all up. She focused her eyes and looked carefully again. She found that it was not used up yet and there were still a few bottles left. But using up more than 90 bottles of spiritual liquid in one day and one night is also scary. Not only that, all the energy liquid was also used up by Lin Yan. Oh my God! At this moment, Ling Qingqiu's little head was full of shock. She simply couldn't imagine how Lin Yan managed to do it in just one day. With so much spiritual fluid, aren't you afraid that your body will burst? But not only did Lin Yan not explode, he seemed to have become a god of war. Lin Group must have become a god of war. Ling Qingqiu was sure of it now. After quite some time, she finally got over her shock and started packing. These things were originally done by specialized people. Ling Qingqiu knew that Lin Yan definitely didn't want others to know his secret. Therefore, Ling Qingqiu carefully cleaned up the training room. At the same time, I also made up my mind not to tell anyone what I saw today. After cleaning up, Ling Qingqiu noticed that the strength tester had not been reset to 0, and there was a long string of numbers on it. Huh! She counted carefully: tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions. 520,000 kilograms. Is this the power exerted by the Lin group? Her beautiful eyes widened and her cherry lips opened into a cute O shape. Oh my God! 520,000 pounds of strength. Your basic body strength is 10 tons. Good boy, have you become a warrior? Of course, Brother Yang, you can be left behind by me. In the public training room of the God of War team, the sound of conversation could be heard. Lu Su, who had awakened his talent for speed, became a general, attracting the attention and envy of many members of the God of War team. Oh, dreaming! Yang Erniu exerted force suddenly and hit the strength tester. Lu Su saw that Yang Erniu's punch had an astonishing force of 120,000 kilograms. I'm going too! Lu Su's eyes widened. The other awakened people around also exclaimed, Wow! Brother Yang is so awesome! Wang Tingyu, the spiritual master, clapped his hands nearby. The other members of the God of War team also applauded. 120,000 Jin, that's 60 tons of force, it's really terrifying. Although Yang Ernie obviously used his innate ability to increase his strength several times, it was not his basic physical strength. But it's also amazing. Little warrior, I have become one too. Yang Ernie raised his head and said proudly. Sharp! Lu Su gave a thumbs up. Team Lin is here. I don't know who said it. Yang Ernie quickly put away the smug look on his face and stood up straight. The others also fell silent. Team Lin walked in with Ling Qingqiu. Everyone take the assessment now. After the assessment, you will be divided into teams according to your wishes and abilities. Lin Yan said calmly. Are we finally going to split up into teams? Many awakened ones became excited. Drink! In the training room, the assessment began. Each awakener gave their all and fully demonstrated their strength. 28 junior warriors, 430 senior warriors, 380 intermediate warriors, and 563 junior warriors. At dusk, the assessment results came out. There are 28 junior warriors at the 4th level of the apprentice level. There are 430 senior warriors at the 3rd level of the apprentice level, 680 intermediate warriors, and 355 primary warriors. This is the current achievement of the more than 1,500 members of the God of War team. These members of the God of War group, the first batch, have all become high-level warriors, and 28 generals were born among them. This batch is expected to become war gods within half a year. Most of those who joined later were Lin Yan's old subordinates before his rebirth, as well as some good talents discovered by Lin Yan. Since they joined later, their general level is not as good as the previous batch. After all, that group of people had the most outstanding talents. But these old subordinates have strong stamina and good luck, so their growth rate will not be slow in the future. Well, luck is also an important consideration for Lin Yan when recruiting members for the God of War team. Some people may have poor talents, but they are extremely lucky and can always overcome danger and grow up along the way. This kind of person is simply a lucky star, blessed by God. Lin Yan would also be happy to let him become a member of the God of War team. With sufficient resources guaranteed and all members of the God of War team working hard, the overall strength of the God of War team is also very good. It's only been over half a month since the spiritual tide occurred. There are so many mid and high-level fighters. Most of the more than 300 junior fighters joined in recent days. Yang Erniu is the captain of the 1st squadron of the God of War, Lu Su is the captain of the 2nd squadron, Wang Tingyu is the captain of the 3rd squadron, Gan Lu is the captain of the 4th squadron. He Tian is the captain of the 14th squadron. You will recruit and arrange the team leaders and members of each brigade. After the assessment of the entire God of War group was completed, Ling Qingqiu read out Lin Yan's appointment. The organization of the God of War team remains the same as before the rebirth, with 12 people in a small team and 12 small teams in a large team. Each brigade has 144 people. The number of teams will be much larger than before the rebirth. Yes, Lin Group. Every captain who accepted any of the requests had a happy look on his face. Okay, you guys recruit members on your own, and you have to finish it before tomorrow. After Lin Yen finished speaking, he walked away. The God of War team is recruiting. If you join me, you will have a good meal. I will lead the way and will never take a step back. What future do you have hanging out with a big, stupid guy like Ernie? Team 2 is your best destination. Team 3 is recruiting, all kinds of talents are welcome. As soon as Lin Yen left, the place became lively. On the second day, all the teams were completed. Lin Yen took a look and thought it was more reliable to let them form their own teams. In each team, the types of awakeners are reasonably matched, and the strength of each team is relatively balanced. Some awakened people who were in the same team before their rebirth became members and friends of the same team again this time. There is indeed a level of granularity between people. Even if they do it again, their granularity will still be aligned tacitly. Okay, now let's start distributing the armor. Along with Lin Yan's voice, sets of armor were carried up. These armors are relatively ordinary at present. They are made of titanium alloy, or titanium gold, and do not have any power or weapon systems. That is to say, it only has a defensive function. The thickness and weight of armor vary for soldiers of different levels. The armor for primary soldiers weighs 80 kilograms. The armor of an intermediate warrior weighs 120 kilograms, that of a senior warrior weighs 160 kilograms, and that of a junior general weighs 200 kilograms. Titanium is already a very good material on the blue planet today. It is light and strong. But as the spiritual energy recovers, under the influence of the spiritual energy, some special minerals will appear on the blue planet, also called psychic ores. Materials made from psychic ore are the real good stuff. Titanium is not even an F-grade material, it can only be considered a G-grade material. That is, ordinary materials. I'll just use it for now. Wow, this armor looks so impressive. Do I look like an ancient general now? The members happily put on their armor one by one and liked it very much. These armors are tailor-made for them. As for weapons, they have already been distributed to each member one after another. Now, the Ares group, the sword of the country, has become sharper and is ready to deal with the insect tide. The sword is sharp, ready to be unsheathed and kill the enemy, making a stunning debut. Director Lin, the insect swarm is coming! Not long after, the first wave of insects appeared the next day. This wave of insect swarms occurred in Chunqing in the southwest region. Chunqing is the capital of Yunnan province. Yun province can be said to be the province with the most insects in the entire Dragon Kingdom. In novels and film and television works, there is also the legend of the Yun province Insect Valley. In the entire Yun province, there is only one steel city, which is Chunqing. In fact, if the Wandering Blue Star plan did not require a steel city here, Lin Yen was ready to relocate all the people here. The insect swarm here is too fierce. The Zerg of the Starry Sky also has a nest here. The mysterious Yun Province Insect Valley does exist. It is actually a folded space where the Zerg's nest is hidden. Before rebirth, Yun Province was the worst off, with less than 1/10 of the tens of millions of people surviving. In the videos sent from Chunqing, we can see that in all directions of Chunqing, in the sky and on the ground, an overwhelming swarm of insects is coming. Chapter 44. What insect can withstand such firepower? Woo woo woo! In the city of Spring, the shrill sound of alarms resounded through the sky. The news of the arrival of the insect swarm spread throughout Spring City. Everyone tensed up. Too many! Oh my God, why are there so many? Spring City, hold on. I really wish I could go to Spring City and fight alongside them. A live broadcast room for broadcasting the battle situation was already packed with people. The insect swarm that Chunqing faced was the first large-scale insect swarm in the entire Dragon Country. Compared with this kind of insect swarm, the previous insect swarms numbering in the hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands were just like a sprinkle of water. There are too many mutant insects. The sky and the earth are filled with them. As the camera zoomed in, people could see the specific types of these mutated insects. This huge wave of insect swarms includes more than one type of mutated insects. There are a large number of mutated mosquitoes, mutated locusts, mutated cockroaches, mutated ants, mutated flies, and some that look like mutated beetles. The degree of mutation of these insects basically did not reach the level of mutation when Lin Yan first showed it to Ling Feng and fed them with spiritual liquid. Like the mutated mosquitoes, most of them are still the size of ping-pong balls, and their numbers are the largest. Mosquitoes are of no use to humans or the entire blue planet. They are pure pests. They are actually the most successfully transformed insects among all species. Before the revival of spiritual energy, there were already frighteningly many mosquitoes. According to incomplete statistics, there were more than 100 trillion mosquitoes on the entire blue planet. Even if only some of them mutate, it would be very scary, not to mention that they will reproduce wildly after the mutation. Some other mutated insects that were originally large in size were basically the size of a fist, and many were as big as a basketball. There are also some larger ones. Size is not the key, quantity is the key. The entire sky became dark and I couldn't tell how many there were. The ground was covered with a red, black, and brown carpet. Such a swarm of insects scared countless dragon people in the live broadcast room. The sporadic insect swarms before were relaxing to watch. But before this wave of insects got close, people could already feel the suffocating pressure. How do we fight this? Many people were confused. Hundreds of millions of dragon people have flocked to several live broadcast rooms of the battle situation in Chunqing. Most of Dragon Country is paying attention to the situation in Chunqing. Prepare for battle! On the city wall, all the soldiers were ready for battle. Faced with such a huge swarm of insects, even some experienced veterans felt dry mouth and under great pressure. Getting closer and closer. The overwhelming swarm of insects has come to a distance of less than 1 kilometer. Ambition! Under the city walls, following the orders of many commanders, a large number of cannons roared. Boom, 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 boom! The cannon roared with a deafening roar. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito, what do you think? Some people saw this scene and raised questions. However, as soon as the doubt was raised, this person was slapped in the face by what happened next. The shells fired from these cannons shot straight into the swarm of insects in midair. Then, it exploded. Boom, boom, boom! After a burst of explosions, balls of flames burst out in the air. The raging flames rolled, turning all the mutated insects within a radius of several hundred meters into ashes. In an instant, countless mutant insects were killed in the sky and on the ground. So fierce! 666, is this an incendiary bomb? It should be napalm bombs. This kind of incendiary bomb is powerful and inexpensive. It is the best choice to deal with these bugs. What kind of insect can withstand this kind of firepower? The country is fully prepared. Just a few hundred incendiary bombs were fired this round, right? A few hundred of them are nothing. Think about it. We can produce tens of thousands of tanks a month. We probably have too many incendiary bombs in stock. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became relaxed. The hearts of hundreds of millions of dragon people were put at ease in an instant. The country's preparations are extremely sufficient. Such a ferocious insect swarm was killed by just one round of bombardment. Outside Chunqing, the violently rolling flames finally dissipated. In the area where the fire originally existed, not a single mutated insect could be seen in the air or underground. In the distance, mutated insects were still rushing towards them in large numbers. After these mutated insects rushed into the previously burning area, they also started to burn. The temperature there hasn't dissipated yet. Once the solidified gas and oil bomb explodes, it can instantly generate a temperature of several thousand degrees. How can ordinary mutant insects withstand it? However, as the atmosphere moved, the temperature in that area eventually dropped. The insect swarm continued to attack. Boom, boom, boom! The second round of shelling began. This round of bombardment once again killed a large number of mutated insects. At the same time, tongues of fire spurted out from the top of the city wall, intensive gunfire rang out, and the awakened ones could be seen attacking. This is to deal with the mutated insects that rush over sporadically. There are more awakened people below the city wall. Such a city wall naturally has a large number of passages underneath that are large enough for people to pass through, allowing the awakened people to go out and fight. These awakened ones deal with those who have slipped through the net. Because the scale of the insect swarm was so large, the few that slipped through the net were comparable to the previous sporadic insect swarms. This is just the right place for the awakened ones to use their skills. The battle thus began in full swing. The rhythm of the battle was firmly in the hands of the Chunqing defenders. Whenever a swarm of insects approached in large numbers, they were greeted by a round of artillery fire. The sporadic insect beasts were also dealt with by the soldiers and awakened people on the city walls. As a result, this battle, which had worried countless dragon people at the beginning, actually went unusually smoothly. There's no big problem in Spring City. After the large-scale insect tide is over, tell the defenders of Spring City not to use too many incendiary bombs, and focus on sending awakened ones to fight. In the Shillong base, Lin Yan was also paying attention to this battle. Although there are many insects in Yun province, Lin Yan is not worried at all about the first battle against the insect swarm. He personally designed the defense systems of various steel cities. Over the past month, Longhua has produced countless napalm bombs. The power of napalm bombs can be seen from the incendiary bombs dropped by the Lighthouse Country in the Battle of Changjin Lake and the Battle of Jinjiang River. That was napalm. Its main material is a colloid made of gasoline and other chemicals, which should not be too difficult for Longhua to obtain. These napalm bombs were special because they were not dropped from airplanes but fired from cannons. Before the Awakeners grow up, this powerful and wide-range incendiary bomb is a powerful weapon against insect swarms. Cool! It was so easy that I couldn't believe it. Burning insects with fire makes them crunchy. The battle situation in Chunqing made countless Long people delighted. The ease of this battle made the dragon people, who were originally worried, feel relieved. Don't be too careless, this is just the beginning. Right. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. I think we should be more worried. It's only been a dozen days and the insect swarm is so fierce. What will happen in some time? There are also dragon people who are not as optimistic as others. They look further ahead. Report to Director Lin, there's an insect swarm in Lin City. At this time, another steel city was hit by an insect swarm. This is Linqing in your province. Your province is mountainous, with dense woodlands, and the number of mutant insects is also abnormally high. Another battle begins. Reporting to Director Lin, a large-scale insect swarm has occurred in Green City. Report to Director Lin, there is an insect swarm in Yuqing. Report to Director Lin, Xinjiang. Soon after, one after another, large-scale insect swarms occurred in more steel cities of Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was filled with insect swarms. Chapter 45 Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Dong dong dong. Dad, what are you doing? In a residential house in Huaqing, a son in his middle age looked at his father helplessly. Because the old man in the family was nailing thick wooden boards on the windows. The insect swarm is coming, so I am making some preparations in advance. As the old man spoke, he continued to swing the hammer. Dad, the country is well prepared. It's okay. The insect swarm in Spring City will be wiped out. Chunqing is Chunqing. Huaqing is located in the south. Mosquitoes are very fierce. People are injured by mosquitoes from time to time in the city. If there are too many mosquitoes outside, what will happen? The old man is very stubborn. Dad, that was a few days ago. These days, the Awakened have completely wiped out the mutant mosquitoes in the city. Yes, Grandpa. When mosquitoes first mutated, they weren't very powerful. I killed several of them. That won't work either. It's safer to seal the windows. Even his son and grandson tried together to convince the old man, but they failed. Hey, Grandpa, the insect swarm is coming, look! At this time, the grandson had an idea and took out his mobile phone. There is a live broadcast room above. The old man was indeed attracted and started to watch. The live broadcast screen just reached the city wall. There, a reporter who was very familiar to the old man appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Luyu. I'm broadcasting live for you from the wall of Huaqing. The insect swarm is overwhelming us. Boom boom boom. Luyu had just said a few words when a deafening burst of cannon fire rang in his ears. She was so scared that she quickly covered her ears. The photographer pointed his camera into the distance, and saw balls of flame exploding in the sky, turning the sky into a sea of fire. The flames were rolling and the scorching temperature was so high that even at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, the skin would still be burned. Countless mutated insects were burned to ashes under this wave of attacks. It's so relaxing. It made me feel relaxed all over, and my jade syndrome disappeared without a trace. It is recommended to do this once a day to prevent depression. A large number of barrages appeared in the live broadcast room. Awesome! The old man's grandson was extremely excited. Dad, look at how powerful our firepower is. This swarm of insects can't get through at all. The son took the opportunity to persuade him. It's really uncomfortable to nail the windows shut. In his opinion, the country was so well prepared, with 1 million troops defending the 4 city walls and a large number of awakened people waiting in anticipation. There are joint defense teams on standby at all times in the city, so there is no need to worry about mutated insects. We have only killed so many bugs. Look, there are still so many more behind. The old man was still a little worried and pointed at the screen. In the distant sky, the swarm of insects was still attacking madly. Boom, boom, boom. But with another round of artillery fire, the dense swarm of insects rushing over was cleared out again. Wow, this is called AoE. The old man's grandson's eyes sparkled and he even forgot to persuade his grandfather. The old man was also fascinated. In the picture, the battle is still going on. Perhaps knowing that he was in the way, Lu Yuta took the initiative to step out of the picture, allowing the photographer to focus the camera on the battlefield. Look, there are still bugs coming. The old man pointed at the screen and said that he was going to continue nailing the boards. These mutated insects are much more powerful than those that pop up in the city, and glass windows are not safe. But before he could take any action, the old man saw intensive gunfire rang out from the city wall. Tongues of fire spurted out. Those fish that escaped the incendiary bombs were all killed before they could get close. This firepower is really awesome. The grandson clapped his hands. The old man's hand holding the hammer relaxed, and he continued watching. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. On the city wall, the sound of gunfire rang out. The photographer then pointed the camera towards the bottom of the city wall, where a large number of awakened ones were fighting against the insect swarm. I saw these awakened people divided into 2 rows, some holding shields and swords and fighting in the front. Some are releasing various attacks from behind. Fire, lightning, storm, water arrows. Under the impact of various attacks, the mutated insects that attacked from the ground were quickly killed. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, some gun muzzles would be aimed downwards to eliminate the mutated insects on the ground in the distance, which meant that the mutated insects rushing over from the ground were only a small part. Finally, the insect swarm that lasted for more than 2 hours was completely wiped out. Dad, look how easily we dealt with this insect swarm. The son tried to persuade the old man again. That won't work. There are so many bugs here. What will we do when we run out of shells? The old man is still worried. Many friends are curious about how long the stock of shells can be used. Can you tell us? Coincidentally, in the live broadcast room, Lu Yu interviewed an officer. As a well-known journalist and host, Lu Yu's live broadcast this time was also officially authorized. I can't tell you the exact inventory, but it's well known that we have always been afraid of running out of firepower, so this time we are very, very well prepared, the officer said in a positive tone. Then can you please give me a little hint about how complete it is? Lu Yu still wants to ask some practical questions. Let me tell you this, if our artillery fires non-stop, we can keep it going for more than a year. The officer could not stand Lu Yu's questioning, and since his superiors had also instructed him to reveal some information to calm the people, he spoke up. 666. But I am uneducated, so I can only say F***CK. Damn it, this is really a fear of insufficient firepower. We can't help it. We were poor in the past, but now that we're rich, it's not too much to make more shells, wakakaka. No wonder the soldiers on the city wall were so calm in the face of the insect swarm. With so many shells, what are they afraid of? The officer's words suddenly made the live broadcast room extremely lively. Fuck! So many shells, the country is really stupid. The old man's grandson was very excited when he heard this. Dad, listen, you don't have to worry about it now, right? The son quickly tried to persuade the old man. If we fight for more than a year, how many shells will it take? The old man was a little shocked. There are densely packed cannons on the city walls. Dad, think about it. The country has become so powerful over the years. It can build a wall like this in a month and produce tens of thousands of tanks. Making some artillery shells is nothing but child's play. That's right, I won't nail it then. Yeah. In the residential area, the old man's son and grandson high-fived to celebrate. The old man put down the hammer, looked at the live broadcast room on the screen, and smiled with relief. Yes, the country is no longer as poor and dilapidated as it was when he was young. His thoughts could no longer remain in the past. It took longer, only a few decades, to catch up with and surpass others which had taken hundreds of years to develop. After the revival of spiritual energy, it is far ahead. With every step, Long was stepped in the right place. If he doesn't believe in his own country, does he believe in a few pieces of wood? I'm old. At this moment, the old man felt that he was old, but he was not depressed at all. Instead, he felt happy. Although it is old, it is possible that the Dragon Kingdom will enter a new era and rise again in the new era, becoming the first powerful country leading the Blue Star like it did in the past thousands of years. This life is worth it. Chapter 46, Heaven on one side, Hell on the other side. Reporting to the Forest Bureau, the insect swarm in Spring City has been eliminated. Reporting to the Forestry Bureau, the insect swarm in Flower City has been eliminated. Report to Director Lin, there's an insect swarm in Xiamen. In the Shillong base, information from all over the place continued to flow to Lin Yen. Insect swarms are being eliminated continuously, but new swarms are also constantly occurring. What are the casualties? Lin Yen asked. Reporting to the Forestry Bureau, Chunqing reported a total of 480 casualties, including 416 minor injuries, 65 moderate injuries, 9 serious injuries, and no one died. The casualties in Huaqing are still being counted. The insect swarm in Chunqing lasted for several hours, and the total number of casualties, both minor and serious, was only over 400, with only 9 cases of severe injuries. The casualties can be said to be minimal. This time, the first wave of insect swarms faced by the steel cities of Dragon Country was much more ferocious than before Lin Yen was reborn. Before the rebirth, the Dragon Kingdom had not made much preparation, and the insect swarm was actually scattered, attacking people in various cities everywhere. Now that everyone has gathered together, the insect swarm will naturally be more concentrated. Even so, the first large-scale insect swarm faced by Dragon Country did not cause much casualties to the country. This wave of insect swarms is a good opportunity for the steel cities to practice their skills. Future insect swarms will be much more ferocious and last much longer than this one. The insect tide that caused Ling Qingqiu to die in battle before his rebirth lasted for a full week. Ling Qingqiu, who was already a high-level general at that time, fought until his genetic energy was exhausted, and was then overwhelmed by the insect tide and died in battle. In the following period of time, Lin Yen still stayed in the Shillong base, constantly learning about the battle reports from various places. Although the early insect tide posed no threat at all due to the Dragon Kingdom's full preparation, Lin Yen was also worried about the variables that might arise from his rebirth. You have to see it in person to feel more at ease. Boom, boom, boom. The Demon City also welcomed a swarm of insects. Thousands of cannons fired at the same time, killing countless mutated insects. We have a genius in this country who anticipated this situation so early. Haven't you heard of a saying? When a country is practicing martial arts openly, there must be a super powerful person who can suppress everything in secret. This God-man is most likely that super powerful person. Could it be the one that killed Superman in seconds? While the explosions raged all around the Magic City, the city remained peaceful. In the Reback Cafe, young men and women were drinking coffee and discussing the national situation, which was so relaxing. He was not worried at all about the insect swarm outside the Magic City. The reason why he was so calm was that the live broadcast of the battle on the TV in front of the cafe was going exceptionally smoothly. Through live broadcasts from various places on their mobile phones, they also learned about the situation in other steel cities in Dragon Country. All the battles in Steel City were pretty easy. The insect swarm is coming in dense numbers, and one round of incendiary bombs can clear out one wave. Wait for the ones behind to come, and then another round of incendiary bombs. Under this level of firepower, these insects that had not mutated enough were reduced to ashes. Ha! Look at the white elephant country, it's so miserable. A programmer climbed over the firewall and saw a live broadcast room on the external network. Many people in the cafe gathered around. Oh, help! There are too many bugs! The white elephant anchor was running for his life frantically, shouting for help in English. With such proficiency in English, this white elephant anchor is most likely from a high caste. From the constantly shaking picture, one can see mutated insects all over the sky and people fleeing for their lives. Many people were covered with mutated insects and were screaming in pain from being bitten. Some people also attacked the mutated insects with guns or sticks, but there were too many of them and they couldn't defeat them at all. And here, on the streets of the city. The white elephant anchor seemed to be attacked by mutant insects and started screaming, with the screen shaking wildly. Fortunately, someone rushed over and helped him deal with the mutated insects. But more mutant insects came. The group rushed towards a house on the street. There, another group was closing the door. The group rushed in and forced the door open. After everyone was inside, they worked together to close the door. Bang, bang, bang! As soon as it was closed, a large number of mutant insects crashed into the door and the glass. What a huge locust! The people in the room saw that what were crashing into the area were locusts, and the largest of them were as big as basketballs. Their numbers increased and they kept hitting the glass. The glass was obviously unable to bear the weight. How do these people hide in a place full of glass? This seems to be a cafe too, there are so many glasses, they are doomed. Someone has made a discovery. This group of white elephants hid in a high-end coffee shop surrounded by glass on all sides. You can see that there is unfinished or spilled coffee on many tables. The white elephant anchor and others began to move tables and chairs to block the windows and doors. But it was too late. A piece of glass was attacked by a larger mutant locust, just in the corner. The glass suddenly turned into snowflakes. Then, it was knocked away by the mutated locusts. After the mutated locusts found a breakthrough, they rushed in frantically. The men quickly picked up their weapons and rushed forward, while the women screamed in fear. The white elephant anchor didn't care about the live broadcast anymore. He put his phone on the bar, picked up a chair and rushed forward. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Some girls covered their mouths. Because she saw a white elephant man covered with mutated locusts, and his flesh was being eaten madly by the mutated locusts. The white elephant man was the one who screamed the loudest. Soon, it wasn't just him, more people couldn't stop him. In the picture, more and more mutated locusts rushed in, until the coffee shop could hardly hold them all. The white elephant men fell one after another, and even the white elephant anchor couldn't survive. Nearly 20 people became food for the mutated locusts. The screen suddenly flickered and then went black. A mutated locust touched the mobile phone. Although the live broadcast did not end, nothing could be seen. In the coffee shop in Shanghai, everyone who saw the live broadcast was silent, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Seeing with one's own eyes more than a dozen people being devoured by mutated locusts, and it was broadcast live, was quite a shock for these people who live in peacetime. Call! After several seconds, one of them patted his chest and let out a long sigh. After looking around, he finally let go of his anxious heart. Fortunately, although the artillery fire from all sides continued, the insect swarms continued to attack. But the street was sunny, the flowers in the baskets outside were in full bloom, and on the table next to the baskets, there was a young couple whispering to each other. They seemed to be saying sweet words, and the little girl's pretty face turned slightly red. There are pedestrians passing leisurely outside, and patrolling defense teams can be seen from time to time. Mutated insects, not even one! He is still in this beautiful world. Compared to the white elephant country, our place is truly a paradise. The man sighed. The others also came to their senses and nodded in agreement. The same is true for coffee shops. On one side is heaven. On the other side is hell. The cafe in White Elephant Kingdom has turned into hell. Here, Even if they can only drink coffee and chat with a few good friends or strangers, it is like heaven. It's great to be born in Dragon Country. Chapter 47, The Powerful God of War Group. Woo woo woo! A shrill alarm sounded in the Shillong base. A huge swarm of insects is heading towards the Shillong base. To be precise, this swarm of insects was heading towards the capital. The Shillong base is located in the Yanshan Mountains north of the capital, guarding the north gate of the capital. To the north of the capital, there are towering mountains, and further north of them is the vast grassland. The insect swarm was extremely large. Everyone, prepare for battle. We must stop the insect swarm outside the base. On the playground, Lin Yen gave orders to more than 1,000 members of the God of War group. Yes. Lin Group. A member of the God of War team said loudly. At this time, all members of the God of War team were fully armed, wearing titanium armor and holding various customized weapons in their hands. Everyone is full of fighting spirit. Train for 1,000 days and use it in one moment. These days they are enjoying the best resources, undergoing the most arduous training, and everyone's strength is increasing rapidly. When the insect swarm arrives, that's exactly where they come in handy. They can't hold back any longer. Set off! Lin Yen did not give any inspiring speech. After giving the order, all the members of the God of War team jumped onto the helicopter. Dozens of helicopters took off one after another, transporting more than 1,000 members of the God of War team out of the Shillong base. Lin Yen stepped on a titanium flying board, rose into the sky, and flew ahead of everyone. This is a flying board he specially built. It is similar in shape to a surfboard, but smaller. The psychic uses telekinesis to control the flight board, and the speed is much faster than using telekinesis to drive himself to fly. When needed, this flying board can also be a good weapon. It can control attacks with telekinesis and has great lethality. Team Lin is so cool, I wonder when I can fly into the sky. According to Team Lin, becoming above the God of War will be enough. Oh my god, above the God of War? On many helicopters, members of the Ares team looked at Team Lin riding on the flying board with envy and admiration. Soon, we arrived at the place. It is located on a ridge to the north of the Shillong base, nearly 1 kilometer away from the Shillong base. This is the battlefield chosen by Lin Yen. The ridge just runs across the north of the Shillong base, and a long strip of flat land has already been cleared on it. Dozens of helicopters were lined up along the ridge, hovering in the air. Jump! The members jumped down one after another and came to their own fighting positions. The helicopter began to return. Soon, many members of the God of War team formed a battle formation. More than 100 teams formed a battle line of several kilometers. Lin Yan's flying board stood in the middle of all the teams. Further behind, in the Shillong base, a large number of artillery pieces were ready. When necessary, artillery support can be provided. However, Lin Yan was ready to let the God of War team handle this battle on their own. As the top combat group in Dragon Country, it would be too useless if they couldn't even deal with an early wave of insect swarms. Here it comes! It didn't take long before the swarm of insects became visible to the naked eye in the northern sky. At first it was just a black line, but as the distance got closer, the black line turned into a long black cloth. The black cloth rose higher and higher until it covered most of the sky. Looking again, it turned out that it was not a black cloth, but a terrifying density of mutated insects. Prepare for battle! Lin Yan's voice rang in every member's ears through the Bluetooth headset. All members of the Ares group are equipped with Bluetooth. It's really a lot, but I like it. Looking at the overwhelming swarm of insects, Yang Ernie licked his lips and showed an excited look. This big, strong guy really loves fighting. At this moment, he was holding a special titanium plate in each hand, which allowed him to kill the mutant insects with maximum efficiency. The insect swarm is getting closer. Yang Ernie seemed to have seen the miserable state of the mutant insects when they were beaten into meat paste by him. The muscles all over his body swelled up, and his genetic energy surged. On the other side, the insect swarm also discovered these 1,000 humans and rushed over at a faster speed. Bring it on! Yang Ernie roared. Boom, boom, boom! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Then he saw intensive attacks directed towards the insect swarm. Lightning, fire, thunder, storm, sound waves. The insect swarm in front had not yet approached, and was wiped out by the attack of the members of the God of War team. Countless insects didn't even leave behind any corpses. This, Jan Ernius suddenly discovered. As a power awakener, his arms seem a little too short. The insect swarm from the rear attacked again. What awaits them is another round of attacks from the awakened ones. There are bugs on the ground too. Jan Ernius became excited when he saw the mutated insects on the ground. Finally, I can take action. But soon, his hopes were dashed. The fire awakeners fired a large number of fire bombs at the ground, turning it into a sea of fire. A large number of mutated insects that were directly burned to death. Fuck, leave some for me! Jan Ernius roared in the public channel. Ernius, don't be depressed, you are not alone. Speed Awakener Lu Su smiled bitterly. In this battle, he had no use. Before the insect swarm came close, it was dealt with by many awakened people with energy talents. Energy awakeners have a natural advantage in dealing with this type of insect swarm that is large in number but weak in individual strength. Even Wang Tingyu, the spiritual master, was of little use. Over the past month, with the help of the meditation method taught by Lin Yan, Wang Tingyu has grown rapidly and has become a junior general. He used his telekinesis to control several flying knives to attack, which was very sharp and hard to defend against. But it is not very effective when dealing with insect swarms. Lin Yan did teach him a telekinetic storm, but for him now, it consumed too much energy and was difficult to sustain. Therefore, this battle turned into a show match for the energy awakeners. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning released by He Tiantian directly cleared out the swarm of insects in an area. The Ares 14 team she led also performed quite well in this battle, because there were quite a few energy awakeners among her team members. After the attack was effective, He Tiantian subconsciously turned her head to see if Lin Yan was looking at her in the distance. Upon taking a look, I discovered that Lin Yan's gaze was indeed in this direction. Her heart heated up and she fought with even greater enthusiasm. Pay attention to coordination and consumption, don't attack all at once. The insect tide will last for a long time. If you attack without paying attention to consumption now, how are you going to fight later? At this time, Lin Yan's voice sounded. After all, it was the first time to fight against a large-scale insect swarm. Although these awakened ones were all powerful, they used too much force. This is not the way to deal with insect swarms. They are now running a marathon with the same energy as they would run a 100-meter race. It was fun running in the front, but what about the back? Although Lin Yan was talking to everyone, He Tiantian felt that he was talking about herself and quickly paid attention. The other members of the God of War team also woke up and began to pay attention to consumption and coordination. Jan Ernius, don't stand there like an idiot. A qualified captain needs to pay attention to the status of all team members at all times. And you, Lu Su, why are you grinning like an idiot? Ganlu, you're using too much force. The water arrows used to deal with these bugs don't need to be that powerful. Pay attention to the control and consumption of your genetic energy. When the storm sweeps in, the others should not attack for the time being. The storm will kill a large number of insects. Why do you all need to attack? Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan criticized and instructed them one by one. The first battle of the God of War team against the insect swarm was carried out under the guidance of Lin Yan. Under Lin Yan's guidance, these awakened people, who were already very smart, gradually got into the state. The cooperation gradually became tacit, and the power of the attacks launched was just right. Although the insect swarms kept coming, they failed to break through the defense line of the God of War group. Of course, the scale of this wave of insect swarm was very large, and the several thousand-meter defense line of the God of War team was unable to stop the entire swarm of insects. However, all the insect swarms within a radius of more than 10 kilometers were attracted and launched an attack on the God of War group. Most of the insect swarm has been attracted by the God of War group. The insect swarm further away was still heading towards the capital. There, after tens of millions of people gathered, the smell of humanity was too strong, and this smell had a fatal attraction to the mutated insects. Once these insects mutate after being transformed by the 10,000 races, their aggressiveness towards humans is engraved in their bones. Captain, they are too fierce. They have been fighting for more than an hour, and they are still able to hold on. Of course not. This is the God of War group. These 1,000 people can defeat an army of 100,000 or more. When I can awaken, I will join them. In the Shillong base, many soldiers who had been waiting for artillery support were all amazed at the strength of the God of War group. Chapter 48. The country is safe and sound, and the people are peaceful and prosperous. Get down! On the ridge, young Ernie's roar was heard. He finally got his chance to fight. Pia 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 pia. Under young Ernie's violent attack, the sound of the mutant insects being smashed was as continuous as exploding firecrackers. This wave of insect swarms lasted for more than 2 hours. Although the density was much smaller later, they were still coming in continuously. After fighting for such a long time, the genetic energy of the members of the God of War team has been greatly consumed. Some energy awakeners also began to take turns attacking only the densely packed mutant insects. Those who rushed over in small groups were dealt with by other awakened ones holding swords. Even for energy awakeners, after activating basic energy, the basic strength and overall quality of the body are quite amazing. Even if they don't use their innate abilities, they can quickly kill a large number of mutated insects with just their swords. It's just less efficient. Ling Qingqiu also joined the battle. Whenever the mutant insects rushed over in large numbers, accompanied by a burst of cold air, their bodies would stiffen and turn into popsicles falling from the sky. Behind all the awakened ones, Lin Yan stood on the flying board with his hands behind his back, but he had not made a move yet. In the early days, apart from their terrifying numbers, the individual strength of the insect swarms was not very strong. Basically, there will be no general-level general bugs, and even if there are, the God of War team can deal with them. It's finally weakened! After fighting for quite a while, when the members of the God of War team were almost exhausted, the insect tide finally weakened and became sparse. Damn, why is there another wave coming? The members of the God of War team had just breathed a sigh of relief when a large group of mutant sparrows flew over. They flew together, like a huge black cloud. It's a sparrow, not a bug. No matter what it is, if it dares to enter our territory, it will die. Ernio, do you still have strength? Nonsense, I can throw a tank with one hand now, believe it or not? Amid the bickering between Yang Ernio and Lu Su, the awakened ones once again prepared for battle. Although they had reached their limit, no one was willing to admit defeat. Everyone, watch carefully, especially the lightning awakeners. I will only demonstrate this combat technique once. Lin Yan's voice rang in everyone's ears. Wow, is Team Lin going to take action? Great, we can finally see Team Lin take action, and it's a lightning-based combat technique. Lin Group V5. His words excited all the members of the God of War team. They stared with wide eyes at Lin Yan, who flew in front of them. There, a black cloud of mutant sparrows was approaching. Lin Yan drew his sword. There was a flash of lightning on the sword. Tian watched with her eyes wide open. Her awakened talent was thunder. These days, she was also learning thunder combat skills and had gained a lot. Through combat skills, the power of the attack will be greater and the consumption will be reduced. The other lightning awakeners also opened their eyes wide and studied very seriously. Lin Yan raised his sword, and the sword became extremely bright under the lingering thunder and lightning. The genetic energy in his body surged like raging waves in a calm sea. The Lin team's genetic potential is so strong! As expected of the Lin group. Many members of the God of War team felt the genetic energy in Lin Yan's body that was as surging as the sea and as deep as the abyss. If their genetic energy is a stream or a river, Lin Yan's genetic energy is like the turbulent waves of a large river. This made all the members of the God of War team once again truly feel how powerful Lin Yan was. Only a Lin Yan like this could earn the heartfelt admiration and respect of these rapidly progressing geniuses. A large group of mutant sparrows have arrived. Watch it! Lin Yan shouted softly. He swung the sword in his hand suddenly and slashed at the group of mutant sparrows. The long blade light, like thunder, cut down the group of mutant sparrows. Boom! Boundless thunder erupted with Lin Yan's sword. The area in front of Lin Yan turned into a sea of thunder. Then they saw that the mutant sparrow that was hit by the knife light was directly vaporized, and not even a feather was left. More mutated sparrows turned into pieces, and only the mutant sparrows on the outermost edge barely retained their bodies, which turned into raindrops and fell down one after another. Hiss! All members of the God of War team gasped, their eyes filled with shock. The awakened ones of the lightning element were both surprised and delighted, as if they had seen a treasure in the world. Lin Yan's attack was so powerful that it gave them a lot of inspiration. With one slash, such a large number of mutant sparrows, like a large dark cloud, were caught in one fell swoop. If they were to kill all these mutated sparrows within a few seconds, they would need the cooperation of several teams of energy awakeners. For Lin Yan, the problem was solved with just one strike. This fighting skill is really powerful. What is even more powerful is Lin Yan's strength. Withdraw troops! After the attack, Lin Yan gave the order to withdraw the troops. In this battle, the Ares team has successfully completed its mission and completely digested the progress brought about by the rapid progress over the past period of time. It is equivalent to laying a solid foundation. Next, they will grow even faster. It's finally over, Team Lin is great. Many members of the God of War team thought silently. Many of them realized that the reason why Lin Yan took action against that wave of mutated sparrows was not just to teach combat skills to the lightning awakeners. Another purpose is to prevent them from fighting to exhaustion, which would cause harm to their bodies. With such a powerful and caring team leader, what reason do they have not to work hard? Reporting to the Forestry Bureau, the insect swarm in the capital has been basically eliminated. Spring City is hit by an insect swarm again, but this time the scale of the swarm is much smaller. The insect swarms in various places have been resolved one after another. There are very few casualties. So far, only 3 deaths have been reported. They were caused by encountering an extremely powerful mutant locust. Soon after returning to the Shillong base, the insect swarm in the capital was completely resolved. The Shillong base has blocked most of the insect swarms from the north, and the insect swarms from other directions pose basically no threat to the capital. More than half a month after the spiritual tide occurred, the first large-scale insect tide was blocked by the Dragon Kingdom. The casualties suffered by the Dragon Kingdom can be said to be negligible. There were only 3 deaths. All 3 deaths were caused by a group of more powerful mutant locusts. Lin Yan saw the video at that time. A group of obviously different mutant locusts managed to escape the incendiary bomb attack and rushed to the city wall. Under the concentrated fire of the soldiers and the attack of the awakened, a large number of mutant locusts were killed, but there was still one with amazing defense that rushed over. Then, he blew himself up. Self-destructing locust, Lin Yan whispered. There is more than one mutation path for locusts. Some are fast, some have strong defenses, some are large in size, and some have various abilities. Suicide locusts are one of them. This is a very difficult type of locust. For example, this self-destructing locust caused the deaths of 3 soldiers and injured more than a dozen soldiers on the city wall. Fortunately, there are not many of this type of locusts at this stage. There were only 3 deaths in the entire Dragon Country. There were still quite a few injuries, but none of the problems were serious. Uncle Leng, do a good job of providing relief. After the awakening potion is developed, all descendants of the fallen soldiers can receive 3 awakening potions for free. Okay, Director Lin. After understanding the situation, Lin Yan formulated a compensation plan. Currently, Genome is working overtime to develop awakening potions. This is a medicine developed based on the genetic technology of the Lighthouse Country, combined with Lin Yan's understanding of psychic shackles. Once the research and development is successful, combined with the introductory guide to awakening, the number of awakeners in Dragon Country will increase further. Of course, awakening potions are extremely precious, and not everyone has the chance to obtain them. It is most appropriate to use awakening potions to comfort the descendants of fallen soldiers. Director Forestry, the insect infestation in various places has subsided. The next day, the insect swarms in various parts of Dragon Country had subsided. Some steel cities are still facing continuous sporadic insect infestations, but the scale is no longer as large as before. The awakened ones can solve it. The first wave of large-scale insect swarm is coming to an end. That night, the official of the Special Bureau sent a Weibo post. The mountains and rivers are safe, the country is peaceful, and the people are prosperous. Chapter 49, Global Envy, Precious Silence. The mountains and rivers are safe, the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. I am proud of my identity as a dragon countryman. It's hard to imagine that with such a fierce insect swarm, our dragon nation suffered almost no casualties. The insect swarm was destroyed so easily, can it still be considered fierce? Of course, if you search for videos from other countries on TikTok, you will find that other countries are in a very bad situation. Unsurprisingly, the Special Bureau's Weibo post became a hot topic. It also attracted countless discussions and sighs from the dragon country. Soon, some videos from other countries were widely circulated on the internet. In the past few days, the people of Dragon Country have watched countless videos of the battle between Dragon Country and the insect swarm. Many people watched and thought that the insect swarm was nothing more than that. After all, it was indeed a little too easy to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. But now, after seeing videos from other countries, they realized how terrible the insect swarm is. It's too tragic. Is this city doomed? This is no different from the end of the world. It's the end of the world for them, and it will be the end of the world for us if our country is not strong enough. A video from the country of football has attracted discussions from millions of people. The country of football has the world's largest tropical rainforest, which is filled with countless insects and animals. In the video, a fairly large city has completely fallen and is occupied by mutant insect beasts. All the buildings were crawling with mutated bugs. There are no living people to be seen on the streets of the city, not even corpses. The corpses were all eaten by the mutant insect beasts. A large number of civilians hid in the buildings and shivered. Their situation was extremely difficult, and food and water were a big problem. Not to mention, even if the buildings can now block the mutated insect beasts, it will be difficult to stop them once they become more powerful. This video was sent by a survivor hiding in a high-rise building, hoping that the government of the country would send troops to rescue him. However, the officials of the country are now in a state of panic. They have not even completely resolved the insect swarm in the capital. How can they have the energy to rescue small and medium-sized cities? Soon after, more videos from all over the world were uploaded to the internet by the curious people of Longwa. The White Elephant Nation is making a lot of noise online, but if they really encounter a swarm of insects, they will be the ones to be abused. There is no other way. The army and awakened people of the White Elephant Kingdom are basically protecting 100 million high castes. The remaining billions of low castes can only reincarnate as high castes in the next life. The little lighthouse is still powerful. It has completely blocked the insect swarm, but it looks like there have been many casualties. Non-mainland China should be the worst. The White Elephant Country, the Lighthouse Country, the European countries, the non-continental countries. The situation of each country is different. The stronger the comprehensive national strength, the less losses will be suffered in this wave of insect swarms. But even the Lighthouse Country, which had extremely powerful military technology, suffered considerable casualties when facing this wave of insect swarms. The spread of these videos made all dragon people truly feel the horror of the insect tide. I also felt the difficulty of writing these 8 words. The mountains and rivers are safe, the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. It's not that the insect tide is not powerful, but that they were born in a powerful country. I bought some cakes. What's the matter, Mary? Look, the insect swarm in Dragon Country has been dealt with, and it is said that no one died. What? In a shelter in Mexico, a group of people stared at the phone in Mary's hand. Playing on the phone screen was a video of an insect swarm from Dragon Country. Even! This is too much, Mary. Are you sure this isn't a movie? When they saw the scene of thousands of cannons firing simultaneously and clearing out the insect swarm, all the Mexicans present were stunned, with envy in their eyes. The insect swarm of Dragon Country was solved so easily, but they had to hide in the shelter and dared not go out. The same idea came to the minds of these Mexicans. How great it would be if they could go to Dragon Country. We should have found a way to return home. Yes, the Lighthouse Country is in too much chaos right now. The number of people killed by the insect swarms is not as much as the number of people killed by crimes. Yesterday, the wife of a friend of mine was raped. I heard that the man pointed a gun at him and made him watch helplessly. In a villa in the lighthouse country, a group of run people from the dragon country were there with sad faces. This group of run people are all financially well off and have hired bodyguards. When Long were called on all Long people to return home, they were the ones who refused to go back. Now, these run people are extremely regretful. Especially after the video from Longwo was transmitted. The Dragon Kingdom had already dealt with the insect tides and the like a long time ago. All the steel cities were in good order, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment without any trouble. On the other hand, in the lighthouse country, all the defense areas were in chaos. Especially after the insect swarm hit, the authorities had no time to take care of things inside the prevention area, and all the police went to participate in the defense. The crime rate in the prevention zone has skyrocketed. There were constant gunshots in every block, and a bleeding corpse could be seen every few meters or even dozens of meters on the street. Robbery and rape incidents are happening one after another. This group of run people are relatively financially capable, and they are worried every day, not to mention the other run people. In this case, how can they not regret it? But it's no use for them to regret now. There's no going back to Dragon Country. Bang! At this time, the door was opened and a large group of armed people rushed in, pointing their guns at them. Who are you, Tucker? Get them out! A run person called the bodyguard. Who would have thought that the bodyguard would point the gun at him? Sorry, Jia, I'm with them. The faces of the run people changed drastically. What, no one from Longwood died? According to reliable information, there should be several dead, but no more than 10. This is impossible. The war situation in Long Kingdom was soon known to officials of various countries. It has spread all over the internet, and everyone who has seen it is extremely envious. If our government were as powerful as dragon countries, we wouldn't have to hide in the basement and tremble in fear. Rely on those guys? It's better to awaken the microcosm. We can only rely on ourselves. Lord, why didn't you let me be born in Dragon Country? What's Dragon Country? Our great Sakura officials are the wisest. Look at us, there's no insect swarm at all. That's right, our Sakura Country is the paradise. It's your fault that the officials are so stupid. You deserve to be eaten by bugs. Why are you from the Sakura Country so happy? The Dragon Country will destroy you sooner or later. There are also people who do not envy the Dragon Country, like the Sakura people. After their officials set the forest on fire, they succeeded in making the insect swarm in Sakura Country unusually small. In addition, the Sakura Country is surrounded by the sea, so insects and beasts from the mainland will never get through. This makes Sakura Country the country with the best situation except Dragon Country. A large number of Sakura people began to show their presence on the external internet. Their behavior caused disgust among many people. Others are so miserable, but they are showing off. Some Japanese people even make sarcastic remarks about other countries. Who wouldn't be disgusted? In comparison, the silence of the dragon people seems much more precious. Chapter 50. The wind direction begins to change. Shillong Base. The God of War team welcomed a new group of members. You are all the most outstanding awakeners in this insect tide. Joining the God of War group means that it is a foregone conclusion that you will become the God of War. As usual, Lin Yan welcomed these new members and sent them to run 100 laps. The tradition of the God of War group must be preserved. After doing all this, he went to the conference room and listened to the battle report. The insect swarm in the lighthouse country has been basically eliminated. The casualties are predicted to be over 100,000. However, the number of people who have died from various crimes in recent days has also exceeded 100,000. The situation in Sakura Country should be the best. They set the forest on fire early on, thus eliminating the threat in its infancy. The insect tide they faced was extremely minor, and the entire Sakura Country did not suffer much loss. The insect swarm encountered by the White Elephant Kingdom was far less severe than ours, and its intensity was only 1/3 of ours. However, the low-caste people in the White Elephant Kingdom suffered heavy casualties, and the awakened ones and the army were more focused on protecting the high-caste people. The situation outside the mainland is the worst, and some countries have barely established shelters in hidden places. The head of the intelligence team reported the situation in various countries. The first wave of insect swarms ended in Dragon Country, but are still wreaking havoc on Blue Star. Some countries are unable to eliminate the insect swarm, so there is no possibility of ending the swarm. The situation in these countries is similar to the end of the world in novels. The people who were lucky enough to survive started to rely on themselves for survival. Soon, Lin Yan had enough understanding of the situation of the first wave of insect swarm on Blue Star. Compared to before the rebirth, the situation on the entire Blue Star is much better. The situation in Longwa couldn't be better. The situation in the Lighthouse country is not bad, but this is just the beginning. They do not have as much ammunition reserves as the Dragon Kingdom, and they will have an unimaginable headache when facing more and stronger insect swarms in the future. Uncle Ling, notify all the Iron Cities. After the sporadic insect tides are over, have them send out awakened soldiers above the primary level to attack and clear out the mutated insects in the surrounding areas. But be careful. Every time you go out, you must send tanks for protection. Don't go too far from the city wall, and don't go deep into the wild. After each battle, everyone must return to the city to train for a few days before going out again. Okay, Director Lin. Lin Yan gave the order. After the first large-scale insect swarm is defeated and there are no major accidents, the awakened ones can be dispatched to attack. This is not only done to reduce the size of subsequent insect tides, but also to allow the awakened ones to grow better and faster in battle, and to have more combat experience. The current insect infestation is just child's play. Everyone remember, if you encounter too many bugs, don't fight to the death, hide in the tank. In Rongqing, dozens of tanks drove out in groups. There are several awakened ones on top of each tank. These are all awakened ones above the level of junior warriors. In the entire Dragon Country, there are currently more than 4 million awakened people, but only a few of them can become junior warriors. From awakening to the first level of apprentice, there is still a long way to go. For people with poor talents, it still takes a long time. Boom! On the other side, a skirmish broke out on a hill outside the Magic City. This towering hill is actually the nest of mutant ants, where hundreds of thousands of mutant ants have bred. Fighting against them were dozens of awakened ones. Almost all of them were junior fighters, with only one intermediate fighter. These awakened ones did not use tanks to attack, but fought and retreated at the same time. After a long time, they finally killed the nest of mutant ants. After resting for some time, dozens of awakened people continued on their way. They hadn't walked far before they encountered another nest of mutant ants and a number of mutant mosquitoes. Phew, that's too hard. The wild areas are now completely occupied by these bugs. I don't know when we can take them back. Don't worry, this day will come. After solving the problem again, they encouraged each other and set off again. Boom! Outside another steel city, hundreds of awakened people cooperated with each other and killed all the mutant ants in an area. Everyone, work harder. The Special Bureau is currently focusing on training the God of War team, but our Azure Dragon team must prove with actual actions that we are not bad either. Do you have the confidence to surpass the God of War group? Have. This group of awakened people belong to the Qinglong group. The 4 combat groups, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, are also the ones that the Special Bureau focuses on training. However, the resources they enjoy are still much worse than those of the God of War group, and they are not trained personally by Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan is only one person and cannot split himself into 2 parts. He only needs to cultivate top combat power. Dragon Country is full of talented people, there is no need for him to do everything. These 4 combat groups all aim to surpass the God of War group. In Lin Yan's opinion, this is a good thing. If they are not convinced, then try hard. As for surpassing the God of War group, that is impossible. I couldn't do it before my rebirth, and it is even more impossible now. So, from this day on, when many countries around the world were still trying their best to deal with the attacks of the insect swarm, the awakened people of Dragon Country had already taken the initiative to attack. What? Dragon Nation has already started to take the initiative to attack? The Lighthouse Country is extremely concerned about the movements of the Dragon Country. When they learned that Dragon Country had suffered no losses in the insect swarm, the faces of the Lighthouse executives turned unhappy. Now, the Dragon Kingdom is actually taking the initiative to attack. Or it's a proactive attack on a large scale. This made the Lighthouse executives look even uglier. Longhua is always ahead of them. If this continues, their position as the most powerful country on Blue Star will have to be given to Dragon Country. This is something that is difficult for the Beacon Country to accept. Attack! We must also attack on a large scale! Some lighthouse executives are clamoring. Not many lighthouse executives responded. There are only a few awakened people in the lighthouse country. If an awakened person who is not strong enough runs out and gets besieged, it will be depressing if he can't come back. A large-scale attack is even more impossible. They don't have that many awakened ones, especially those above the junior level who can withstand high-intensity combat for a period of time. A small-scale attack is still possible. Perhaps in order to restore the face and dignity of the world's #1 superpower, the Lighthouse Country also began to send awakened people above the junior level to carry out small-scale attacks with the cooperation of armored forces. The Lighthouse Nation has started copying the Dragon Nation's homework again. They do whatever the Dragon Nation does. The Lighthouse Nation is now only worthy of hearing Dragon Nation's farts. The actions of the Beacon Country have attracted a lot of ridicule on foreign websites. What is rare is that the people who are being mocked are not the Dragon people, but people from other countries. The wind direction seems to be changing. With the Dragon Country's successive outstanding performances, in many people's minds, the Dragon Country's weight has surpassed that of the Lighthouse Country. Chapter 51: The Rio Blue Star. Boom! A small hill made of mud was shattered by the joint attack of the members of the God of War team. Countless mutant ants inside were killed or injured. Kill them all, don't let any escape! Jan Ernie rushed forward with a big stick and killed the queen ant who was trying to escape with one blow. On the other side, the Ares team too was also dealing with another ant nest. After all the awakened ones in the Iron City began to take the initiative to attack, the God of War group was also sent out by Lin Yen. Their mission is to clear out the nests of mutant insects in the Yanshan Mountains where the Shillong base is located. At this stage, the mutant insects' nests are basically obvious. Just like the nest of these mutant ants, it is often a towering hill. Some mutant ants' nests are also underground, which are not difficult to deal with. For example, a water-type awakener can fill them with water, and then a lightning-type awakener can release lightning. For ice awakeners, letting water freeze, and for water awakeners, boiling water, both are good methods. Mutated mosquitoes often do not have obvious nests, but there are some areas where they are particularly likely to be born, especially damp, dark and spiritual woodlands. Lin Yen did not follow the actions of the God of War group. There is a general in every brigade, so there is no need for him to be a babysitter for everything. Occasionally, Lin Yen would also check on their situation through the real-time video transmission. The War God group was very efficient. They advanced in a fan-shaped formation and continuously cleared out the insect nests in Yanshan. As they are stronger, they are also bolder and can resist even a small-scale insect swarm. There are wave rats here. The next day, Ares Team 3 had an unexpected gain and discovered a large nest of mutant rats. The insect swarms these days are basically all insects, and no mutated animals have appeared yet. The mutation rate of animals is slower than that of insects, and accordingly, mutated animals will not have as short a lifespan as mutated insects. The growth limit of mutant animals is also higher. Kill them all! The Ares Team 3 began the battle. Damn, why are there so many? But soon, they couldn't hold on any longer. The mutant rats had reproduced to tens of thousands, and they poured out from the ground in large numbers at an extremely fast speed. They were much harder to kill than the mutant insects. Team 3 requests support! The Ares Team 3 fought and retreated, and finally, after reinforcements arrived, they eliminated all the mutant rats. In this way, the Ares team continued to clear out the mutated bugs in Yanshan without any danger. Director Lin, there is a new situation. A few days later, satellites detected new developments. Director Lin, look, this is a satellite image of the Taihang Mountains from a month ago. The intelligence chief released a satellite image. This is the current satellite image of the Taihang Mountains. Director Lin, can you tell me what the difference is? The intelligence team leader released the second satellite image. Lin Yan's eyes fell on the two satellite images. The first satellite image clearly captured the entire Taihang Mountains. Even if you shoot from top down, you can still see the majestic beauty of Taihang Mountains. Lin Yan looked at the second satellite image again. The Taihang Mountains in this picture are shrouded in clouds and mist from the middle of the mountain upwards. I can't see the details inside. But the clouds are not the point. Taihang Mountain seems to have grown bigger? Lin Yan said. The Forestry Bureau is really amazing. They saw it at first glance. According to our monitoring through surveying and mapping satellites, Taihang Mountain is gradually getting bigger. Not only is it getting bigger, it is also getting higher, as if it is growing upwards. After this was discovered, a large number of experts studied it and made some discoveries. Although the Taihang Mountains are getting bigger, it has no impact on the surrounding areas and has not brought any geological disasters, but the surrounding areas have been expanded a lot. The intelligence chief will tell you more. Lin Yan listened silently. Of course he knew all this. The Taihang Mountains are getting bigger and higher. This mountain, which is just over 3,000 meters above sea level, will continue to grow taller in the future, and its final height will exceed 10,000 meters. The length and width of Taihang Mountains will also change as a result. The reason for this is that as the spiritual energy recovers, the real blue star will gradually emerge. The current blue star is just the tip of the iceberg of the real blue star. What the ancient powerful ones sealed was not only the spiritual energy of blue star, but also the sacred mountains, rivers, and blessed places of blue star. It is equivalent to castrating the blue planet and turning it into an ordinary planet. Under the circumstances at the time, this was actually a helpless move, because the myriad races in the starry sky were too powerful. If the ancient powerful did not do this, the blue planet would be snatched away and humanity would be exterminated. Taihang Mountain was one of the earliest mountains to change after the revival of spiritual energy. As time goes by, there will be more and more mountains on the blue planet like the Taihang Mountains, gradually revealing their true appearance. Only then will the real blue star appear. Currently, the Ling Bureau has arranged personnel and established a geographical team to monitor all the mountains in Dragon Country, as well as the mountains in other countries on the blue star. The only mountain range that has changed temporarily in Dragon Country is the Taihang Mountains. In the west of Lighthouse Country, the Appalachian Mountains are also growing. In the European continent, the Alps Mountains and the Pyrenees Mountains are also showing signs of growing larger. In the non-continental continent, not only in Dragon Country, but also in other parts of Blue Star, mountains have begun to change. Ling Feng has always been very reliable in his work. After making the discovery, he arranged for people to monitor the situation. Okay, continue monitoring and report any developments at any time. Okay, Director Lin. After Lin Yan finished speaking to the intelligence team leader, he looked at Ling Feng again. Ling Feng, the current threat of the insect tide is not that great. I will leave the Shenlong base to you. I will take the Ares team to the Taihang Mountains to take a look, Lin Yan said. Director Lin, don't worry. With the changes in Taihang Mountain, there might be some danger. I will have the rocket force on standby at all times. If support is needed, our rockets and missiles can carry out a long-range strike within 10 minutes. Ling Feng is still very concerned about Lin Yan's safety. Although Lin Yan has strong strength, the changes on Blue Star are getting bigger and bigger, and Ling Feng doesn't know whether the changes in Taihang Mountain are good or bad. All members of the God of War team, listen up. The captains will draw lots. The ones who draw lots will stay at the Shenlong base, and the rest will follow me. More than 10 minutes later, more than 1,000 members of the God of War team gathered and Lin Yan gave orders. After Long was successfully defended against the first wave of large-scale insect swarms, Lin Yan had a clear idea in his mind. In the next 1 or 2 months, if nothing else unexpected happens, the insect swarm will not pose much threat to the Dragon Kingdom's Steel City. Therefore, Lin Yan should take advantage of this time to do more things. He is going to attack with the God of War group. This time the destination is the enlarged Taihang Mountains. As Taihang Mountains gradually reveal its true face, some good things will appear inside. For example, psychic ores can be used to create stronger materials and build more powerful weapons. For example, the seeds of some ancient spiritual plants. As for the blessed places and ancient ruins, they probably won't appear in the world for the time being. But not necessarily. Before the rebirth, when the Taihang Mountains became larger, there were a lot of insects and beasts inside. Some blessed places were ruined by the insects and beasts, and they also bred extremely powerful insects and beasts. Lin Yan was not particularly clear when those blessed places appeared. Finally, we can go out and fight. Great, God bless us, don't leave our team behind. Every member of the God of War team is a battle fanatic, and this news makes them particularly happy. At the same time, everyone is worried that they have bad luck and need to stay behind. Start drawing lots, Wang Tingyu, and don't try to peek with your mental power. I'm sorry, Lin. I was wrong. After catching Wang Tingyu trying to peek, the 15 team leaders began to draw lots. Haha, I'm not the one left behind. Yan Ernia was the first to draw the ticket. After seeing the words on the note, he burst into laughter. The members of the Aries team also became happy. It's not me either. Lu Su also completed the draw, but was not chosen to stay behind. The members of Aries team too all breathed a sigh of relief, with smiles on their faces. Damn, why am I so unlucky? It was Wang Tingyu's turn, and he was actually chosen to stay behind. At this point, all members of the Aries Team 3 were unhappy. Ha ha ha, who told you to peek? Yang Ernia laughed out loud. That's right. You stay here and wait for me to come back. I will tell you about our wonderful journey. Lu Suxiao was a cruel person and made Wang Tingyu very depressed. Soon, another brigade was selected to stay behind. The faces of the members of this brigade suddenly turned bitter. After taking some more time, the Aries 10 team became the third team left behind. Now, everyone else is happy. Because Lin Yan only planned to leave 3 battalions at the Shillong base. After the Aries team cleaned up Yanshan a few days ago, it will take some time for the next wave of insects to arrive. Even if there is any accident, the Shillong base still has several divisions of troops. There is also a lot of heavy firepower here. Except for the 3 teams that were drawn, everyone else will take a night's rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Chapter 52, Insect Holes Everywhere. Early the next morning, a convoy consisting of dozens of tanks and more than 100 infantry fighting vehicles set off in a long line. There are special supply vehicles and transport vehicles in the convoy. These vehicles are protected by thick armor and use special tires. Each one is extremely strong. Soon after the vehicle drove out of the Shillong base, it was attacked by mutant insects. The members of the Aries team sitting on the tanks easily dealt with them. We have arrived at the capital. Soon, the high city wall of the capital city arrived. The convoy did not enter the capital city, but instead headed south along the western city wall. Along the way, you can see the awakened people in the capital city sitting in armored vehicles and going out to clean up the surrounding insect nests. The number of insect holes increases very quickly. Even if an area is just cleaned today, new insect holes will appear in a few days. When these burrows are underground, they are even harder to find. The genetic energy of a warrior-level awakener is not strong enough. When the genetic energy is exhausted, they can fight again with physical strength. But facing such a large number of mutated insects, you would be exhausted to death. Therefore, the range of activities of the awakened ones is not large, basically within a few dozen kilometers around the Steel City. Even with the protection of tanks, it is not necessary to go far away, as there is still a considerable risk. The convoy was not moving very fast, and it took more than an hour to reach Xishan, west of the capital. Xishan is part of the Taihang Mountains and is located at the northernmost end of the Taihang Mountains. There have not been many changes in Xishan at present. The convoy headed south along the road at the foot of the West Mountain. This time, Lin Yan's main purpose is to explore the changes in Taihang Mountains, so that he can make better discoveries by exploring all the way. Boss, which convoy is this, going so deep into the wilderness? Could it be someone from the God of War group? The God of War group? Is it too late for us to catch up now? I really want to compete with them and see how powerful they are. The movement of the convoy was just discovered by the members of the Xuanwu group stationed in the capital. The 4 Sacred Beasts combat groups each guard an area. The Xuanwu group is in the capital, the Qinglong group is in the Magic City, the Suzaku group is in the Flower City, and the White Tiger group is in the Banyan City. Dealing with an insect swarm in the wild is different from dealing with it near the Steel City. Even the people from the Xuanwu group did not dare to go too deep into the wild. Seeing that the Ares team's convoy had gone so deep into the wilderness, the members of the Black Tortoise team began to speculate. It should be the God of War group. They look like they are going to carry out some kind of mission. Everyone, don't be unconvinced. Practice hard and prove yourselves with your strength, a captain of the Xuanwu group said in a deep voice. Boom! An insect nest blocking the middle of the road was hit by a fire bomb and exploded directly. Soon after entering Shishan, we encountered a bug hole. The one who took action was the captain of the War God Team 8, Lin Tong, known as the Fire Phoenix. She is already at the level of a general, and as a fire awakener, her attacks are extremely powerful. Before her rebirth, she was also a capable general under Lin Yan. As soon as this insect nest was solved, the noise of the battle alarmed the surrounding mutated insects. Dense swarms of mutant insects attacked. Kill them all! At Lin Tong's command, the awakened ones of the 8th Brigade attacked and killed the mutated insects. The many battalions of the God of War group took turns to lead the way, and now it was the turn of the 8th Battalion. The convoy continued to advance towards the core area of Taihang Mountains amidst constant fighting. However, the convoy's speed was abnormally slow. It would be good if you can walk 10 kilometers in an hour. The main reason is that the road surface is severely damaged. Under the stimulation of spiritual energy, the vegetation grows too fast, and a large number of roads are covered by dense vegetation. There are also many roads with broken road surfaces, as if something had drilled through the ground. There are even some insect holes that stand directly above the road, completely blocking the surface. The fleet is equipped with special tow trucks and forklifts, which can clear obstacles in time when encountered, but it will not affect the removal. Lin Yan was not in a hurry. This trip was to explore the changes in Taihang Mountains, and it was a good opportunity to take a look at the conditions in the wild. It is also a good training opportunity for the Ares group. Team Lin, there are so many insect nests. In the command vehicle, Ling Qingqiu looked at the picture on the screen and frowned. There are indeed a lot of insect holes, they are everywhere. There were so many of them that Ling Qingqiu was stunned. The wilderness has become the domain of mutant insects. Fortunately, the insect holes we have encountered so far are only a few dozen meters high, and there are no insect holes that are hundreds of meters or even more than 1,000 meters high. That kind of insect nest is so terrifying. The mutated insects inside are not only huge in number, but also incredibly strong. Ordinary thermal weapons are of no threat to them. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the Zerg's nest. This stuff, don't worry about it just yet. Change teams. More than an hour later, members of Ares Team 10 entered the infantry vehicle, and Ares Team 11 led the way. While on the infantry vehicle, the many members of the God of War team did not waste any time. Instead, he used spiritual liquid, energy liquid, and other resources to practice. Team Lin, there's an insect tide. Let Team 567 go out and fight. Yes, Lin Group. After nightfall, the convoy attracted a wave of insects. The scale of the insect swarm was not large, but there were quite a few insects in it. The 4 teams worked together to solve this wave of insect swarm. Rest for a night and continue on our journey tomorrow. In a mountain stream, after clearing the mutant insects around, the convoy formed a circle. After replenishing food and water, the members of the God of War team rested in the infantry vehicle. The convoy traveled all day and only covered less than 100 kilometers. It is still quite a distance from the hinterland of Taihang Mountains. Mutated bugs continued to attack at night, but they were all dealt with by the awakened ones on duty. The next morning, the convoy continued on its journey. There's something wrong with the vines in here, burn them all. No wonder there aren't even any mutant bugs here. In the afternoon, the convoy was passing through an unusually tall forest when it was attacked by a large number of vines. These vines are not only fast, but also extremely powerful. If left alone, they can even entangle tanks and lift them into the sky. The captain of the Ares Team 8 had a bad temper. After cutting off the attacking vines, he prepared to have the fire awakeners set fire to the forest. Don't set the fire! Lin Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan revealed his upper body from above the command vehicle and looked in a direction deep in the forest. The next second, the vines trembled violently and shrank back one after another. The convoy continued on its way. Until we passed through this forest, we never encountered attacks from vines again. It has to be Team Lin. The members knew that it must be Lin Yen who took action. It was indeed Lin Yen who took action. The vines here are a kind of mutant plants, that is, alien plants. After they mutated, they instinctively attacked and ate any life that passed by, treating it as nutrients. Mutated bugs cannot survive in this forest. With them in this forest, all the mutant insects nearby will suffer. It will be impossible to solve the problem after they grow further. There are many benefits to dealing with this type of mutated plants. The core part can be used to quickly improve strength, and even improve qualifications and talents. There are also some mutated plants that are not so aggressive and can be planted and cultivated by humans. These are spiritual plants. There is only one word difference between alien plants and spiritual plants, and the difference mainly lies in their aggressiveness. Alien plants are extremely aggressive, and they will also mutate to develop many ways to prevent being eaten by humans. If they continue to evolve, they may even develop intelligence. Spiritual plants are equivalent to vegetables, fruits, and melons grown by humans. Even if they evolve and may develop intelligence, their aggressiveness is extremely limited. After the revival of spiritual energy, there were many exotic plants on the blue planet, and there could have been many spiritual plants. But there are basically not many natural spiritual plants in the wild. Spiritual plants are not aggressive. Once they grow out, they would have been eaten by mutated insect beasts. At this stage, there is no way around this. There are too many mutated bugs, and it's not possible to launch a large-scale cleanup in the wild right now. The convoy began to climb and entered the cloud area. The fog around us thickened and visibility began to decrease. A large number of mutated insects were attracted by the sound of the engine and kept attacking, and were then dealt with by the awakened ones. Team Lin, something is wrong. There are too many bugs. Ling Qingqiu noticed something was wrong. After entering the cloud area, there are obviously a lot more mutant insects inside. Not only are there more of them, but they are also stronger. Director Lin, the spiritual energy here is also much denser. The test value is 4.5 times that of the area near the capital and 2.3 times that of Yanshan. If we can set up a collection station here, each scientific station can collect more than 100 liters of spiritual liquid every day. A scientist who was accompanying them said. He is Xiao Zhe, whom Lin Yan rescued from the lighthouse country. After Xiao Zhe returned to China, he also awakened 5 days after the first wave of spiritual tide arrived. What he awakened was his talent in the brain area, and his brain's computing speed was extremely fast. For scientists, this should be the most enviable ability. Lin Yan had a deep impression of him because before his rebirth, the Lighthouse Nation forced Xiao Zhe to research more powerful genetic medicine for them. After Xiao Zhe refused, he was imprisoned for many years. Finally, after the rise of the Dragon Nation and the launch of the Wandering Blue Planet plan, the Lighthouse Nation was forced to release the people. Chapter 53: The Mountain That Grew from the Insects. Build a collection station on Taihang Mountains? This is a good suggestion. If a collection station can be built, the speed of collecting spiritual liquid will be much faster than other places. Famous mountains and rivers, rich in natural beauty. Mountains with dense vegetation will attract more spiritual energy. It is not difficult to build a collection station in Taihang Mountains, but the difficulty lies in the issue of defense. Once the collection station is in operation, it will attract a steady stream of mutated insects. For example, in Yanshan Mountain where the Shillong base is located, several collection stations have been built to collect spiritual energy and compress it into spiritual liquid for use by the awakened ones. The concentration of spiritual energy in Yanshan is far lower than that in Taihang Mountain, but the number of mutated insects that attack every day is also very considerable. The God of War group cannot stay here for a long time. Therefore, Lin Yan did not directly respond to Xiao Zhe's proposal. He wants to see the changes in Taihang Mountains first. Outside, the insect swarm continued to attack. Although we have armored vehicles, we cannot just ignore the insect swarms. In particular, it is necessary to protect the tow trucks and forklifts that clear the road. Fortunately, the mutant insect beasts that are too far away will not be attracted here. The Ares group can easily stop the current insect swarm. Be careful, the spiders here are fierce. When passing through a bamboo forest full of spider webs, the convoy was attacked by a large number of mutant spiders. Under the firebomb attack of the Fire Awakeners, the spider webs were burned to ashes and the mutant spiders were killed. Done! Zhao Zong, captain of Ares Team 5, clapped his hands. Suddenly, a spider as big as a tank fell from the sky and spit out a mouthful of spider silk. Zhao Zong and the tank he was standing on were stuck to the ground by the spider silk. Sizzle! There was a sizzling sound coming from Zhao Zong's armor, which was being corroded by the venom on the spider silk. Zhao Zong tried to get up, but the spider silk stuck to him and he couldn't move. He is a warrior, and the genetic strength of his body exceeds 10 tons. Not only that, as a poisonous fog spread, the mobilization of his genetic energy was also affected. There's another big guy! The captain's been attacked! A Team 5 member yelled. The other members of Team 5 arrived one after another and launched various attacks. The big spider kept spitting out strands of silk, catching more team members. Go to hell! Lu Su came to support and rushed towards the big spider at an extremely fast speed. Just as he rushed closer, a poisonous mist spread out from the big spider's body and Lu Su was hit head-on. Even though he held his breath, his whole body felt numb after being touched by the poisonous fog. The big spider used its silk to stick Lu Su to the ground. In a short period of time, the big spider actually dealt with 2 generals. But there are so many warriors in the God of War team that this big spider doesn't even realize he has stirred up a hornet's nest. Then, the big spider was besieged by a group of warriors. Don't kill it! In the end, it was Lin Yan's words that saved the dying giant spider. Team Lin, this thing is too weird. Once the poisonous mist touches you, your whole body will become numb. Lu Su was rescued. He touched his head and said with a little embarrassment. A captain at the level of a general was defeated by a mutant spider, which made him feel ashamed. Yeah, Lin, his spider silk is a little too strong. I can't get rid of it no matter what. Zhao Zongye, captain of the 4th team, said. Don't blame you. It's already a mid-level general. Lin Yan said calmly. Ah? This thing has reached the intermediate general level? Lu Su screamed. The other members of the God of War team were also a little surprised. Although the mutated insects in Taihang Mountains are much stronger than those in other places, it was still beyond their expectations that a mutated spider could reach a mid-level general so quickly. You know, among the members of the God of War team, none of them has reached the level of mid-level general yet. In fact, Lin Yan also had some surprises. Spiders have not been transformed by all races. Their mutation rate will not be as fast as that of modified insects such as mosquitoes and cockroaches. Even though humans are restricted by psychic shackles, the growth rate of this mutant spider is a little too fast. Faster than any member of the Ares group. Intermediate warrior. Apart from Lin Yan, probably only those supermen in the lighthouse country who are trying to overachieve can compare with it. It looks like it has entered those newly appeared areas in Taihang Mountain, and maybe even entered the folded space. Lin Yan had a guess instantly. Folded space is similar to subspace. Many paradises are located in the folded space. The ancient powerful beings sealed the famous mountains and rivers by compressing and folding space. This spider is growing so fast, it's obviously abnormal. Fengji, try to see if you can communicate. Lin Yan called out Fengji. This is another role of a spiritualist. Communicate with everything. This kind of communication is not necessarily effective, because many mutated insects cannot communicate at all, and even if they can communicate, it is ineffective communication. Fengji came and slowly walked towards the mutated poisonous spider. Then she saw that as she approached, the originally aggressive poisonous spider slowly calmed down. Fengji came in front of it, put her hand on the poisonous spider's forehead, and closed her eyes. After about a minute, Fengji opened her eyes again. Team Lin, I saw some images. Please don't resist them in your mind. I will transmit them to you through telepathy. Fengji said. Good. Lin Yan let down his guard. Fengji activated teleportation. Soon, Lin Yan saw some broken pictures. It's indeed a folding space. These images made Lin Yan certain. This intermediate-level poisonous spider did accidentally stumble into a folded space. There are many wonderful spiritual plants in that folded space. Most of those spiritual plants withered, but some came back to life after being infused with spiritual energy. After this poisonous spider ate a flower, it evolved rapidly. But it didn't stay there for long as it was driven out by a black snake. After being driven out, the poisonous spider came to this bamboo forest with a high concentration of spiritual energy, and turned it into its own territory. It turned everything it passed by into prey and swallowed it into its stomach. This is the general outline of what happened based on the fragmented images. It should be there. Lin Yan determined the direction. The next step will be easy. Just find it, and take that folded space for yourself. Feng Ji, can this poisonous spider be subdued? Lin Yan asked. After the psychic communicates with the mutant animals, if he can exert influence on the minds of the mutant animals, he can tame some mutant animals with low intelligence. On the blue planet, not all mutated insects and beasts are hostile to humans. Animals like cats and dogs, if they have deep feelings with their owners, will still be very dependent on their owners after mutation and will listen to their owners. They will also fight for humans. It mutated too quickly, and its IQ has not kept up. It is only equivalent to a child of a few months old. It should be fine. I need some time. I also need some spiritual fluid, 50 milliliters. Feng Ji said. Qingqiu, bring me 50 milliliters of spiritual liquid. Okay, Team Lin. The spiritual fluid arrived quickly. Feng Ji took the spiritual liquid and came to the mutated poisonous spider and started feeding it the spiritual liquid. Her husband served as her helper. Then they saw that the poisonous spider seemed particularly well behaved in front of Feng Ji. It is not easy for a psychic to subdue the mutant insect beast, especially after the mutant insect beast's IQ is improved. The situation with this poisonous spider is a little different. It grows too fast and its IQ cannot keep up, so the difficulty of taming it is greatly reduced. Many members of the God of War team looked on curiously. Lin Yan was watching too. Next to him, Leng Qingqiu stood quietly like a little follower, her graceful figure showing the beauty and romance of a woman. He Tiantian, who was far away, would glance at Lin Yan from time to time. When she saw Leng Qingqiu, she felt a little envious. Because Leng Qingqiu can be close to Lin Yan every day. Time passes by little. After more than 10 minutes, finally, the 50 milliliters of spiritual liquid was all fed to the poisonous spider. The poisonous spider looked very full. After rubbing its head against Feng Ji and her husband, it climbed towards the sky. At Lin Yan's signal, all members of the God of War team did not stop it. Lord Feng, it should be fine. It won't attack us when we pass by here next time. But it will take some time to completely subdue it. Feng Ji said. Okay, teammate, you stay here to protect Feng Ji, and the rest of you follow me. Qingqiu, go get another liter of spiritual liquid. Lin Yan left Team 8, led by a fire awakener, to protect Feng Ji. Fire is also a powerful weapon against poisonous spiders and can avoid accidents. If the poisonous spider can be tamed, Xiao Zaidi's collection station will be feasible. This poisonous spider seems to be very fertile. With it around, as long as it gives birth to enough baby spiders, it should be able to guard the collection station. Spiders are the nemesis of mosquitoes. The spiritual liquid arrived quickly. After giving Feng Ji a full liter of it, Lin Yan set out again with his men. Team Forester, why do the mountains and trees here give me a different feeling? Half an hour later, the Ares team arrived at an area where the mountains and trees were clearly different. This is the real part of Taihang Mountains. They have been sealed for countless years, so naturally they are different from the Taihang Mountains today. There must be good stuff inside. That folded space is also inside. Team 345 will stay and guard the convoy. If you encounter a strong insect beast, do not fight and retreat to the bamboo forest. The rest of you will get off the vehicle and follow me. Lin Yan jumped out of the command vehicle. There is no road ahead, so you can only enter on foot. More than 1,000 members of the God of War team got off the car and followed Lin Yan into this newly emerged area. The tree is really big. Yeah, it's a pity that so many died. The members of the God of War team were all extremely curious. As he walked, he killed the mutant insects that attacked him and looked around. Although there is still fog in this area, the members of the God of War team can still see very far with their eyesight. Lin Yan was also looking around the area. The trees here are unusually tall, but many of them have withered, leaving only dry trunks. Some trees also began to sprout again after the spiritual energy entered. Needless to say, these trees must have been from a very long time ago. After being sealed by an ancient powerful being, these trees have not died out after so many years. Their value must be quite high. Lin Yan picked up a stone and threw it at a dead tree not far away. The stone pierced the tree. It's very dense. Lin Yan came to a conclusion. Ernie, try to attack that tree with all your strength. Okay, Team Lin. Yang Ernie rushed over and hit the tree. Boom! The dead tree trembled when it was hit, and a hole was punched in the trunk by Yang Ernie. But Yang Ernie did not break the tree, which was only half a meter in diameter. You know, after becoming a general, Yang Ernie, a power awakener, can exert the force of dozens of tons when he strikes with all his strength. Chapter 54 Folding Space. Why is this tree so hard? Yang Ernie was a little surprised. When a force of dozens of tons acts on an area as small as a fist, the destructive power it brings is extremely astonishing. Even if the tree was an oak, he was confident that he could break it with one punch. But a dead tree could not be broken. I'll try it too. Team 10's Captain Wei Huaping also took action. He awakened two talents, one was wind and the other was thunder. Boom! Wei Huaping raised his hand and a bolt of lightning came out, striking a dead tree next to him. The dead tree was burnt black, but the damage it caused was not as much as that caused by Yang Ernie. Team Forrester, these trees are not simple. Wei Huaping came to the conclusion. Seeing this, others also tried it one by one. Lin Yan did not stop him. These trees give us a glimpse of how glorious the blue planet once was. These are just ordinary trees. When the blue star is filled with extremely rich spiritual energy, even every blade of grass and every tree has an abnormally high strength. Not to mention humans, the most intelligent creatures on Earth. Let all members of the God of War team experience it first. When the truth is revealed to them later, they will be more shocked and more motivated. Let's go. After all members of the God of War team had tried it, Lin Yan led them on their journey. Along the way, mutant insects continued to attack, and in this area, there were already insect nests under construction. Due to the short time, not many of these insect nests were completed. Whenever they encountered one, the Ares group would destroy it. It seems that we need to build a few collection stations to control the concentration of spiritual energy in Taihang Mountain. Lin Yan planned silently. Now all the rich spiritual energy in the mountains has been taken away by the mutated bugs. The other mountains are too far away, and there is a lack of manpower and energy to take care of them. There are several steel cities within a few hundred kilometers around Taihang Mountains, and we can build a few collection stations here first. If we control the concentration of spiritual energy here, the insect swarms from Taihang Mountains will be much smaller in the future. Team Lin, everything is back to normal. After climbing up for several hundred meters, we came out of the new area and above us was the original Taihang Mountains. This place is very close to the top of a mountain above, and the top of the mountain looks normal. The entire Taihang Mountains are 700 or 800 kilometers long and have countless mountaintops, and the mountain here is just one of them. There! After carefully observing the surroundings, Lin Yan found the entrance to the folded space. There, located in a mountain stream, there is also a small waterfall. Team Lin, isn't this strange? There's no river above this waterfall, so where does all this water come from? When the members of the God of War team arrived here, they were all a little surprised. Because that waterfall, it just seemed to appear out of nowhere. This is because the area above the waterfall has not yet appeared. That's why such a strange sight was created. Wait here for me. I'll go take a look. Lin Yan used his telekinesis to fly up and arrived above the waterfall. He tried, but found that he could not enter the unmanifested area. Lin Yan gave up and rushed into the waterfall. There is a fairly large space inside, with many bats on top of the rock walls. Some of these bats had mutated and were much larger in size, but they did not attack Lin Yan. Lin Yan ignored the bats and continued to fly inside. It should be here. After searching for some time, Lin Yan found a stone statue with its head tilted to one side at the edge of the waterfall. The poisonous spider climbed onto the stone statue and accidentally twisted the statue's head, allowing it to enter the folded space. Lin Yan placed his hand on the stone statue. No exceptions occurred. He thought of something and rushed towards the location of the stone statue. This time, Lin Yan successfully passed through the stone statue and appeared in another space. There is light in the sky here, and we are still in Taihang Mountains, but the scenery around us is different. It looked like a flat area between the mountains, with a small river winding through it, and a lot of withered plants scattered on the ground. But new shoots have already sprouted next to many withered plants. Occasionally, you can see some withered plants coming back to life, which is exactly the same as what you see from the poisonous spiders. Such a strong spiritual energy! Lin Yan took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here is denser than that outside. In this kind of folded space, there must be a formation that can gather spiritual energy, so the spiritual energy here is more concentrated. Ancient buildings. Lin Yan quickly saw something that the poisonous spider did not notice. Between the two mountains, there is an ancient building built against the mountain, like a tower. Lin Yan used his mental power to lift his body up into the air and headed there quickly. Soon, he arrived in front of the ancient building. The door was closed tightly, and Lin Yan exerted force and hit the door. Boom! The door made a dull sound, but was not opened by Lin Yan. Spiritual iron. Lin Yan discovered that the entire building, including the gate, was probably made of spiritual iron, which is an F-grade material. F-grade materials are already in the category of psychic materials, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary materials. The door is very thick and difficult to force open. From this perspective, this folded space is part of a paradise. It should be an ancient spiritual garden. After finding that he couldn't open the door, Lin Yan flew up and tried to bypass the building and reach the back. Why did Team Lin come out from up there? With this flight, Lin Yan flew out. The members of the Ares team were surprised to see him go in from the waterfall and fly out from the sky. This folding space is very convenient to get out. Lin Yan entered the waterfall again and re-entered the folded space. From this perspective, the rest of this paradise has not yet been unveiled, and Lin Yan will not be able to enter in a short period of time. Lin Yan was not surprised. After all, it had not been a month since the spiritual energy had revived. Where is the black snake? After discovering that he could not enter the paradise, Lin Yan began to explore this folded space. The folding space is quite large, and Lin Yan has not seen the black snake yet. After flying to the other side of a hill, he successfully discovered the black snake that the poisonous spider encountered. This black snake is so big. It is several dozen meters long and as thick as a bucket, and its body is covered with thick scales. After the poisonous spider becomes a mid-level general insect, although its IQ is very low, its instincts are still there. It also wants to continue eating the flowers that allow it to grow quickly. So, it entered here again, but was driven away by the black snake again. This black snake is definitely a mid-level general beast, that is, a mutated animal at the mid-level of a general. It might even be a high-level general beast. Otherwise, how could the poisonous spider, a mid-level general insect, return empty-handed? How many more foxes are there? Lin Yan saw a few more foxes. One of the foxes had a strange scent that was like the fragrance of flowers. This fragrance made Lin Yan realize that these foxes were probably like the poisonous spiders, sneaking in to steal the spiritual plants here. They were not as lucky as the poisonous spider, and were blocked by the black snake. At this time, the black snake was surrounding several foxes, spitting out its long tongue, as if enjoying the fox's fear. At this time, it smelled the human scent on Lin Yan. The black snake's huge head turned, and its vertical pupils focused, and it saw Lin Yan not far away. Without any hesitation, the black snake's head attacked Lin Yan. This should be the most regretful decision in its life. Because, the next second, following Lin Yan's attack, the black snake's huge head fell heavily to the ground, motionless, with its eyes wide open. It was killed instantly by Lin Yan. Lin Yan fell down. As soon as it landed, a hint of cunning flashed in the black snake's straight eyes, and it attacked Lin Yan again. You have reached the high-level general level so quickly, and you are pretending to be dead. I cannot let you stay. Lin Yen drew out his sword and chopped the black snake's head in half with one stroke. This black snake that occupied this spiritual plant garden just farted like this. If Lin Yen remembered correctly, before his rebirth, there was a black snake that wreaked havoc on a large number of shelters and killed many awakened people. This should be it. It first occupied the spiritual plant garden, and then went on to occupy the blessed land. It is hard to imagine that its strength would not grow rapidly. In the end, the East mobilized a large number of awakened people and deployed hypersonic missiles to resolve it. This time, before it grew up, Lin Yen solved the problem with one knife. After the black snake died, Lin Yen put away his sword and discovered an interesting scene. Those foxes actually kept bowing their heads as if they were thanking Lin Yen. Let's go. When you grow up, don't harm humans, or I will not forgive you. After Lin Yen hesitated for a moment, he finally decided not to kill these foxes that were obviously mutated. If we know how to be grateful, there is no need to kill these mutant foxes. On the blue planet, not all mutated animals are enemies of humans, many of them can also become partners. After a few foxes bowed to Lin Yen again, they turned around and left. There are no other mutant animals in this folded space. Everyone come in. Lin Yen called in the members of the God of War team. Now, this place belongs to the Special Bureau. Lin Yen planned to build a spiritual energy collection station next to the waterfall, bring poisonous spiders over to garrison, and then send some awakened people and soldiers to deploy some heavy firepower. In this way, this folded space can also be guarded. Wow, what a big snake! Team Lin is really amazing. They killed such a big snake in no time. Ernie, take someone to skin it open. There must be something good inside its body. Okay, Team Lin. Yang Ernie took action. These flowers are priceless. Xiao Zhe became excited after seeing some flowers that were still barely alive. Director Lin, I suggest that we transfer some botanical experts to form a spiritual plant team to take care of the flowers and fruits here. Xiao Zhe had another suggestion. Yes, that's what I meant. Lin Yen agreed. Xiao Zhe brought his men and carefully cleaned up the spiritual plant garden, removing some completely dead plants. Xiao Zhe will carefully take care of the plants that grow back and drop a drop of spiritual liquid into the soil around them. Qingxiu, call your father and ask him to make some preparations. Lin Yen went to make arrangements. Soon after entering Taihang Mountain, they discovered a spiritual plant garden and a paradise that had not yet appeared in the world. The harvest this time was not small. You can ask Lin Feng to prepare manpower, build a collection station here, and then send people to take care of the spiritual plants. The effect of transplanting these spiritual plants is not necessarily good. The soil here is very special and the spiritual energy is strong enough. If they are transplanted somewhere else, they may not survive. When the next initiation of good fortune comes, perhaps I can break free from the shackles of my soul. Lin Yen thought. Body, mind, soul. The psychic shackles of all races lock humans in all directions. The shackles of the mind are the hardest to break. Before, Lin Yen was focused on improving his combat power. Now that his combat power has increased, next time, he can break through the shackles of his mind and become a psychic. In this way, Lin Yen can also tame some mutant animals that he sees hope of taming in the future. Before his rebirth, it took a long time for Lin Yen to open the shackles of his heart, and he did not have the time and energy to do it. This time, it can develop towards perfection. Chapter 55, A Loving Family. Be careful, the parachute is damaged. Leave it to me. On the Taihang Mountains, a large airdrop roared down. There was originally a parachute above the airdrop, but at this time, the parachute had been destroyed beyond recognition by the mutant insects. Seeing the airdrop falling down, young Ernie suddenly jumped into the sky and crashed heavily into the bottom of the airdrop, causing it to stop. Wang Tinyu stretched out his hands and used his mental power to block the airdrop. This airdrop weighing dozens of tons landed smoothly. There are supplies transported from the Shillong base inside. After receiving the airdrop, many members of the God of War team took action one by one, took out the various metal components inside, and began to assemble them. Soon, an all-metal house with even the floor made of titanium alloy was built. There are already quite a few metal houses like this one near the waterfall, and this airdrop is not the first one. These houses have various functions, including accommodation, bathrooms for washing, and kitchens for heating food. The God of War team will be stationed in Taihang Mountains for a period of time. The insect tide is coming, everyone be careful. Kill them all. A few kilometers away from the waterfall, a war god brigade of more than 100 people was fighting a wave of insects. When setting up the camp, Lin Yan also sent out several teams, each of which went in a direction to clear out the mutated insects, while also trying to see if they could find other folding spaces or psychic ores. The clouds and fog on the Taihang Mountains not only limit the vision of humans, but also limit the vision of mutant insects. This makes it less likely that the awakened ones will be discovered by mutated bugs in the distance, making it easier to clean them up. But from time to time, the noise of fighting would still attract swarms of insects. The insect swarms here are nothing compared to the natural ones that attack the Steel City. But their number can easily reach hundreds of thousands. Haha, I made a breakthrough! From time to time, members of the God of War team broke through the psychic shackles and upgraded. In battle, it is easiest to break through the shackles of psychic energy. Therefore, the best way to practice is to practice for a period of time, fight for a period of time, and when you touch the shackles of spiritual energy, keep fighting. After experiencing the insect swarm and fighting all the way to Taihang Mountains, all members of the God of War team have become intermediate fighters, and more have become advanced fighters. There were also more than 20 new generals. The members of the God of War team are geniuses in themselves. Even those who were recruited later can be considered geniuses among the countless awakened ones. Without the restrictions of psychic shackles, they would grow faster. Director Lin, everyone is ready, and some people are waiting at the west gate of the capital. Okay, let's go. Lin Yan brought Ling Qingqiu and 5 war god battalions back to the Shillong base. He wanted to safely send the people who were building the collection station and the botanical experts to Taihang Mountains. A new spiritual plant group has been established in the Special Bureau, which is specifically responsible for the research and cultivation of spiritual plants. When the convoy arrived at the west gate of the capital, there was also a convoy waiting there. This convoy includes botanical experts drawn from the capital, as well as construction workers, engineering vehicles, supply vehicles, etc. The fastest way is to send the personnel over by plane, but the risk is too great and Lin Yan is unwilling to take the risk. As for Xiao Jin, unless it was an emergency, Lin Yan would not use it to travel, or transport people or supplies. It looks like they are really from the Ares group. I heard that many experts have been transferred. The Special Bureau should be taking some action. Captain, how about we talk to our superiors and let us go out and do some exercise on this mission? If the Ares group can do it, we can do it too. The movement at the West Gate was once again discovered by members of the Xuanwu group, and a group of Xuanwu group members gathered there and discussed in low voices. The God of War group takes the elite route, and its number of members is only over 2,000 so far. The number of people in the Xuanwu group is much larger. There are now more than 10,000 people in the Xuanwu group. These people are the best among the millions of awakened people in Dragon Country. Those who are qualified to go out of the city to clear out the insect holes are also elite in the Xuanwu group. These days, the mutated bugs are still getting stronger, but as their combat experience increases, they are becoming more adept at dealing with them. Once, the Xuanwu team even went more than 20 kilometers into the wild and destroyed hundreds of insect nests at one time. This is their most brilliant achievement in recent times. You guys want to go out and move around? Lin Yan suddenly appeared next to the group of Xuanwu group members. When the members of the Xuanwu group heard Lin Yan's voice, they all turned to look at Lin Yan. They don't know Lin Yan yet. Lin Yan has never appeared in public. In the outside world, the specific identity of the director of the Special Bureau is still a secret. Even the people from the 4 Sacred Beasts group don't know. Although they had never met Lin Yan before, his extraordinary demeanor made the members of the Xuanwu group unsure of his identity. Your Excellency? Wang Rong, deputy leader of the Xuanwu group, asked. Bring your people and come. Wang Rong did not get a reply from Lin Yan, because Lin Yan left after saying a few words. Wang Zhu, who is he? Didn't you hear the captain asking about his identity? He asked us to come over, shall we go? Look, he seems to have entered the command vehicle. Could he be a senior member of the Ares group? After Lin Yan walked away, the members of the Xuanwu group around Wang Rong spoke one after another. Team Wang, shall we go? Don't be afraid of anything, just go. Yes, yes, yes. Don't we all want to prove ourselves? If we have this opportunity, why not go? Walk. Seeing that the convoy was about to set off again, Wang Rong stared at Lin Yan's command vehicle for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. He also wanted to see how powerful the God of War group was. At the same time, I also want to prove the strength of the Xuanwu group. Head of the Xuanwu team, Wang Rong, right? I'm Lu Su, the captain of the Ares team too. I'll leave the defense to you. We can take a break. If you can't hold on and need support, just let me know. Don't worry, we will definitely protect the convoy. That's good, I'm going to bed. When Wang Rong led his men over, they were greeted by Lu Su from the Ares team too. Team Lin, that's not what you said. No problem. In the command vehicle, Ling Qingqiu heard their conversation. Although both of them spoke in polite tones, the tension between them could be smelled from a distance. They naturally wouldn't fight, but the intention of both sides to compete with each other was obvious. Lin Yan's instructions to Lu Su were not like that. Instead, he asked Lu Su to include the Xuanwu group when arranging the defense along the way. Who would have thought that Lu Su directly threw it to the Xuanwu group? This kid. Lin Yan naturally knew Lu Su's little thoughts, but when he gave the order, he did not use the form of a command, which gave Lu Su a chance to find loopholes. Seeing that Lu Su had already made arrangements, Lin Yan did not say anything else. Teams 1 and 2 will lead the way, Teams 3, 4 and 5 will guard the middle, Team 6 will cover the rear, and the rest of the teams will stand by. Wang Rong made arrangements quickly. Each member of the Xuanwu group had long wanted to prove themselves and was very motivated, so the infantry fighting vehicles they were riding in quickly got into position. Report, all members of the Xuanwu team are in place. Wang Rong's voice was heard in the public channel. Set off. The long convoy set off and headed towards Taihang Mountains. This time the speed was much faster. When he went there a few days ago, the road had already been cleared once, and when Lin Yan returned, it was cleared again. Back and forth, they killed many mutated insects along the way and basically destroyed the insect nests they encountered. Even so, as soon as they entered Xishan, the huge convoy was still attacked by a large number of mutated insects. With so many insect nests in the wild, even if a wave was just cleared yesterday, as long as the nests are still there, tens of thousands of mutant insects can be bred in one night. The Ares team only cleared the insect holes along the road, but the insect holes farther away from the road are still there. The bugs are coming! Prepare for battle! The members of the Xuanwu group could no longer hold back. There are quite a lot of them, more than 1,000, mostly junior fighters, but there are also some intermediate fighters, and there are also senior fighters, but only in very small numbers. As for the generals, there is only Wang Rong. Under their all-out attack, the mutant insects were quickly torn to pieces and posed no threat at all. Not that great. That's right, these bugs are nothing but pediatrics. After the battle, the members of the Xuanwu team sat on the armored vehicle and chatted happily and relaxedly. If we hadn't cleared them out twice, they wouldn't have had it so easy. It's okay, there are still many bugs in the back. Why bother competing with them? It's better to practice more. Some members of the God of War group were also paying attention to the battle of the Xuanwu group. More members of the God of War team are seizing the time to practice. They only want to become stronger, and as for competing with other groups, many people don't even have that intention. It is always the second one who wants to compete with the first one. When the first is far ahead, why would they look back at the second? There's another group coming from the left. Kill them all. Our team's genetic energy is insufficient. Requesting a defense change. As the convoy continued to move forward, the battle continued. After entering the northern area of the middle section of Taihang Mountains, the mutated insects are obviously more numerous and stronger. The people in the Xuanwu group were exhausted, and many of them were almost reaching their limits. However, Wang Rong still gritted his teeth and insisted on fighting. He rushed to the front line and always took more actions than others. Wang Rong did not ask for help. Although the members of the Xuanwu group were tired, they gritted their teeth and persevered. This time, they came to prove themselves and to show off their skills. Team Lin, the bridge ahead is broken. It will take a while to repair it, but there is a path next to it that can go around it. Then let's take the small road. Okay, Team Lin. A bridge was broken by something, but fortunately there is a small path. There are many changes in the wild every day. This bridge was fine yesterday, but it was broken today. The convoy drove into a small road, which was probably used for quarrying in the past and had a gravel surface. Why are there so many more? A few hundred meters into the path, the number of mutant insects suddenly increased many times. It also triggered a swarm of insects. The insect swarm was too fierce. The members of the Xuanwu group were already in poor condition, and now they could no longer stop it. No, Wang Zui, we can't stop it! Why are you so fierce all of a sudden? All members of the Xuanwu team were engaged in a tough battle, and even those who were taking turns to rest joined the fight. But as the convoy continued to move forward, it attracted more and more insects. Even if more than 1,000 people joined the battle, they could no longer stop them. Hateful! Wang Rong was unwilling to accept this. By now, he understood that the mutated insects along the way had already been cleared out by the God of War group. Otherwise, they would probably encounter insect swarms of this scale along the way. They had been cleaned out by the God of War group, and each of them had reached their limit. If this place hadn't been cleaned up, with swarms of insects like this all the way, they would have been defeated long ago. Team Wang, let the armored vehicles attack! No, that will attract a larger swarm of insects! Several captains were anxious. Although it was urgent, these captains tacitly agreed not to ask for support from the God of War group. Although they have been fighting for so long, they all understand that if the God of War group does not provide support, their Xuanwu group will most likely suffer casualties. Team leader, help! Some teams can no longer be stopped. Aye. Wang Rong gritted his teeth, switched the channel, and prepared to ask for help from the God of War group. However, in his opinion, by doing so, he and the Xuanwu group would completely lose face. But compared with the casualties suffered by the Xuanwu group, face can only be put aside. Just about to speak. Sudden. In the convoy, intensive attacks rushed towards the insect swarm and cleared out all the incoming insect swarm. The God of War team takes action. There are too many insect nests in this area. You have been fighting for too long. Take a break and we will take care of it. Lu Su's voice rang in Wang Rong's ears. Wang Rong wiped the sweat off his face and said sincerely, "Thank you? Need not." Lu Su grinned. "We are all the best combat team in Dragon Country. We are a loving family, so it is only right for us to help each other." Chapter 56. The Awakener School is Thriving. Classmate, which school did you go to before? I'm from Leking No. 5 Middle School, what about you? I'm from Magic City No. 1 Middle School. When the Aries group was exploring the Taihang Mountains, in the classroom in Shanghai, dozens of students were chatting in low voices. They are all very young, from different schools, and have some differences in accents. One thing they have in common is that they are all awakened. This is the Awakener School in the Magic City, Qilong No. 1 Middle School. In the Steel City in the eastern region of the magic capital Dragon Kingdom, all the schools for awakeners are named Qilong. There are 5 schools for awakeners in the Magic City, from Qilong No. 1 Middle School to Qilong No. 5 Middle School. In the Steel City in the eastern region, there are dozens of awakened schools like this one. Above these awakeners, there is a more advanced academy. That is Qilong College. In the northern region where the capital is located, this method is also used to train awakened people in batches. Ordinary schools for awakeners, from Xuanwu No. 1 Middle School to Xuanwu N Middle School. Further up is Xuanwu College. To the west is the White Tiger Academy, and to the south is the Suzaku Academy. After the revival of spiritual energy, the school for awakeners has been opened. There are so many students in each awakened school that it can be said to be overcrowded. In contrast, there are not many students in the 4 major colleges. This is because only those who performed exceptionally well in ordinary awakener schools were eligible to enter the 4 major academies. It is better to have no students than to have unqualified ones among the 4 major colleges. The Awakening School is mainly responsible for training students under the age of 18. For adults over 18, at this stage, growing up through fighting is the best option. In the current environment, adult awakeners over the age of 18 still need to participate in defending against the insect swarm, and have no chance to learn slowly. However, adult awakeners can also sign up for online courses from the 4 major colleges. At the same time, they can also learn some basic breathing techniques and combat skills in the Special Bureaus app. If they want to learn more advanced things, they need to obtain contribution points and then redeem them. These learning materials were naturally provided by Lin Yen. Before his rebirth, Lin Yen was well-rounded and knew a lot. But he is not omnipotent, and there are still many things he does not know. For example, some ancient traditions that are only for specific groups of people. For example, some professional knowledge, such as materials science, formations, weapons manufacturing, puppet manufacturing, etc. In the first 10 days after his rebirth, Lin Yen systematically organized and summarized what he knew. Now, through the Special Bureau's military distribution throughout the world, ordinary awakeners in Dragon Country can also grow at a faster rate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard. A female teacher in her 40s entered the classroom. Everyone fell silent. Dear students, welcome to Qinglong No. 1 Middle School. You are all students who have awakened before the age of 15, and you have unlimited potential in the future. Okay, let's start the lecture now. Everyone has awakened. For the first lesson today, let's talk about what awakening is and what we should do after awakening. After a brief opening speech, the female teacher began to speak slowly. The students in the classroom are all extremely young. They have plenty of time to study systematically. Awakening is the process of breaking free from the shackles of our bodies, gaining innate abilities, and activating our genetic energy. I believe you have also felt it. When we awaken, it's as if a shackle inside our bodies has been broken. It is still unknown where these shackles come from. According to reports from higher-level awakeners, they will encounter these shackles every time their strength rises to a higher level. Teacher, is this shackle a genetic lock? You can think of it as a genetic lock, but there is enough research to prove that it is fundamentally different from a genetic lock. What is that? You will know later. In the classroom, all the students listened attentively as the teacher lectured. Even though some students used to be poor students in school, after awakening and entering the Awakener School, they are all full of enthusiasm. After becoming awakened, they became stars among their families and friends. Even an ugly duckling who used to feel inferior will be proud after awakening and instantly reach the peak of life. The feeling is so addictive that they all work hard to study in order to become stronger and more powerful. Everyone follow me. Look at your nose with your eyes. Look at your heart with your nose. Exhale, 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 exhale. Don't move too fast. Control the rhythm. 9 shallow and 1 deep. Inhale and exhale slowly, and let the spiritual energy stay in the body as long as possible. In another classroom, students who enrolled earlier have already begun learning breathing techniques. The amount of spiritual fluid is limited. With the current spiritual fluid production, there is simply no way to supply many awakened people. The God of War group and the 4 Sacred Beasts group will consume most of the spiritual fluid, and this consumption will increase as the strength of these combat groups increases. It is very difficult for ordinary awakeners to obtain spiritual fluid. But they can use breathing techniques to better utilize the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for cultivation. The basic part of the breathing technique is actually the same. It is nothing more than how to breathe efficiently so as to retain as much spiritual energy as possible in the body between breaths. The more advanced part is to transform this spiritual energy into genetic energy. In this part, different breathing methods have completely different effects. What is taught in ordinary awakening schools is still basic breathing techniques. If you want more advanced breathing techniques, you can only obtain them after performing well enough and entering one of the 4 major colleges. For adult awakeners, it is exchanged through contribution points. If they have the opportunity to be absorbed into the 4 Sacred Beasts combat team, they can obtain it directly. In short, although it has not been a full month since the revival of spiritual energy, a complete growth and contribution system has been established in Long Kingdom. Even an awakener with ordinary talent has the opportunity to grow as long as he is willing to work hard. These awakened people can all see the hope of becoming stronger. Therefore, the awakened people of Dragon Country practice diligently every day. Awakeners who have reached the warrior level will also sign up enthusiastically to go out of the city to clear out insect nests in order to earn more contribution points. Under such circumstances, the entire Dragon Kingdom was thriving after the first wave of insect swarms. The situation is very good. Haha, I finally saved enough contribution points to redeem the second stage of the breathing method. I have exchanged for the breathing technique, but I want combat skills. I will go out of the city to clean out the insect nest tomorrow. I heard that the Special Bureau has opened the exchange of spiritual fluid. I plan to exchange some spiritual fluid and try. In the Awakener forum established by the Special Bureau, many Awakeners communicate with each other in their spare time from cultivation. Advanced breathing techniques and combat skills, even if exchanged with contribution points, are not allowed to be disseminated publicly or privately. For the Dragon people, it is actually not difficult to obtain. Some advanced deep breathing techniques do not bring much improvement when one's strength is weak and are difficult to practice. When you are weak, you can just use the basic version. Once you become stronger, as long as you work hard and earn more contribution points, you can get it. In this way, we can prevent the deep breathing method from being copied by other countries to the greatest extent. Especially a country like Sakura Country, which is extremely hostile to Dragon Country.